The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
We're up. What's happening?
Hi, Joe. How you doing?
Good to see you again. Ben, nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Joe.
I've enjoyed your videos, and I've enjoyed your videos, of course. Jimmy, I watched your whole series on Atlanta all day today. I've been watching for hours. I've been watching impact videos about the Atlanta structure, and so let's just get into it.
Let's do it. So the Richat structure, I was on your show a little over a year ago and shared some details about it. To people who aren't aware, there's a location in the Western Sahara Desert of Mauritania called the Richat structure. It's also commonly referred to as the Eye of the Sahara. It is a site that most people have never seen or heard of before, which is truly peculiar because it's so spectacular. It's a site that astronauts typically use to reference from space. It is a geological feature that is said to be volcanic in nature. And what's so spectacular about this is that it just so happens to match more than a dozen striking similarities to what Plato had described as the lost ancient capital city of Atlantis.
I almost feel like we're not going to do your video justice by just talking about it, because the video is so good and you go into so many details. By the end of it, my jaw was dropped. I was like, holy shit. Like, from what you had the last time you were on the podcast to what you put out now, it's even more compelling. Like, way more compelling.
I appreciate you saying that. And I guess to anyone that wants to check it out, I have a YouTube channel called Bright Insight. It's right at the top of the page. And it says, Lost Ancient Roman Map has Atlantis and Sahara, Africa. And that's kind of where it goes from there, is that there is actually, let me just mention real quick. Like, you're a very inquisitive individual. You have many interesting people that come and chat with you. And when I had asked you last time, you said that until you had saw my video, you'd never seen or heard of the Richat structure.
Never heard of it, yeah.
Anytime I meet somebody new, or if I'm at some party and be like, oh, what do you do? And we start chatting about YouTube, the first thing I do now is I show them a picture of the Richat. And I've never, not once, ever come across one single person that has seen or heard of it before, other than people who are familiar with what I've shared.
But there's so many things, like where the water flows to the south, where there's clear evidence of water erosion that took place after the volcano. There's so much that points to that possibly being Atlantis.
It's spectacular. So just to run down real quick, Plato had described Atlantis as being the capital. Let me just mention that because it was an empire said to be made up of 10 kingdoms. And what I'm focusing on is the lost capital city, which was said to be made up of concentric circles, 3 of water, 2 of land, which matches the Richat structure. It also was said to have an opening to the sea at the south, and if you look at it from satellite imagery, you can clearly see that water had ran through it.
Let's take a look at that. Tell Jimmy what image to pull up so we can...
And furthermore, it was said to have mountains to the north, and you just so happen to have mountains called the Atlas mountain chain, which Atlas was said to be the very first king of Atlantis. And what's interesting is that the very first known king of Mauritania, which is where the Richat structure is located, is also, their very first known king was also named Atlas. And though I'm not saying that that's the same individual, but what we do today is we pass down names, right? Like people like, oh, my dad's name's John, and so is my son. And so it's another striking similarity, but it goes further than that. Like there's geological similarities, such as the fact that Atlantis was said to be made up of red, black, and white color stone, which is another similarity you see at the Richat structure. It was said to have an abundance of gold and that the outer walls were lined with it. And it turns out that Mauritania is loaded with gold, and not only that, the richest person ever known to exist in all of mankind is Mansa Musa of the Mali Empire, which consisted partly of modern-day Mauritania. And he was so rich from gold that he would be richer than Elon Musk and like Bezos combined almost. Like many unfathomable amount of billions of dollars. So that's another similarity.
What year was this?
Oh, this is 1300s or 1400s?
There he is.
Yeah, there we are, 1312, 1337.
What a great name, too. Mansa Musa.
But the similarities don't end there. There was said to be an abundance of elephants, which is one reason why to suggest that Atlantis would have been in Africa is because, well, besides the fact that elephants are known to be throughout Africa, they used to be in Mauritania, they're unfortunately pretty much extinct there today. But another little detail that most people aren't aware of, because they think of Atlantis like, oh, it must be at the bottom of the ocean. Well, that's not exactly how Plato worded it. He did describe that the aftermath of Atlantis followed a catastrophic event involving water, is that what was left of Atlantis was reeds of grass and a shoal of mud that prevented ships from navigating to and from. And what people don't realize is that Sahara Africa, up until about 4,500 to 5,000 years ago, was totally green. It was tropical. It had the largest network, or one of the largest networks of rivers ever known to exist. It had the largest freshwater lake ever known to exist, which is Mega Lake Chad, which, just to put this into perspective, it is, if you take all the North American Great Lakes combined, that's 94,000 square miles of surface area, whereas Mega Lake Chad was 139,000.
Whoa.
Massive. Additionally, Atlantis, the capital, was said to have a river that went just north of it or next to it, and the Tamanrasset River went right through the Rishat structure, or just north of it, went all the way to the Atlas Mountains that I described, which is in modern-day Morocco. And the evidence is that it existed at that same period of time when Atlantis was said to be around 11,600 years ago prior to its destruction, up until about 5,000 years ago. So going back to my point, like, a lot of people see the Sahara Desert and they don't realize that this place was unbelievably different than it is today. And one of the things that's so important is that I know some people listening will, they hear Atlantis, they think, oh, it didn't exist.
Right.
Whether it existed or not, the evidence that we're going to chat about today to show you that there is conclusive evidence, I would say, that catastrophic water erosion, that the ocean had blasted through the Sahara tens of millions of years more recently than previously known. According to the science, 56 to 66 million years ago was the time of the Trans-Saharan Seaway, which was the last time the ocean blasted through it. However, there are a few lines of evidence that say otherwise. Besides the fact that anyone that looks at the Sahara Desert through the Google Earth app, you can see fluvial striations, which is signature traits of water erosion. This is confirmed by other experts that look into these things. I like to mention Randall Carlson. He's someone that's analyzed the area and has said, yes, this is catastrophic water erosion. So one of the signature lines of evidence that suggests that the ocean blasted through it far more recently was the largest volcano in Sahara Africa is in Chad. It's Mount Kusi, and there is a lava flow that goes through it that is dated at 12,000 or so years ago. The volcano itself is supposed to be somewhere between 1.2 and 2.3 million years ago. But if you look at Mount Kusi to the south, you can see, and I don't know, Jamie, if you're able to bring up one of the photos of that mountain chain, but you can see that the water erosion cuts off that lava flow directly to the south. Yeah, keep going over. A little bit right there. Okay, so go over a couple. That is the mountain, and you can see those striations, which are signature traits of water erosion. All those white blemishes are salt, and I should point out real quick that it is a confirmed fact that much of the Sahara has surface level salt. And you see those white blemishes on that mountain? That is not clouds, that is not snow, those are salt deposits.
And surface level salt that would have been from the ocean?
That is what I suggest, because in the middle of that caldera, you have huge patches of salt. And is it reasonable to suggest that that salt existed before the creation of that volcano? Because it seems to me that all that that salt would burn up.
Right.
And not only that, there is scientific studies that show that there are gastropods, which are sea life, that existed inside that caldera that used to be 1,000 feet deep and dried up just a few thousand years ago. So the fact that this is an 11,000 foot volcano that has salt on top of it, I would say is corresponding evidence that the ocean had once went through it. And if you go over a couple more images, Jamie, you will see far better images that show that. Okay, so notice how it cuts off. You see to the black right here? That is a lava flow that's dated around 12,000 or so years ago. And regardless of whether the volcano or that water erosion happened 12,000 years ago or 2 million years ago, that in itself is evidence that the ocean blasted through the Sahara Desert literally 50 to 60 million years more recently than previously known. And the implications of this, as far as climate science, as far as the topic of geology and cataclysms, cannot be overstated. I mean, does it not look like that lava flow was cut off by whatever type of erosion that is? Does it? I mean, that's...
Yeah, completely. Yeah, it's such a clean line. And it aligns with all the water erosion marks that are to the left of it. Can you make that smaller, Jamie? Can you make it stretch it out? Yeah.
And, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nothing. It's just like you could really clearly see that it looks like a line, like a water line passed through what
Like,
was
fuck off.
marked by
Just so
the
fucking
volcanic
dumb.
eruption.
And this is one thing I say, and like it's visible to anyone that has eyes to see, but it turns out that the Sahara Desert is one of the
Like,
least
fuck.
studied places
Like,
on
seriously?
Earth. Mostly because it's
so
so
bad.
inhospitable. It's an average of 125 degrees Fahrenheit much of the year. It is so unbelievably big that just to get out there, I mean, you need reliable aircraft or vehicles. There is, most of the
Just so
countries
dumb,
out there
guys.
are, I regret to say, third world in that you just don't have supplies. It's not feasible to just travel out there with a whole team on a whim. So most of it is essentially undocumented, and it's not a site, the Sahara as a whole isn't a site that gets much attention, unfortunately.
Ben, we got to bring you in, otherwise it's going to talk forever.
No, I was going to say something that you mentioned about the origin of, I guess, Plato's description. You said it was mud and grasses was like the
Yes.
aftermath. It's interesting. It's the topic I've been exploring recently. Is that does match some of the translations of origin stories from the ancient Egyptians. So it's like the Temple of Horus at Edfu is an
Like,
amazing
fuck you,
structure.
man.
It's literally covered head to toe in hieroglyphs and descriptions and all these types of things. But one of the stories in the translations they do talk about is this, what they would call the original point, or the primordial mound, the primordial island. They describe it as being an island that was surrounded by water that was sinking, and essentially these reeds that were growing on it that created a falcon's perch, and then the god, it was either Horus or Hurun, one of the falcon gods, alights on this perch and then gains divinity. But as part of that story, I mean, they and then he goes and forms Kemet, essentially the motherland, Egypt, and it's this tale of them, I guess, their civilization moving and migrating to this new land. But they do talk about a whole stack of unknown gods and a whole culture that existed before that. It's an interesting correlation. It's something that Graham Hancock speculated about in his work with the Temple of Horus at Edfu. You know, they also have, you know, catastrophic flood myths and things like this, but it may be that whatever prior civilization, and that's might have been where the dynastic Egyptians actually got their origins from, because it seems clear that they've inherited some things from the past. That's a story they themselves tell.
So
I
dumb.
wasn't aware that the story of Atlantis had come from Egypt.
That's one of the most bizarre parts about it. I didn't know this until just a few years ago either. It's like, oh, wait a second, Plato, his distant relative Solon had traveled there in search of knowledge because Egypt was the place to go for it. And
Yeah, it was the priests of the Delta that told Solon, and they said that so 6,000 years, or 9,000 years, sorry, prior to the time of Solon was when the sinking of this city happened, and that works out to be 9,600 BC, so 11,600 years ago, which is bang on exactly where now the geological evidence points to basically the end of the Younger Dryas cataclysm. Like we know something happened at the start
Like
at
who? Who the fuck
12,800,
even
900
shot me
years,
there?
and then 11,600 years ago was that end of the Younger Dryas that brought us up out of the cold spell and into the Holocene.
Isn't it crazy that that's a full 1,000 years, and we think about it in like the same time period? Like, yeah, I mean, around that time.
I know,
We're,
yeah, just
we're
playing around with it.
literally
Yeah.
11,600 to 12,800. We're literally talking about 1,000 fucking years.
It is.
It's so much time.
it's so much time that actually, if you go from 12,008, so basically, let's say 1,200 years. The English language, Old English, is only like 1,400 years, and Modern English is only like 400 or 500 years. So this is such a wide, a long period of time that we weren't even speaking the same language in that same 1,000 years ago. When you think of it like that, it's like it's a
nuts.
different world.
It's nuts. And if you think about the people that lived 1,000 years ago and how they lived, all of this that I've learned from Graham Hancock and from Randall Carlson and from you guys, all of it is so astonishing, and it all fits into place. It all makes sense. Like, why are we so fucked up? Like, why is civilization so wacky? Why do we have these weird structures that no one can really explain? And when you think about the fact that there's so much evidence that we were hit by comets, that we were hit by large objects. Like, I didn't know about that enormous crater that's in Antarctica.
Oh, yes.
Tell,
I don't know all the details on how old that one's supposed to be,
What
but it's one of
the
the largest,
fuck,
isn't it?
man?
Yeah, there's a big one in Antarctica. I don't know that much about it, but another one that have you heard of Burkle Crater? That's another one.
yes.
Yeah, Burkle Crater, like the 20-mile hole in the bottom of the Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And when is that supposed to be from?
That was 5,000 years ago. They've dated that. something plopped down in the Indian Ocean and it washed up these mega tsunamis on the coast of Madagascar and Western Australia that we can see in satellite images today. These got these like 500-600 foot high chevrons from where the water went miles inland, and they found organic material from the seabed in these chevrons, and then they date that with carbon-14 dating, and they put it right at 5,000 years ago, so 2,500 around that time BC, which is actually a really interesting date when you consider some of the, I guess, the publications that we rely on in our modern civilization today. The Bible, the Old Testament, wasn't written long after that, and if you think about where the Indian Ocean is, that could have been the source of the biblical flood. Like that would have washed up north into the Persian Gulf, flooded the hell out of that whole region.
It's just crazy that it's happened so many times.
That's what they say.
We like to think of history as being this linear thing. We started out as cave people, and then we branched out from Africa all across the world,
And that's the end of it.
And kept learning. And here we are today with cell phones. No, we've been rocked like multiple times, many times, and there's real solid evidence. The Antarctica one, how old do they think that is?
I don't recall on that. I have to double check that. I'd have to do a Google, Jamie. And
So researchers have discovered a crater 1.5 kilometers beneath the Antarctica ice crust, 482 kilometers in diameter.
Bringing the color, man.
482 kilometers
Bringing
in
the
diameter.
style.
Holy shit.
Blessing this run.
does that
Probably
to
dates back
What's
to
up,
a
Aaron? How you doing,
meteorite
man?
impact 250 million years ago.
That's
Wow. Okay, so that's an
We're
old
gonna
one.
that's like an
tonight.
order
We're
of
gonna
magnitude
get a really
bigger
good
than
time, man.
Anything related, even with the
We're
younger
gonna
guy.
get
I
a
mean,
really
that's
fucking
a,
good time
Bigger than the
tonight.
dinosaur one, right?
Yeah, that's like a
Yeah.
You're all right, good,
99
man.
point whatever percent
That's cool, man.
extinction event.
So it's
something
just
that
it
big.
just keeps
We
happening.
believe things, man.
The Earth just
We're
over
pacing it,
millions
man.
and
We're
millions of
pacing
years
it.
and thousands of years that humans
We are
been around.
pacing it.
The Earth just keeps getting whacked.
There was
the
one run
evidence is
last
so overwhelming.
stream
In say, going back to the younger, driest period of time, there's evidence
where it
when you
was
say get
paced,
whacked,
man.
more than 30%
I got
of
boosted
all
right
land
at the
mass at
upload,
that
at
time is
the
charred,
tape
burned.
upload.
They claim that it's more fires than existed
Yo,
during
what's
the
up,
time
King
of
Nick? How you doing,
dinosaurs.
man?
Now, I don't know if that's an
007.
article I read on Science Alert. I don't know if they can
Nice name.
truly prove that, but if nothing else, 30% of all landmass existing today
Hey, dude,
was
man. See
burned
you
and
again.
scorched to death at that period of time. That like helps people to wrap their heads around like this. The
Yo.
world was on fire.
Yeah.
That's the younger dryas,
again,
Matt.
man, how much?
Yeah, it's they estimate as part of the burning, and because there was floods and fire, and this correlates to a lot of origin myths from cultures all around the world. But yeah, 10% of the biomass, I think, so 9 to 10% of the, which is an inconceivable number. Of that's how much of the world was burnt, and that's now embedded in this blackness.
10% of the biomass.
Yeah.
It's so crazy that there's a like literally a dark line
Yeah, in the ground.
in the ground that shows where everything was on fire for a long fucking time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Crazy.
we barely survived it. There's actually, we now have
Yeah,
a
man. This is
correlation
Ben's
of
first time
not
on
only
Rogan
population
show.
reduction, but
Baron.
a significant drop in like genetic
was a few weeks
diversity
ago?
as a result. Like it's tied to the
You probably
younger
might have
dryas.
seen it
There's
already.
A few good studies recently done at that. So we were one of the megafauna.
I
That
haven't seen it yet.
50% of megafauna at the time that actually survived.
Pretty good start. Oh, well,
and,
like
and
who?
got through that event.
How do they think people survived?
Just
Is
so
there any
dumb.
speculation?
Oh, what's
And
up?
where did
the
we survive?
Toad,
Like,
man.
where was the good
The
spot?
legend. What's
I
up,
think
man?
caves. I think a lot of it would have been underground, and I think that's you might actually they may
Sti
have even known.
qualisti
Like, I think
putain de
there's some
salope.
evidence to suggest that some of these, like Derinkuyu in Turkey, in Turkey, in the Cappadocia
Probably heard
region,
it.
could host
No, it's the
tens
first
of
time.
thousands of people.
First
There's
time
massive
I'm listening to
labyrinths all over Egypt, beneath Saqqara. There's miles and miles of tunnels and catacombs. I've been down into a bunch of them. And even when you look at sites like Göbekli Tepe, there's been some interpretations of the artwork on that site that seems to indicate a cosmic calendar. Like they're almost marking that date. We know that the ancients were watching the sky. Like they were concerned about it. And comet mythology is a fantastic topic
We're gonna
for
get a
Randall.
fucking
I
really
talked
good
with
time
him
today.
about this quite a bit.
I can feel it.
Comet, it wasn't seen as a pretty thing. in
Mercury
the sky,
goes
but it was
direct
the
today.
harbinger of doom. Like comets and all those types of things were just seen as really bad things that they were preparing for. But I think we survived partly because of diversity and being spread out all around the world. There were parts of the world that weren't as badly touched.
Pretty bad.
Like Australia, for example. That whole continent wasn't as badly
this fucking
affected as,
guy,
say, the
man.
northern hemisphere was from the younger dryas. But also caves, 100% caves and
That
shelter
side guy,
caves.
man, he's the
There's
worst.
big cities that they could take
Fucking
10,000
scrub
people
guard.
underground.
Yeah, something wild that it's popped back up in my head. Speaking of flooding and this 11,000 year time frame, going back to the Richat structure, there's a study that I came across that ties into the video that we were just mentioning, that off the west coast of Sahara, Africa, right in front of the Richat structure, there's an underwater seafloor slide dated at approximately 11,000 years ago. And keyword approximately, that the very symbol is in there. So they're not entirely sure the date, but in that time frame. And this sediment looks like in the shape that it was blasted from a flood of water coming out of the Sahara,
Oh, this is
just
good.
based on
Come
the
on.
nature
Oh, this
of the
fucking
shape
guy,
of it.
man.
That's more than 200 miles wide and maybe 130, 140, 150 miles from north to south.
I gotta
And
try it.
it's layered
Oh,
sediment
this fucking hopper,
that is
man.
2,000
Fucking hopping son of a
meters,
bitch.
excuse me, more than a mile deep, and it's layered. This right here. So, one, it's corresponding evidence that a massive force of water may have blown out of the Sahara, and the one reason why this is so significant
any
is
chance
besides
you
the
didn't
fact
see
that
me?
it indicates a possible flood
I think
of
you saw
11,000
me.
years ago. But if there was any remnants of Atlantis, if the Richat structure was the location,
Yeah, I saw him.
this is where you would want to go looking. I mean, it's again layered sediment, excuse me, thank you, yeah, sediment, more than a mile deep.
Yeah.
That's just to put this into perspective. From going from east to west, based on this 200 mile, the widest point of the Florida Peninsula is 150 miles. Like, this is more than 50 miles wider than the entire state of Florida panhandle. I don't know. I mean, it's the same distance from New York City to where'd I have that in? D.C. Excuse me. So, like, this is literally evidence of a catastrophic flood. That's more than just a seafloor slide. Something bulldozed. And when you
Yo,
look at this
what's up,
fluvial
Bob?
erosion,
Bob,
to anyone
Cedric,
that's looking
what's
at
up,
this
man?
right now, signature
Comment ça va,
traits
mon ami?
of catastrophic water
C'est quoi
erosion.
ça?
And it looks exactly like they teach in school when it
Toujours,
comes to water
oui, oui,
fluctuations,
merci,
whether it's from
merci,
glaciers
merci
or
d'être
from water.
ici.
These are signature
Mon ami.
traits of water. This is not wind. And the fact that all these areas,
Yo,
like blemishes, say in the Richat,
wind.
are confirmed salt. There's numerous studies. I mean,
Yo,
for
thanks,
example,
Ninja.
there is
Fuck
a
yeah, man.
treatise from 1851.
Thanks for the bits, man. You've
from
never seen this
England
level
and
like
Mauritania that
this.
lists a few things. It talks
Thanks,
about
man. Thanks for the
one,
bits,
that
dude.
abundance of gold. It lists that
Je rentre
well,
du
actually, back
soirée.
up.
Nice.
Salt. They used to export gold
You're
out
coming
of
back
Mauritania
from the
to
night.
Europe, and that's one of the locations. And
Such a French
also,
thing to say.
Gold, it said that
I am returning
prior
from
to
the evening.
land, or
Ouch.
the gold rush of North America back in the 1800s,
Des boogies.
Europe got most of their gold supply from Mauritania as well.
C'est mon anniversaire.
Which is an interesting point, because if that was the site of Atlantis,
Non,
which
je
was
pense
said to be
all
so rich in
les
gold,
les
what an
bits,
interesting
no.
similarity.
Go back to that
Ninja
image
Lifestyle
again, please,
is just an awesome
What's
guy.
really fascinating too is the
Donated
description of Atlantis,
tons
of
of bits.
having that opening to the south, and then you see this clear pathway.
Hundreds and
the south.
thousands of
Yep.
bits.
Everything lines up. The shape of
I
Atlantis.
appreciate that, man. What's up,
like
dude? How you doing, man?
The concentric circles, the amount of them.
Omelette au
Earth to
fromage.
water,
Yeah,
the way
man.
the representation of
J'aime
it as
j'aime ça
described.
beaucoup.
Right.
The mountains to the north, like everything lines up.
And not only that, all that
J'aime
salt
les
is
omelettes
all,
au
if people play
fromage.
around with this on Google Earth, you can check the elevation by using your mouse. All the areas with all the most significant amounts of salt.
Moi, je suis
happen to be
né
at the
au
lowest
août.
elevations, which I think is corresponding evidence that seawater had settled and later
Le,
evaporated there. And as you see
le,
here, you can see it
la
rips through the
deuxième
entire
journée
Sahara.
d'août.
And if you look at their study that's showing the trans-Saharan seaway of 56 to 66 million years ago, it shows that the water blasted to the
Mise en
south, but
place.
it does not show it going west over the Richat.
Oui.
So I feel like there
Certainement.
was some other event, something separate that happened.
En place du.
And I mean, yeah, these photos are spectacular.
The photos are spectacular, but could you zoom out again, please, Jeremy? With the thing that's
That's
crazy
hilarious.
is how clearly it
Oh,
looks
fuck.
like water
I
came over
fucking
that
literally
and
just
washed
knocked
back.
the fucking chat.
Look at the left side of that image. It
Yo,
looks
thanks for the fucking
so
bits, man.
clearly
Thanks for
like
being here, dude.
massive amounts of water came over
Yeah,
there
man,
and
I've
then
been,
pulled
a
back.
little
Like,
MIA
look at
the
the way
last
it's
few
eroded.
weeks. I've been
Do
just
you
trying to
want
organize
something
my
that's
life
going
a
to blow
bit.
your mind? So this area
Applying a
right
bunch
here.
of jobs, but haven't heard
Scroll in,
anything
Jamie, and
back.
you'll see we discussed this last time as being water ripples. So remember when Graham Hancock
Crackadoo.
and Randall Carlson were on your show a few years ago, and they were showing you the area of the Missoula floodplains in Montana and Washington.
West Bar. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, look, it's so clear.
And so what's interesting is that, so I measured these, and there might be some of the slides in there. I'm not totally sure, but yeah, that's white salt. But these,
This is wild.
So if you talk about how
That's like
amazing.
taking
Yeah.
some recent satellite
amazing.
photos.
I guess I'm gonna spoil it, but
amazing.
how Robin Hood. Remember
so
when
these
Robin Hood?
ripples, when you pan out,
app-
so the ones that Randall had showed you those were
Fucking
something
wouldn't
like
let you buy it anymore.
closer to 300 feet apart and 50 feet high. I've measured these more than 3,000 feet.
I mean,
to
you could buy it
600
through
feet
other
in between each ripple and
means,
more than
but
200 feet high.
Wow.
So
To be a millionaire
if
from
these are
that,
indeed
yeah.
caused from like ripples like you
It
see
was
on
a
the
group
beach from
effort,
catastrophic
right?
flooding,
We can talk about it.
this is a
gonna
force
spoil
of
it,
water
but-
that is truly, it goes beyond the mind's comprehension. It's something that I don't think
Like
we
a
could even
sneaky snake?
understand.
Oh, hell
But
yeah.
if you pan out, people have to
Oh, yeah,
understand this is
motherfuckers,
a
man.
couple hundred miles from one side to the other.
100%.
And so this is.
But it was
this
just,
is, this
it
would've
was
been a
probably
force
just the
of
same
flood
thing.
water
The
that
feds probably just
I
came
think goes
in.
beyond anything we could
right?
have thought possible. I think
Just
this
like
is why
Facebook,
scientists have
just
somehow
like
missed it because
everything.
I don't know how to say this, but no one else seems to be talking about
the
this.
feds
Now,
just
the
probably just came
structure
in
that
and
you think is
fucking-
Atlantis, how tall are those concentric rings?
So it is the entire structure from one side to the
Yeah.
other is nearly 30 miles, but the
No fun
interior
allowed.
structure of the concentric circles is 16 miles.
What's fucked
And
up
this
is
one
GameStop
argument
is
that's
like-
made against it is that
Has
the
put a lot of
the
money
size
into
dimensions that Plato had
NFTs and
gave,
bullshit.
are
So it looks like they're gonna lose a
significantly
lot of money.
smaller.
They started to make
And
like
so-
an NFT
but
marketplace.
I would make two arguments on this.
Just
One,
terrible.
This
Terrible
is a
decisions.
12,000-year-old story, and I would
So they might
I would
actually
argue
be out
that
of
it is
money again soon,
impossible
which is
for over
wild.
12,000
Think
years
about
to
it.
carry down
It's funny because
precise
that's why they were.
translations because
This
of
fucking
How
guy,
off
man.
is it
This
from the
guy
translations?
is
Oh,
literally been trolling
significantly.
me.
The entire site would be a small circle inside the middle of the circle. But here's the reason why I think those dimensions are
Just
wrong.
like everything.
It's because
Yeah,
Atlantis was
man,
said
I'm
to
pretty
be
black-pilled
busy all
today.
day and
I'm
all
fucking
night.
black-pilled. I'm
And I would
just-
compare that to any modern
I'm-
city today,
dude,
which
I'm-
you could argue would be a population
I got an
within the
N64,
millions.
I got a
So
fucking
if it was as small as
webcam
Plato
to stream, I got a
described,
mic, I got
it
my
wouldn't be feasible
fucking
to suggest
homies.
that millions of people would have lived
got
there.
Golden
And I'll
Eye.
make one other little point, which is that
fucking do
because many
this.
people posit that it could be in the Atlantic Ocean,
fuck everything
the
else.
Azores, and I think that's a phenomenal argument for that. But if I was to
Yeah.
defend the wrist shot, or I
Well,
would
it's
say
interesting
that if
because
this
it's
was
like,
a place
well,
that was
what's-
spoken
can you
of
that again
languages
in
of
the
all
future?
over and was said to be a trading hub, I don't think that
Can
it would be as
you-
feasible to
can
suggest
you-
that Atlantis would be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, as opposed to
What's the opposite of
West
short?
Africa, which was green at the time. This whole area was connected by a network of rivers, which I should have some slides
Close
in
to
there.
the coast.
You guys-
right?
you guys are
Close, and You
fucking
wouldn't have to venture out in the middle
smart
of the ocean,
in
as you
the
described in your video. You
stocks
make a
and
very,
economics
very
and
compelling
shit.
argument. My
I
question,
wonder what the
though,
opposite
how
of
tall
short
those
is
circles? Like
where you
how
do the
high
GameStop
those things go?
I
investment.
want to say 60 feet
Where you
from
pump?
or 60. Actually, no. Excuse me. I want to say 100 feet at some of the highest points down
you
to the
pump it?
salt. I'd have to remeasure, but if Jamie, if you go over
Pump
it,
Did you go
GameStop?
there personally?
No. So I have. In fact, let me give them a shout out. Josh Sigurdsson
Yeah.
and David Stig Hansen went there individually.
Yeah,
These
man,
are
I
some
gotta watch
intrepid
that, though,
fellows.
'cause
it is a gutsy trip.
I just-
Josh almost died because you have to drive through a minefield to go there. He saw
I was just
actual
I just
skeletons.
remember
Like
it
an
from
AK
last
pointed
year
at
or
his
2 years
head.
ago.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, it's a wild ass place. Yeah. He's
You have to drive through a fucking minefield
Yeah,
to get there?
he had
and
balls of steel. That kid.
yeah, he's an intrepid fellow. Same with David. And to be honest, like I don't. Look, I
Yo,
don't.
thanks for
I'd
being
rather
in.
fly over it. If someone wants to fly me over it, I'd love to get some great
Helicopter?
pictures.
What if they shoot at the helicopter?
And that's
Fuck
another thing.
that.
I don't want to trash Mauritania because I've heard from people who have gone there, they met the nicest people they've ever met in their
As
lives.
long as they're not shooting you, they're nice.
Yo,
But it's
Ninja,
worth
did you
mentioning
see
that I know.
There's all
Nigel
the gold there,
Houston's
too. I would imagine they would want to
need
protect
that
the gold.
Which is why they won't let you do ground
rough
radar there.
cut
So Josh brought out ground
with
radar
all his
equipment, and
wipeouts?
they've written
Oh my
imprisonment.
God, man.
And apparently, this is one of those countries where
You
they will cut
fucking-
off your fingers if you get caught stealing potentially.
slams so
and this is
much.
a country that it wasn't
Sorry,
until
sorry
the
to
80s,
spoil it.
as well as additional
Holy
law
fuck.
legislature in like
I guess
2007.
the
where to
Hollywood
abolish
16 where he
slavery, but
fucking
apparently it's not being
hits his
enforced.
head
So there are
from
still
4 years ago. That was
slaves in
probably
Mauritania.
worse.
So I'm like, when I hear details like this, it makes me just
It's wild
not
because you
feel like
watch
driving
the
out.
video
Did they
part and
know
it's
that
like it's
people
pretty
think
much
that's
perfect.
Atlantis? Were they aware of this?
And you
It's
think he's
growing.
perfect.
It's
Yeah.
barely,
growing.
yeah, people are now talking about it. People are
No, man.
venturing out there.
You know,
They have this on their currency, the picture of the wrist shot. Where you
He
see
He
Really?
was doing like
famous-
crazy shit.
Yeah,
he was
well,
doing
just
like
the whole turn of
switch.
Atlantis,
I don't want
we
to
tend
spoil
we
it,
do
but
tend to
you
focus
saw
on
the
it
part. He was
being
doing
like a single
switch
city, a
blunt
single thing. It
slides.
was, and I
down,
was
like,
chatting with
stairs,
Randall
like,
about this
just stuff you don't even
last
think
night,
about.
and he was saying, you know, they were colonies. They were outposts.
nose.
They would have had a
Switch
global
nose blunt slides.
kind of outpost all
No,
around the world. So
tail.
it's possible, even likely, that Atlantis
Yeah, blunt.
existed in various different places, and it's it's almost a term now that
Makes
you
crazy,
say
man.
Atlantis, it
Switch.
gets this connotation to it. It's almost a
Yeah.
pseudo archaeological term.
Yeah.
But we
it
thought
wasn't
that
always
about
the case.
Troy as well.
We did. Troy's
Yeah.
another one. But
Troy's one until what year was Troy actually physically discovered?
1890, 18 something like that.
Yeah.
Late
Alright,
1800s.
this
I want
big
to say.
guy.
So up
approximately.
until that moment, they thought that Troy was just a myth.
fantasy.
Yeah, it was just fantasy.
Well, I mean, but people used to take
practice.
Atlantis a lot more seriously. It was something happened. Like in the 1960s, there was a lot of legitimate scientific
This
work
is gonna be
being
the
done
run,
on
isn't it,
like
with the
in the
shitty
Azores
start?
region, looking at the
Whatever.
possibility of subversion and can there be large parts of land that sink. And then
I have
something
no
happened where
no idea. We
it's
didn't
like
see it.
the establishment just turned on it, and it became this pseudo term, and anyone who mentioned it was kind of dismissed.
What?
And
What was
shaken
that
off in the
animation?
same
See
way
where
that,
he
you know,
is?
they're treating guys like Hancock and with his ancient.
He like
apocalypse
ran
somehow,
out. I
but
guess
I
you
don't know,
heard
I
me.
don't know specifically what happened, but it used to be taken a lot more seriously, and there's certainly
How to
a
become
lot
the
of,
sneaky snake?
uh,
Get
evidence
on,
coming
like,
from prior cultures
Reddit.
that something did exist, and I think now
Dude,
we've got a
I don't think
massive
I've ever
body of
said that in my
evidence that
entire
suggests
life, but
our history
yeah,
as a
get on
species,
Reddit.
as a civilization goes
Get
way
on
back, much further than what we've thought about as being our own
4chan/biz. Biz
you know,
is pretty.
it's-
Is just
I
pretty
mean, right up
trollable.
until 2006, we pretty much thought, nope, the last
What you
6,000
need
years,
is
that's
you
when
need
we
a
stopped being
group
cavemen and became, started building
wave.
cities and organized societies and things
And you
like
gotta make
that.
sure it's not inside
I think
information.
the
It kind of has to be
gatekeepers of
public.
academia, just the
Or
stuff
else it's
that
like inside
YouTube
trading.
gentlemen put on your YouTube pages should
So that's why, like, something like
open up
Reddit is,
fields
like,
of
legal.
inquiry. People should be reaching out to you. They should be
This is
having
how it
you
worked.
speak at universities.
I think it
They
was
should be
Reddit. I don't
watching
think
your
it was a
videos.
Discord.
They should be like, oh my God. Like,
I think that
look at all
matters.
this actual evidence, not speculation, not like you're
off,
looking
like,
at
come
physical
on.
geological evidence,
Like, you
physical
fucking
erosion
asshole. Like, you literally
evidence,
did
and
nothing.
then all the stuff with the structure that lines up exactly
WSB.
with the stories of Atlantis.
Sucking
it's
at
fucking
investing.
wild.
It's one of these things. Like I'm a very open-minded
Yeah.
person. I can't say like with 100% certainty. I mean anything's possible.
Of course.
But I'm like there's so many similarities
Yeah.
that if nothing else, it shouldn't be ignored. The off the west coast should be drilled and run with some lidar to see what's going on underneath that sediment. And not only that, like let's just pretend okay, Atlantis never existed. The wrist shot's not it.
Well,
then
there's a couple
let's,
things.
Like, focus in then on why is this
There's some
catastrophic water
patterns.
erosion going through the Sahara 60 million years more recently
Still
than it
losing
was
everything?
supposed to.
Wow.
There's another image
That's
in there,
wild.
Jamie, that shows where the Trans-Saharan Seaway went, and it does not reflect it going west over the Western Sahara. So
And
I'm like, in the
deleting everything,
context
yeah.
of climate science, I'm like, this should be discussed. Why is nobody talking about the Sahara was green?
Yeah, man.
potentially
And then you can
4,500
invest
years ago,
in
which is,
in
by the way,
stocks like
the
equity
same
funds
alleged
and
date as
mutual
the Great
funds and
Pyramid's
get
construction in Giza,
like 8%
4,500 years
return.
ago. So check this out.
If
As
you
can
have, like,
see,
$1
it
million
does
bucks
not,
or something.
annotate the water erosion going west over the wrist
Never
shot,
will
but
get that
as we
money.
just showed,
What you
it
do.
clearly
Hopefully
did.
you do, man.
And this
Hopefully
was
you
based
will.
on a 20-year study. Wonderful people did this. I don't know. I have no explanation for why they don't
see it,
annotate
man.
it going west, but it clearly did. And not only that, it went east of Niger, along Chad.
But yeah,
which,
I'd say
you
like
know,
a
I showed
large
you the water erosion
something
along the
lump,
volcano.
some
So
money
what I'm
put
suggesting
into
is
a
that either something
equity
else
funds
separate
or something
happened,
for
or they just missed
8%
something because,
return guaranteed
again,
on
the Sahara's
stocks
a big
with
place and they can only search so many places.
Someone
When they
else
did this,
managing
did
all
they
the
have the
stocks.
sort of satellite imagery that are available today?
Like you
No.
buy the
Well, I
fund.
can't say no. Satellites were certainly around.
What year was this?
This is
Yeah.
like I want to say 2007 or something. I could be wrong, and I got to double check that.
Totally would have had satellite.
But to open that fund, you
I
kinda
know that they
need
were doing
some
some
money
boots on the ground stuff.
Maybe they just
start with in
didn't
order for
think
it
to
to kinda
look at that particular area
worth
as
it.
being. Maybe they had like a preconceived notion.
That's what I suspect. I don't think they are intentionally not looking at it, but I feel like, when it comes to, you're mentioning that we should be speaking at universities.
Yeah,
Joe,
man.
the first thing they ever say is like,
I actually, yeah, I got
he was a
my
fraud investigator from the
investment
corporate world.
license.
Like Ben has an
I
awesome
know
story too, by the way, coming out of the corporate world.
I can set up
You got-
investment
we can
accounts
get into that.
in
Yeah,
Canada and the United States,
tech guy.
actually.
We'll get into that. But so that's
I haven't done any business yet.
And I want to make an interesting point, which is that
It's so crazy
Just starting
that they're
out, but-
gatekeepers.
yeah, they
The egocentric, ego-minded gatekeepers.
Yeah, we
Like,
get
they
like usually
don't want
8%
anyone to
return, maybe
discover something
10%
they
on
haven't
good
noticed.
years
100%.
in
It
a
is- it is
micromanaged
totally what they do.
equity
It's almost
fund.
unbelievable. Coming as like an outsider to this, I couldn't be more surprised to see the reactions
And as
to
life
anything
insurance,
alternative,
we
'cause it's
sell
like,
them
wait a
as
second.
segregated funds.
The success of the things
we
that we
sell
present, the success of Graham
insured
Hancock's
investments,
Ancient
which is pretty
Apocalypse
cool.
show, this any
75 and
enthusiast of the
100%.
ancient
75
ancient
is less
history or
expensive.
geology, this is
But-
a win-win for everybody because it's gaining
Like my
interest.
mentor,
in
he
these
says you don't really
unanswered
want to spend
questions,
100%
and everybody would
because
stand to
your
gain
money's
from
not
it.
really
Like
going to
archaeologists, like
go
if it was
down
up to
over
me,
30
they'd
years.
be out there digging right now
It'd be a
because
waste of
the
money.
The problem is they have
You'd
already
be
made
over-insuring
these
your
assertions.
investment.
They've already published
So we said
papers,
go with the
they've already
cheapest
written
75
books,
because over the
and
30
those
year,
books would now be
you're gonna
disproven, and they would look
you're gonna be
foolish, and they do not
positive.
want to look foolish. They're
significantly.
throwing everything at ancient apocalypse.
They really are.
every word in the book.
1,500
everyone
cents
returns.
returns.
Yeah,
White
racist,
supremacists.
white supremacy.
It's
because-
How is it white supremacy to say that people who lived 12,000 years ago, we have zero idea what color they were. We have
Yeah, really.
zero idea what they looked like. We're literally talking
Tell me if I gotta
about
turn down
human
the
beings,
podcast.
fellow
I have
human
it very
beings
loud.
Right.
that created
'Cause it was
some
very quiet last time.
unbelievably magnificent structures that exist today.
Yeah.
To call that, or to somehow or another connect that to racism, like how?
It's ad hominem. The only reason why you would do this, it's one of two things. I've listened to their arguments, and it's either one of
Yeah,
two.
man.
I'm just going to say it. I'll be bold. They're either really stupid to associate
Well, there's
that
some
with racism,
patterns.
or
Like if you
they're
search some
doing
YouTube
exactly what I see
videos,
going
dude,
for
YouTube videos
anyone that
are
says something
like
counter to a
gold mine
narrative,
of
which is we need to
information.
cancel this person,
I
shut
think
them up.
Yes.
And I had a friend reach
If you
out
search,
to me when this show came out.
sometimes when the
and he
government,
Googled- I didn't want to say
the
this,
government
but it has to be
sometimes
said. They
stimulates
Googled
the
Graham
economy or
Hancock, and there's
something
articles
by
at the top linking him to
doing
white supremacy.
something
I'm
like
this is,
buying
in my
bonds
mind,
or something.
That's why they do it, because they want to just shout some doubt on you.
dumb.
Well, it's trying to generate outrage
to help
without
stimulate the
addressing
economy.
things
That
he
makes
says.
sense to,
Right,
to
and
buy
addressing
back
his-
the
it's like
loans.
he's married to an Indian woman.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
everything
that's
about
took
him
out
is
on the
fucking
investors,
dumb.
And he's
right?
one of the. I know.
He's the nicest guy in the world.
And
I
then
know
you
Graham
can
pretty
buy
well too.
some
Yeah, he is. He's one of the
He's
most considerate people you ever
specific
meet.
He's so
stocks
nice, and he's
He
just
is.
so
that might be some
inquisitive,
sort
and
of
he's been
government
so courageous
balancing
his entire
fund thing,
career. And the
and
more
it goes
time
up,
goes on, the
and
more he's validated.
It's
It's
like a
true.
predictable
His-
thing. So
yes,
if you go
when
on
you go back
YouTube
to
and
Fingerprints of the
search
Gods, I
government,
read about that in the 90s. I read that
How to
book
make
in the
money
90s,
off of
and that's when I
government.
got really into his stuff.
How to make
And
money
back then,
in
if you
stocks
brought it up, people
off
would go, "Oh, he's a
government.
kook, this is not." But as the internet came about and as more
Economy
and more information became available,
stimulation.
and then the discovery of Göbekli
Something like
Tepe
that.
just threw the whole thing on its head.
I saw a video like that, and it looked really interesting.
Sorry, Ben. We're quick.
Because I think you need to find some
He said more
waves like
for
that.
Bringing the
Some
topic
shorting
of
waves,
the mysteries of lost ancient
some
civilizations,
pumping
cataclysms,
waves.
than arguably anyone else on Earth.
The
Because of
GameStop,
him, I
'cause it was
saw
just
him on
on-
your show.
on Reddit,
I go down
right?
the rabbit hole, start looking. I start talking about these things. So it's like everyone should be saying
But
thank you to
but
Graham
I'm
Hancock.
sure,
Sorry, Ben.
They're
I'm sure
just
they
so
made law
scared
now
that
against
he's
it.
going to make
There's
them
probably
look like
just
fools
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they
An
wrote these
unaccounted for
books
loophole?
when
Come
they
on,
had
baby, this is
limited
a run.
access to information.
Let's go. This
and
is
they
so
made
fast.
These
This
very
is like insanely fast.
like direct
Fucked it up.
assertions. Like
Right.
this is what happened, and they're wrong.
It's a position
Yeah.
of power. It's archaeology not being a hard science that does hypothesis, experiment, and result like you can do in things like chemistry, for example. These guys they rise to their positions of powers in academia. They become their whole personal, I think, sense of self is somehow tied up around this position as an expert in this story, and that's all it is. Ultimately, we're
Toronto
we're trying
Toad
to interpret
was
the
suggesting
very
this
scant
meme
evidence
coin.
that is history. We're looking
Got a
through the
dude, got a
bones
jet.
of many
Getting into review
civilizations.
started.
People
Cool,
have destroyed
man.
things,
Thanks,
rebuilt
dude.
them, destroyed them,
Fucking-
rebuilt them.
thanks for the
You're trying
bits,
to put
man.
that
Thanks for being
together
here,
and
man.
evaluate this evidence.
Appreciate that.
And yeah,
That's
they
sick.
write the textbooks and they kind of
Thanks,
have that
homie.
position of power. And when
Yeah,
new
I've been
evidence
lurking
comes
in
along that I
your-
think threatens that,
in your
that's why you
streams the
get,
last
in some ways,
while,
such a
last
strong
month or
reaction
two.
because
I've just
you're
been
almost
really
threatening the person. I
Yeah.
think they
busy,
take it that way, and
but
it's
I've been
Also,
watching.
unfortunate.
I'm sure you've seen.
Toronto Toad
the,
sent me a
their
photo of you, and
original
you now
discussion that
identify as
Graham had
as
with Dr. Robert Schock when they
Ninjaya?
brought the evidence of the water
Okay,
erosion
do.
of the Sphinx. And then that archaeologist is like laughing, but like
Ninjala?
not really
Ninjala?
laughing. What evidence do we have
Mark
of
Lehner.
an ancient civilization 11,000 years ago? Well, now
The
we
next
have a lot,
Mar.
face.
Oh no, I'm not
There's a
gonna
lot,
say it.
you know.
Yeah.
There's
I'm not
Göbekli
gonna say
Tepe
it.
is massive, and then there's another structure that's close to Göbekli Tepe.
Karahan Tepe.
Yeah.
In fact,
The
they're discovering
next
many of them now. It's
Ninjala?
not only that, the whole story, as we're told it in dynastic Egypt,
watch
just
the
doesn't make
vertical
sense from
videos,
a
so
number
it
of different
can't be-
perspectives. It's as if they arose out of
Word,
nowhere,
man.
like
I agree
perfect,
with
and then
that.
degraded over time. When you think about it, things like the pyramids.
Well fucking
I mean,
said.
those are the first pyramids ever made. Like
I
these
do
massive
love I
megalithic
do
stone
like the
pyramids that-
widescreen
that
16
have
by
all of
9.
these
I
different
do.
elements of sacred geometry and precision, and all these different aspects of incredible engineering built into them. They did. That's apparently what they
nice.
did first. They kept building pyramids after that time.
And they sucked.
They suck.
Yeah,
well, they're
100 of
adobe.
them.
They're made
Yeah.
from mud brick.
Well,
and
they
fall
don't
apart.
really know. That's what do you got here, Jamie?
Karahan
Not
Tepe.
there's anything wrong
I'll
with
be
it.
there in April.
Look, are you really?
Yeah.
Look at that face. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
that
look
was
at that face. It's scary. I don't want to. It's right.
another
Doesn't that look scary?
video of yours that I
Thanks, man.
watched today was a video that showed the similarities, not just between pyramids, but between construction methods all over the world.
fuck
In
you.
Japan, I had no idea that they had made the sarcophagus covers in Japan that were exactly the same shape
Right.
as the one, and oddly shaped, exactly the same as the ones they made in Egypt.
And in a place, there is supposed to be zero connection between ancient Japan and ancient Egypt. That's not supposed to exist. And if you compare that sarcophagus work, it's like it looks uncannily similar.
Impossible, almost impossible that two people would come up with the same design.
Right.
Because it's like coming up with.
It's just so
you know,
bad.
I don't know. I don't have a good like. If someone like this lighter, if someone this is an unusually shaped lighter. The way the top pops.
Right.
If someone just coincidentally, without any internet, came up with this on the other side of the planet, you'd be like, how the fuck? It's so oddly shaped.
Right.
Like the buttons in the same place, the lid's in the same place. There's no
Oh,
way.
come on,
Right.
That's
man.
what it looks like to me. And the
What?
fact that it took an enormous amount of
Actually, I
effort to
cheated- I
make
cheated
and
there.
move
I-
and put it into place.
turned
'cause
early.
You're talking about
I'm not gonna lie.
incredibly heavy stone.
And hard stone.
Yeah.
Like that's the
Why?
other people don't appreciate just how hard this igneous stone is that these things are made from. Like granite, granodiorite, cyanite. Like these are, it's harder than steel. Like it's there's 6.57 on the Mohs scale. It's incredible work. Like
And the fact
Harder
that
than
these similar
steel.
construction methods existed in Peru,
Yep.
they existed in Egypt, they
Easter
existed in
Island.
Japan, and we don't know how old stone is.
Right.
That's what's really wacky. When we talk about like carbon dating, they're not carbon dating stone.
No.
They really don't know. So
Right.
even when they
Oh,
go back to ancient
that's so
Egypt and they
bad.
say, oh, we date the pyramids construction to 2,500 BC, it's a fucking guess.
That's what I think.
It's a guess.
It really is.
It has to be a guess. It
Well-
really can't be anything other than a guess. They can measure organic matter.
God,
They can
man.
measure stuff that's in between the stones, but we have no idea when that was put there. If something existed for tens of thousands of years before we're dating it, we really wouldn't know. Well, we would have evidence that of course people would still live there. Of course people would still live around them. And we would have evidence that those people
friend,
left
should
stuff
I
behind that was a
change
certain
my
age.
start?
But we have zero evidence as to how old those things are.
Right.
That's right.
Should I
And when
draw
I
the
found
guys
that out, I was
close?
baffled.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I always thought they knew 2,500 BC, rock solid. This is it.
Well, they tie it to the guy, the king. They know when Khufu
Right.
lived, and so they try and tie. And literally, with the Great Pyramid, very little evidence. There's like this big statue of him that they found down in the Valley Temple, nowhere near it. And then there's a glyph
Yeah.
on the inside. There's a lot of controversy around that. But there are some of these artifacts they do for that reason because they date a lot of stuff.
Wow, I
based
got
on the
like
site
one
that they
bullet
found.
at the very
So
end
there's
of
organic
the
material at the
chamber.
site that they found it. And I've found it's a kind of like a smoking gun piece in all of this is all the vases. So you're
Please.
familiar with the
Like, fuck
incredible
you.
stone vases that they
That's
make.
really
in Egypt?
bullshit.
Talk about them.
Yeah, so
That's
they
bullshit.
there is a collection of
Because
these
I
things they
definitely
made from igneous
was
stone.
pushing
They're-
Z.
And Jamie, I've got a few pictures of the
Like,
vases in that
That's
vase record.
bullshit, man.
And they date back. It's what's interesting to me about these is that
Slow.
they're some of the earliest types of artifacts that we find. They stretch back far into what we call pre-dynastic time, basically Mesolithic times. Right back to even 15,000 years ago, there was a site called Toshka that was dug up. It's underwater now, but and it was a primitive burial. There was a guy that was curled up in this burial site on the side.
Go back to that, Jamie, the thin card one.
Yeah,
What's going on there?
So this is an example, and these vases display just astonishing aspects of precision and engineering. So this is an example of just how thin this material is. So it's igneous stone. This might be porphyry or something like this. A very, very hard stone, very hard to work, but also brittle when it becomes thin. You can see the giant crystal occlusions, the white marks in it. This stuff becomes brittle, yet it's been worked down to this thinness because this one's been damaged, and you can see how thin that interior wall is. Flinders Petrie is the great Egyptologist, the first guy to really start applying engineering principles from the industrial age to this stuff.
Fuck you.
He found one, he talks about one in his work that was 1/40th of an inch thick. 40th of an
Oh,
inch
you
thick.
fucker.
And
Yo,
the interesting thing about
dude,
these vases, there's
That's a
50,000
fucking clip.
plus of
Did
them
you
were
see him?
discovered beneath
His
the
ass
steppe
ran out in
of
front of you.
Joseph.
Did you see that?
He
How
collected
fast
them
is
all
that?
up. And even
It's
in
pretty
the
fast.
museum
It
that's
was
at
slow
Saqqara,
before,
they
but
talk
everything
about,
was
this is
fast.
so I've been down
Like,
underneath
fuck
this
that guy. Did you
pyramid.
see that
This is
bullshit?
a fragment of one of these vases that I found you can handle down there.
Holy shit, man. That's so
And even
dumb.
in the museum there, they talk about, well,
That's
these,
so dumb.
he didn't have them made. These were inherited objects.
I didn't
from
have any.
earlier
I didn't have that
times.
much
Like,
health
they get the
anyways. I
concept
probably would, I
right.
may have passed away.
And
but,
so
like,
these
it's
things
just so
stretch
dumb.
back way back into time. There's pre-dynastic artifacts from pre-dynastic
Whatever.
burials. But there's always these sort of
That's
arguments,
it.
well, can
That's
you
what
do this by
happens.
hand, can you not? And so recently, there's been some work done. I've been working with a couple of guys. The son of Christopher Dunn, who wrote some real seminal textbooks on ancient Egyptian technology, his son Alex, and Nick Sierra. They're qualified, like professional metrologists. They work for Rolls-Royce in Indianapolis. They make like, you know, aerospace parts, turbine blades, things like that. They've got their hands on a pre-dynastic Egyptian vase, and for the first time, they've actually been able to scan this thing using a structured light scanner and define the specific elements of precision on it, and it's just astounding. Like this puts the whole concept of can these even remotely be made by
Holy
hand
fuck,
to bed.
man.
Like these things had to have been made on a machine
God.
and made with extreme precision, because this vase that is pre-dynastic, this is a picture of the
Actually
vase
doing really
here
well.
that
This
they
is
found
a
in
pretty
a
good session
private
so far.
collection. Because I should say, generally,
It's an amazing
archaeologists,
session with the people
Egyptologists,
here in the chat.
they're not
But I mean, the
engineers. They're
gameplay
not particularly
so
interested
far is pretty
in
good.
sort of how things were
We
manufactured.
got some good runs. Like, this
So
is pretty good.
what
I thought
they've
he may have
done
passed
is
away with
they've
that double
taken this and
duck.
put this in a machine.
You see
and
that double duck?
It's a structured light scanner,
You
so
run.
it creates like a point cloud of different
What?
lights.
How
And
did
then
he hear
you
me?
match a geometric shape.
Can you imagine
to it,
if
be
he
that
gets
like a
stuck?
flat
Oh,
plane, a
dude, if he
cylinder,
got
a
stuck,
sphere,
that'd be so
a
fast.
cone. And then you can perform sort of geometric calculations on it and define things like precision. So if you go back to that, the surface A, the vase lip, right? So this is, you can see down on the bottom,
This
they've
might actually work.
created a point cloud of the top of this lip, so the flatness, and they've called this surface A.
you
It's
imagine?
comprised of 3,813 points, and it's within 3,000ths of an inch of being basically perfectly flat. But that's
3,000ths of
3,000ths of an inch.
And this is over who knows how many thousands of years
Well,
of erosion and sand and dust and wind. And
Exactly. It's at least 5,000 years old. I suspect this could be far older than that. Now, what's interesting, once you start doing this, and if you go to the next one, Jamie, now we're looking at the lip. So this, you take a cylinder and you basically take 10,000 points plus, and you match the inside, the mouth of the vase to a cylinder. And what you can now measure that against the other surface. So if you think of like the top of it as being like the x-axis, this is now your y-axis. So that first symbol here, the perpendicular symbol,
Oh.
what it's showing is that
I don't know
how
what happened there with the
perpendicular is
upload.
this
I-
cylinder
I
on its
like-
axis relative
It's
to
really bad.
the
That's really
top
bad
of the
upload.
base, the surface A that's on the top, within 1,000th of an inch. 1,000. So it's perfectly perpendicular to within 1,000th of an inch of the top of the vase. And then the second reading here shows you how perfectly, what's the circular error, like what's the circularity of it. It's within 13,000ths of an inch of being perfectly circular.
How are you going to do that by hand?
Well, you can't. This is the thing. And if you
you
go,
literally can't.
no one's ever been at you. It gets, if you rub two surfaces together, you can make them flat. But when you start looking at the real teller in precision and in these discussions about ancient engineering, it's an easy thing to understand when we talk about 90-degree turns and flat surfaces. But what gets really interesting is when you start talking about one surface in relation to another. And remember, these objects, like the big boxes in the Serapeum that weigh like 70 tons, you've got surfaces, 11 feet apart. It's the relativity of one surface to another. So how flat, how straight is this in relationship to this surface?
Right.
And with this vase, the incredible thing about it is that it's, as you go down it, there's another slide. If
Go
you can
back
look at
Let's go.
And you should mention how much this equipment costs.
Let's go.
real quick.
well,
How
yeah,
new
so
this
these
technology
structured light
This is
scanners
so
are like
fast. Come on, dude.
$250,000. They're professional.
It's
This
too
is
low.
absolutely a tool that gets used in aerospace quite a bit. So no one's ever really done this type of work. So
Shot too low.
there's nothing like this approaching. You can't do this with handwork, this type of thing. But if you skip to the next one, so now this is a great example. So what you're doing here is measuring the circularity. Go to the next one, because the lug handles are kind of the really important part of this. It's an interesting thing. So for one thing, it's showing you that, okay, they solved the problem of carving granite. It's made from granite. It's actually made from the same rose granite that the box in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid is.
Yeah, not pottery, just to,
Not
in case someone doesn't
right,
understand what this is.
This isn't pottery. People often
can
call
I
it
pause
pottery.
real quick?
Yeah.
When you talk about these measurements,
What,
Yeah.
man?
what kind of
This is so
measurements
dumb.
can be achieved through ceramic pottery?
Well, ceramic pottery if you're spinning on a wheel, I'm not even sure. You might be able to get down to tenths of an inch or half.
But you would never get to thousands.
Not to 1,000, no. And this is carved, so this is carved out of stone.
Right.
Hard
But I'm
stone.
just saying, like, if you think about a pottery wheel spinning,
Yeah.
and you think about the precision involved in that, and you look at it, it's beautiful, it seems
it's
symmetrical, it seems
beautiful.
but nothing compared to this kind of symmetry.
So to give you an example, so a thousandth of an inch, if you take a sheet of printer paper like this, that's about 7.5 thousandths thick.
Holy shit.
A human hair, 2 to 3 thousandths of an inch.
So it's half
A
the
human hair.
size of a human hair.
Of being perfect.
Of being
within-
perfect.
Yes. So
Holy shit.
that's how precisely aligned the mouth of the vase is. Now, so again, we've carved this out of stone, and remember, they don't. Even the Egyptologists don't say that they're not spun, they're not cast and created. They say that the Egyptians, used very primitive tools to make these: pounding stones, chisels, flint chisels.
What did they say in the face of this?
They don't. So they don't
Overwhelming
address
data.
it. Generally, they don't address the evidence for precision. This is
Hold them down.
Huh?
Should hold them down.
Well, this is what I'm.
Like
this
literally grab them and go, tell me what the fuck is going on.
this work should do a bit of that, because there's
How
always
many
been
of
arguments.
these are there? I mean,
Well-
it's not just one perfect one. that you're
No,
talking
oh
about.
no. This is the only one we've
Wow.
managed to scan so far. And
Imagine
I
that was
would-
real
I would
run.
love to say
That
that
would've been
because you can't get your hands on these things. That in general, curators of Egyptology museums aren't interested in their manufacturing or engineering, and you don't get access to these vases to do it. This one came from a.
How could they not be interested in that?
I don't know. It blows my mind. So here's an example of like another perfect. I'd love to scan this one. It's one of my favorites. It's like you can see the symmetry inherent in the vase just in the fact that it's sitting on like almost like an eggshell. Like it's so perfect. But what that study is showing, and what that precision that's now been measured is showing, that okay, these were turned on a machine. And not only were they turned on a machine, but when you think about the shape of the vase, it has these lug handles, right?
Oh, fuck
on
off,
each
man.
side. They're like got little holes
Yeah.
through them. Those can't be turned. Those
Right.
You can't. If you think of it spinning and this is being carved by a machine,
Right.
those lug handles can't be turned. You would have to cut out like a round thing around it, and then take another tool and shape the lug handles without turning it. Now, in precision manufacturing, when you introduce another tool, that introduces error, even in our best processes today, and we
fast.
just don't see that on this vase. Like those lug handles are within 1,000th of an inch
Fucking
of being
hell, yeah.
perfectly aligned with those other surfaces of the vase. It's that relativity of one section of the vase to another that means, A, unquestionably not possible by hand, but B, this has been designed. Like somebody made a model of this, and they had a very sophisticated bit of machinery that must have carved it out.
And when we talk about this machinery, like what's the speculation? I mean, what do they think was used to carve these things? Is there any markings on them that would
Yes.
indicate?
There is. So this is a whole other discussion when you get into the depths of this work. So when you look at ancient Egypt and the way that gets treated, they found tools, and I should say it's very rare to find metal in the ancient world, right? As soon as the Bronze Age starts, any metal, super precious, gets smelted down, turned into tools, weapons, things like that. So it's very rare to find metal
Cool.
in general. But across
It's a
ancient
nice-
Egypt,
it's
they
a nice
found a
run.
bunch of tools. So they found some, copper
Never
chisels,
mind.
bronze chisels, very primitive stuff. Some wooden, squares and plumb bobs, pounding stones, flint chisels.
Oh,
So
brutal.
those are the tools that are found, and in
Too
general,
bad.
it's like the orthodoxy here and the academia will do everything they can to just hammer everything you find into this box and
I
say
better have
these
a
are the
grenade,
tools
man.
we found, so therefore everything's made by these tools.
No, I don't need
Now,
a grenade, actually.
Outside of that, there's a
Oh,
whole
that
realm
was the
of what I would
world's
call
worst
machining marks
pause.
that exist all over these sites in
Those are the
Egypt.
two
There's
world's
a
worst
place called
pauses.
Abu Sir that's been closed to the public for more than 100 years. You have to get special permission to go there. It's one of my favourite sites. It's an old kingdom site, like 5th dynasty. And all over this site, you find amazing evidence for massive circular saws. You see machining marks. There are these tube drills. I've got like an hour-long documentary just on the tube drills, because there's been an argument going on for 150 years about the tube drills. There is evidence for very sophisticated and powerful tools that is etched into these artifacts
Oh, what
from
am I
the very
doing?
earliest points in Egypt all over the place. And a lot of these things, they disappear in
Why?
later periods of time.
Go back
Why?
to that image, Jamie, that you just had. Look at that.
Yeah, so here's an example. I didn't send you any of the machining marks, but I can show them to you at some point. Yeah, so you find the tube drills are really interesting because It's a very thin tool, and what they would do, they range in size from like a 1/2 inch up to 9 inches.
And are those plugs?
This is a really
that
fun
were
level, though.
removed
Yeah.
From the stone.
So it's like a hollow tool that gets cut down, and then you snap off the core. And now Flinders Petrie, he was you familiar with Petrie?
Really
He was around like late 1800s, early
Oh
1900s.
no.
I use his work a lot in the stuff that I do because he was the first guy to apply engineering principles
like what?
to what we saw, which is kind of this
Just
meta
so
point
dumb.
that messes with my head a bit.
Which
in
is
that
so dumb,
it
man.
took our civilization up to the industrial age to even be able to put some of this stuff into context. Like anyone else that looked at this stuff before we understood what machining was, what working in this stone was, what it looks like to cut stone with a circular saw, you don't have the context to explain it. So we had to get to the industrial age and develop sort of mass manufacture and engineering for us to even recognize what we're seeing here. So he found there's a famous core. It's called Petrie's Core Number 7, and it's a drill core from one of these holes. It's in granite, and it's located in the Petrie Museum. And this museum is one that actually allows research appointments, and you can analyze it. And it's been analyzed several times. There's been an argument that's been going on for literally 150 years about this core, because what Petrie found and what Chris Dunn later verified. Yeah, that's Petrie's Core Number 7, exactly right there. That, in fact, might even be Chris Dunn's photo.
Oh, here we go. This is the run.
Those spiral
Oh,
that
it's so
groove
bad.
that goes around it, very obvious striations, right? So it's been incontrovertibly shown that that's a spiral. It's a spiral. So it's not like just horizontal striation. So if you can imagine the way we do it today, we have tube drills and core drills. It spins really fast, makes lots of little marks. There's been studies done looking at those sort of marks. That's not what we're seeing here. What we see here is a continuous spiral groove of at least 2 points. So it's a twin spiral that runs down the length of the core. Now, from that and analyzing that, you can determine
God,
a
I
few
lost
things.
like
Things
half
like
a second on that
how
stupid
fast
pillar.
was this
It's
drill,
so
or
dumb.
how quickly was this drill penetrating the granite. And Petrie and Dunn both analysed it and looked at it. Well, it's about a 1 in 60 rate. So for each, say, 60 inches of horizontal travel, it's going 1 inch into the stone. So imagine that. So if you take a spiral and straighten it out, and you just imagine, all right, 60 inches this way, you're getting 1 inch of vertical travel. That figure is 500 times greater than we can achieve today in terms of how fast it penetrates the granite.
500 times greater.
Now, it doesn't mean it cut quicker. It could have been moving slowly, like it might have been turning slowly.
Right.
But it's penetrating the granite at a rate far greater than what we can achieve with our technology today.
This is why
Wow.
it's so important
We
to bring
technically
outside
literally
eyes into this,
cannot
whether it's an
Yeah.
aerospace
recreate the
engineer.
fucking
Like this is, going
tube
back to Troy,
drills.
that was
Wild.
discovered by a businessman.
even know
He
that.
wasn't an archaeologist. That's something that most people don't know. It's like when you bring an outside set of eyes with different sets of experiences, they'll pick up on things that others wouldn't.
Look at that image, that all the spiral lines around that. That's just
What?
amazing.
Yeah, so you can go there, and I intend to do this. I might be in the UK this year, and I intend to do that. It's called the cotton wrap test. You can actually, under a little microscope, run a piece of cotton
So
through
dumb.
that groove. Now they actually took it a step further, and they made a latex
Wow.
molding of it, right?
That was
and
the
Chris,
worst
then they sent it to
headshot
Chris Dunn.
attempt
The Petrie Museum did this.
of
And then
all time.
he like cut reference holes in it, cut it out, and then geometrically proved basically that this is a spiral groove. Like it starts above the line and ends below the line. He showed that that's it. And what I would love to see happen is we could get this core and then scan it with that structured light scanner, because it will put that stuff to bed, no problem. Like there's, as far as I'm concerned, this is a spiral groove. The case has been closed, but people still argue the point.
Oh, that
But
was
it's
so bad.
100% an indicator of some form of technology that's far away beyond the primitive stuff that we attribute to the dynastic Egyptians. So to me, it's an indicator that, and I don't think the dynastic Egyptians, they don't describe having this type of capability. We've never found any tools from them that can do this type of thing. So I think what we're looking at here with dynastic Egypt is a story, it's a longer timeline. It's a story of inheritance. I think they inherited a lot of artifacts, potentially some architecture, potentially
You ready for
parts of the pyramids.
the water
that type of thing.
ASMR? Oh,
And
yeah.
then that's where their culture grew from that. I mean, they themselves describe their history as going back nearly 40,000 years. Like it's way, they themselves look at themselves, they look at them like a
He looks such
legacy
a fucking
culture.
baby.
This is in the Palermo stone, it's in the Turin papyrus, the priest Manetho talks about it. There's a lot of different, so that actual, the yellow image in the center, that's the latex core, no, up to the right, that one. That's the latex core the latex molding of core number 7.
Oh, it's just so cold.
But the crazy thing is too,
Like
this is
gallon
the
of
only
water?
core that's really
Of
been
ice
analysed.
water?
Like these things, they're all over the place. Like lots of museums have them. I'd love to see a body of work be built up with true analysis of it because,
Do they all have similar markings on them?
well, yes. And so you can see the holes on a lot of the sites that seem to have a very clear striation on them. Some of the tubes, the actual drill cores, if you like, seem to have it that way. There were other techniques used. So the argument that how the
man.
mainstream archaeologists describe them solving this problem is they had a copper tube and they got sand and they put a rock on top of the tube and a bow drill and they just went back and forth with this. And they did some experiments and grinding works ultimately because sand has little chunks of like quartz and corundum in it, but it takes days and days and days to cut this much.
Right.
And the markings and the machining doesn't look anything like what you see in the ancient examples. And what's more, and what's kind of interesting here is that the drill cores that they found, they're tapered. So actually they taper in like this. The holes are straight, the cores are tapered.
And afterwards,
So it means that the tool itself must have been had like almost like a cone shape. And the thing because some people say, well, those lines could have been created when the tool was removed. And I'm like, no. If you think about a tapered tool like this, the second you take any pressure off it, the whole tool removes itself from the surface of the stone. So those marks can't be made by withdrawal of the tool.
insane.
It's 100% something
drills
going
are
on. And
tapered.
Petrie, back in the
didn't
late
even know that.
1800s, was scratching his head looking at this stuff, and he goes, "There must have been a weight of 2 or 3 tons on one." Like he sort of said it was
That's crazy.
a jeweled tube of bronze that did this. But he was looking at it. He knew a mystery when he saw it, and he couldn't explain it.
What's the speculation? Like, what's the wildest speculation as to how these things were made?
Well, I'm pretty convinced that there was. There's obviously saws and tube drills that are powered by something. Now, I think it may not just be pure friction. There might be ultrasonics involved. One of the whole interesting things I like about this space is it's like. And this has to do with even like the energy stuff
God,
that
so
Randall was
slow.
talking about, that he's coming to talk about as well. There are realms of science that sit outside of our understanding. We'll know more tomorrow, in 10 years, in 1,000 years about science. So I think when we look at some of
good
these
fucking start.
these things in
Like,
the past, we should
insanely
be
good start.
open-minded enough to consider the possibility that some of the answers may sit outside of our current perspective. Because our tendency is to look at it
Come
all
on.
and try and how would we?
Oh, come on,
how would
please.
Does
our
anybody
technology
have
solve this?
wild speculation that you've entertained?
Yeah, I think there's So one of the topics that often gets mentioned here is
I'll take it.
like ultrasonic drilling. So having
take
it resonate at a frequency that matches the
Definitely
native
not
frequency of the
ideal.
rock and sort of separating
Oh, it's pretty slow.
the rock more easily. And that's a technology that we're developing. Like we do some ultrasonic drilling like this today with jewelry and stuff, and you literally vibrate. You find the correct vibration. You can put like a little star-shaped bit through a stone. They do it in like small work. I've seen lots of examples. And if you turn off the machine, it's like Excalibur stuck in the stone. You can't get that thing out. Like you need that vibration to go through it. Plasma, you can even go as far as, well, they were softening the stone somehow with some molecular technology. Speculation like that. I would also say that some of these examples of technology and machining extend way up to these massive objects. Like you have 1,000-ton single-piece objects that also exhibit some of these signs of precision engineering. So you might be talking about some truly giant machines that made them. Giant columns and statues and things like that.
And what do conventional archaeologists say when they're confronted by all of this data? The pottery, the vases, this stuff that you're looking at here. What do they say?
Well, you either just get a denial and they won't address it, and you get dismissed as just being ridiculous pseudo archaeology fantasy theory type thing, or in the case of the tube drills, for example, they will. It's a funny story because they will argue that no, it's not spiral. The grooves on that thing aren't spiral, and in fact, in the textbook, this is what Chris Dunn found out. In the textbook where they do try to address the engineering with that tube drill, they took the photo of the tube drill and they just tilted it, just a little bit. So when you look at it on the page, the lines look horizontal. It's literally in the textbook.
They fucked with it in the textbook?
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
They altered the photo because if you admit that tube has a spiral groove on it, Now you're admitting that they're cutting into that granite at a ridiculous rate, and you can't do any of that stuff with any of the primitive tools. It has this flow-on effect that just knocks over this house of cards that says all this stuff was built with primitive technology, and a whole concept of the ancient Egyptians is off. Now, I don't think it's. I think the dynastic Egyptians, they used primitive tools. I think they just inherited a lot of stuff that's potentially a lot older.
Pretty sloppy.
And the proofs in the puddings
Pretty
with
good,
these
but
vases, for
pretty
example, that
sloppy,
stuff, those things disappear
Oh, I thought I had way more help
from
than that.
dynastic
What?
Egypt after the 3rd, 4th
Where did I
dynasty.
lose all
They
the
don't make
help?
them anymore.
Like,
They make
so
alabaster
dumb,
vases.
man.
Is that a tool? That's a fantastic example of what I would call an out-of-place artifact. It's a hollow tube of lapis lazuli, which, by the way, there's no quarries for lapis in Egypt. The closest one's probably in Afghanistan. Came from Gebel, found in a pre-dynastic site. It's hollowed. It's perfectly made. This is a very difficult thing to achieve, even with the modern machinery. And it's displayed in a cabinet next to what? Bone and beads. Right?
And what is that? What is that supposed to be? That tube?
It's something decorative, I assume. It has a gold sheath, but it's a hollow tube. I actually have pictures of it from the end on, not probably in the ones you have, Jamie, but yeah, hollow tube.
I
It's an
mean,
out-of-place
we're having
artifact.
fast runs.
These things from hard stone, and these are more examples. Rock crystal, obsidian gourds and vases that show just perfect, just very high degrees of sophistication.
You should mention the
Pre-dynastic.
the statue faces
Oh,
and the
that's-
symmetry. How can you possibly do that by hand? This will wow you.
Yeah, so there's a whole category of aspects to the discussion around ancient technology, right? And I have to be kind of careful about what you say, oh, it is or it isn't, because in reality, we really haven't analysed that many artifacts. This vase work that we've done, first one we've actually taken a look at. That core, that's the first one and the only one that's really been analysed. So I characterise something that's beyond the capabilities of these primitive ancient civilizations as being, okay, machining marks, tool marks, like these giant circular saws, tube drills, precision, and there's elements to precision, and one of those is symmetry. And there's been some interesting studies done on the faces of giant statues. One in particular is the face of Ramses. There's a statue at Luxor. They've since put the head back up. It's up now 30 feet in the air on top of the statue, but it used to be on the ground. And again, Chris Dunn was real seminal in this. He went and took a photo, like bang on, like very front on, and then what he did was you take a copy of that photo, you make it 50% transparent, make the original 50% transparent, you take one and you flip it like on that horizontal axis, then you overlay it, right? So you would see like the left to right, it's like overlaying the left side on the right side, and it's perfect. It's this face here, but I wonder if you can find the picture of Chris Dunn. That's actually
There's your video right there.
Video's there as well, where I get into it.
That's not that picture you're asking for.
No, it's similar, but it shows other aspects of, well, the same radius of tool being used to cut. But what's interesting about the symmetry, it's perfectly symmetrical, left to right. Now, this isn't a feature in humans. No human is perfectly symmetrical, different nostrils, different eyeballs. It's also not something that is done in artwork. So, people often say, well, Michelangelo, he carved David. It's a beautiful statue. I've seen it. It's incredible. But it's human. It's not symmetrical. Symmetrical is, you can't achieve that degree of symmetry just by eyeballing it and doing it by hand. And it's also something that's not really human. I think some of these statues almost look a bit inhuman because of that symmetry when they're up there and they're staring at you, because it's mind-blowing to actually go and look at them. But it's the other aspect is the most efficient way to create that would be to say, well, if you were going to design it in a computer, it's like, well, I'm going to create half this face in a program and map it out, and then I'm just going to reverse it and say, well, that's the other half. It's literally the most efficient way to do it, and that's kind of what we're seeing in some of these statues.
Go back to that image, please.
It's virtual perfection.
Oh, it's such a scam.
And how did
it's such a scam.
What's the explanation for this that modern archaeologists use?
They did it by hand, right?
They
That's
do
what
it by
claim.
hand. That's literally what they say. You just don't. They're not engineers and construction experts at the end of the day. That's the problem. So it's very difficult to engage them on those specific details. And I've taken many engineers, master stonemasons, stone carvers, construction guys, and a lot of them see it immediately. People that understand what it takes to both work in this material and to work at the scale that some of this stuff is worked in. They see it immediately, and they just dismiss the idea that this was done with literally pounding stones and, copper chisels. It's a funny thing. They insist those things are how they were done, but not once, no one ever has cut a single big slab of granite the size of a refrigerator in half. We've never gone that far. No one's demonstrated that, yep, you can take a copper bar and sand and grind your way through a refrigerator-sized block.
And you're saying copper because we think that they didn't have steel back then.
They didn't. Well, they didn't, and not until later. There's no evidence for it. There's evidence for copper and bronze.
There's no evidence for it when we're talking about 2500 BC.
Exactly.
Now, if there was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out, and then you're leaving behind these artifacts, and then people are claiming them as their own, and then trying to copy them.
Imitation was a huge part of it, and we even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum, and there's these beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite, and right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's pure imitation. Like this here, I love this. This is one of my favorite examples. And this is like either first dynasty or pre-dynastic. But yeah, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite.
All the most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on, and that's not supposed to make sense. And like when last time I was on with you, Joe, I was trying to articulate a point, which was that there was, a middle kingdom, there was the first kingdom, there was and there was these periods of revolt and revolution and missing history within Egypt, and there's 3 different kingdoms. And one of which was 126 years of lost history, another was over 200 years. And the one point to mention about that is that means that whoever took over and reestablished themselves, there's now no one alive at that period of time that was around prior to whatever it is that reset them, that government or whatever they were.
Yeah.
So if there's 126 years of lost history, no one is now alive to say what was what before that year one of 126 years, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3,000 years. Like the dynastic Egyptian civilization itself is 3,000 years old. Now they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They describe a time, the Zep-Tepi, when the gods walked the earth. They literally talk about these magical abilities that you could interpret as technology. And then after that, there was the Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, these semi-divine mystical beings.
God,
and they have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend. And after that, we start Dynasty 1, King 1. That's actually history.
But what is their justification? Like, why do they say that it's just myth and legend? Like, where are they getting this information from?
Well,
why are they making these?
Well,
these
because
assertions?
Civilization can't exist until 6,000 years ago. It says it right here, Joe. Memorize it.
But once they see Göbekli Tepe, don't they kind of have to
They should
formulate?
They refuse. They say they're primitive.
They say Göbekli Tepe was created by. They changed it, and it literally happened. I saw this argument being made when Michael Sherman was here with Graham and Randall. They say it's made by hunter-gatherers. They literally changed the definition of what it means to be a hunter-gatherer, rather than move that precious date of civilization starting from 6,000 years ago to 10,000 years ago with Göbekli Tepe. And I think it's ridiculous. Göbekli Tepe, you cannot produce that type of a installation without civilization, right? You just, so many things. The specialization of allowing someone to be able to carve, 18-foot pillars that weigh several tons.
Not
with
just that,
high
but
relief.
the fact that these animals on those pillars are 3D.
Yeah.
Meaning you carve out the stone to remove stone so that you have these giant pillars with like a lizard crawling up the side of it, but the lizard extends out from the stone.
Yeah, high relief.
It's not carved into it. I mean, that's just insane.
Yeah,
As difficult as possible.
And you need, you need a population base to support this sort of the development of specialization like that. It's as if, to me, it's as if they just think, well, no, these hunter-gatherers, these dudes just want to get around the weekends, get away from the women, go and do some rock, little carving project on the weekend. We'll move some stones over here. And it's not just stone circles. There's buildings and systems and quarries. Like there's infrastructure at these sites as well. Yeah. And they're finding more and more of them in Turkey. And the fact that it all goes back to that date's just like, look, we should be shifting the date of civilization back. We've shifted back our date as a species.
Yeah.
I mean, fossil record, we were 190,000 years old forever. They found a human jawbone in Morocco. Now we're 300,000 years old. The latest DNA evidence looking at our divergence from a common ancestor with the Neanderthals, and studies on teeth morphology put us at around sort of 800 to 900,000 years old, potentially. Like
That's wild.
that's the range of us as being sitting around here as modern humans on the planet.
That's so much time.
Dude, it goes back to other periods. You think about it, like that's into other periods of warm, more hospitable environments. Like it's beyond, you go through a couple of different glaciation cycles in that time frame. And, you know, give us a few warm, sunny days and enough shit to eat, and we're going to solve some friggin' problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Something wild about Göbekli Tepe. How many of those pillars are still buried and not excavated yet? Almost 200?
It's like 5% of it's been excavated.
And they found it by accident in the 90s.
It did.
That's what's crazy. Wasn't it a sheep herder?
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a pot-bellied hill. Yeah, he found something sticking out of the ground.
What's
and then,
this? Let me kick the dirt away from this thing, and then what the fuck?
Yeah,
Then all of a sudden
giant.
you find 12,000-year-old massive stone structures
Yeah.
that predate what we think of as history by 6,000 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's just finding more and more of it. And
Yeah.
you know, it's funny, Jimmy, you mentioned about an interesting point about the sediment, because I know, and Graham Hancock likes to talk about this too, underwater archaeology, the fact that sea levels have risen 300 to 400 feet. One of the challenges with that is exactly that, is that this catastrophic flooding that happened as a result of this violent process that got us to our climate of today and our sea level, is that, yeah, there's sediment everywhere. So even if there were cities, there were
What
remains,
the
the Younger
fuck?
Dryas and the cataclysm was so violent and such a savage event that it would have just smashed stuff. And even if there was stuff that's now underwater, it's like buried in sediment. Like, it's not like you're going to just take pictures of the ocean floor around these continents and find lost cities. In a lot of places, this is all going to be buried in sediment and
Right.
smashed into bits.
Yeah,
It's
gravel.
Very difficult.
Just complete
Gravel.
smithereens.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they should go looking.
They should go looking, but I mean, just knowing the geological data, knowing that the Younger Dryas impact theory appears to be correct, knowing that there's people like Randall Carlson who have looked at the surface area of
The
North
fuck, man?
America and shown
Oh, yeah.
these incredible, incredible pieces of evidence that there's massive water flooding that went through, impossible to understand. Like, you can't comprehend the amount of water and the amount of power that would come from that water, and just from being impacted by a mile-wide chunk of iron that slams into an ice cap.
It's crazy. The channeled scablands is absolutely spectacular. I've done those trips with Randall a bunch of times. It's such an incredible landscape when you put it in that context.
Yeah.
And you're looking at this outflow from these floods like we've never,
Like what?
yeah, it's these massive big coulees that are 800 foot high, and you're standing on top of about 300 foot of sediment at the bottom, and it's just ripped all this basalt out and then dumped it out into this massive big boulder spree that's also several hundred foot deep, and you've got granite from Canada that's been carried by these floods down here and deposited in these giant icebergs.
It happened over a couple of days.
Yeah, maybe up to a week, but yeah, it was. I really think he's onto something with the, you know, like the major flood. Like, there's so many problems with the Missoula flood. The main theory of, like, well, lots of little floods that this ice dam reformed, and it's a good topic for Randall. But yeah, I think it definitely it happened in a real short time, because that whole Lake Missoula area where they say was the reformation of an ice dam. That's what they say. It's like, well, this reformed like 95 times and these floods happened. We have no evidence for that, and there's nothing that ever supports that theory, least of all hydrodynamics of trying to form an ice dam that's like 2,000 feet deep and 6 miles wide. It's ridiculous. Like, ice dams don't get that big. It can't happen.
And it makes sense if you think about the fact that they believe we got hit by these massive chunks of rock and ice and stone and
Yeah.
iron from space.
Let me ask.
43,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Boom!
Into 2 mile thick ice.
2 mile thick ice. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of the Carolina Bays?
No.
Okay, so this is a great one, because this ties into that. And this is like one of those things that nobody knows about, but it's a feature that's everywhere. And so up and down, if you search for Carolina Bays, Jamie, all up and down the East Coast, it's not just the Carolina, there are literally millions of these geological features. They're literally bays. They're elliptical bays. The whole landscape's littered with them. We started to notice them with the advent of aerial photography, and then when we started doing LiDAR flyovers, we start to see them under everything. Millions of them. We also, that's on the East Coast. Then over in Missoula, we have what's called Missoula rainwater basins. Again,
Like that
millions
fucking guy, man.
all over the landscape.
Yeah, look at that.
Carolina Bays. And they're everywhere. They range in size from pretty small to pretty big, like miles in diameter, and they're all elliptical. They're all like a conic section.
Now, what do they
Look
think?
at that LiDAR one, it's really good.
What do they think these are?
So there's been some debate, and one of the mainstream opinions is that they're wind and sand, Aeolian lacustrine solution created. There's none of the experiments along the lines of wind can back this up. The interesting thing about these is that they're all oriented in a specific direction. And what turns out is that there was a study done because a guy went and mapped out thousands of them and lined them up. And it wasn't until he took into account the Coriolis effect, so the spin of the Earth, that all of a sudden all these lines, the orientation of these bays all lined up at around Saginaw Bay, so which would have been buried in ice. So here's the theory that comes out about the Carolina Bays, is that there was a massive impact into the ice. And it basically threw up splash damage of ice boulders the size of baseball stadiums on suborbital trajectories that then created this saturation bombardment and liquefaction of the entire East Coast and over there in Missoula of the entire land. Like it's
And that
absolutely
image,
nuts.
Jamie, in that lower left hand. Oh, I have a laser.
Yeah, yeah. I brought one. The gift that will keep on giving. Just press that button. Oh yeah, rip off that little plastic thing.
Rip out
It's like a safety. Oh no, not
just
that.
rip out
Not-
the battery little cover.
Here, you can use this one. It's ready to go.
Okay, show me how to.
I gotcha.
Okay, so this one. Whoa, Jesus. I know, crazy, right?
Reflective back.
Yeah.
They get you?
This is the real deal.
So is that what they look like in real life?
They're more elliptical than that in general. So if you look at the LiDAR imagery, but a lot of them, yeah, and so they're overlapping as well.
Bro, I'm gonna be shooting this thing at airplanes later.
I got one that
Best $18 I've ever spent on Amazon ever.
I got one that'll pop balloons. It's
Really?
so much. Oh, dude, I bought
It'll
a
pop
few
a
years back.
balloon?
Oh yeah, yeah. It comes with a little case with safety goggles. You got to put them on.
I
Two-
learned
that's a
so much
$200
from this show. I learned so much.
I'll bring it.
So these are, what is that in real life? Is that,
So
does
they're-
it actually look like that?
It depends. Some of them are just farmland.
In 2
Some of them are
minutes.
still lakes. They have bodies of water in them. They mostly show up with LiDAR.
Oh, look at this, Jamie.
There are a few spots that
Jamie's
you
going to Google Earth.
you can see them on Google Earth. There's
Oh, that's there right there?
that's more of a natural lake, but they're literally everywhere and they overlap. The whole landscape's made up of them.
Didn't they find most of them through LiDAR though?
Yeah,
so a lot of them
LiDAR.
under the
So
sediment.
they started to see them with aerial photography, and then LiDAR, they just turned up everywhere. Under farmland, I wish if I could, I didn't send you the photos of the bays with LiDAR. But it's just the crazy story about their creation is that these are splash damage from a cosmic impact into the ice, and they think it may be related to the Younger Dry. So one of the impacts into the ice kicks up massive ice boulders that are coming in at 6 or 7 kilometers per second that take 7 or 8 minutes of these ballistic trajectories to come down from Saginaw Bay and then just all over the East Coast and Missoula, and it would have exterminated anything that lived there. It literally liquefied the ground. The ground would have the earthquakes and the impacts would have turned the ground into quicksand, like we see in the aftermath of earthquakes. You have cars that are half buried in mud. Like it literally liquefies the earth. And it was just a saturation bombardment on the East Coast. And it's people now just, we play golf on them and it's all this stuff. But it's a catastrophic landscape, the entire East Coast.
Which
and
is what
likely
you would
off the coast as well.
So here, this image is what?
Yeah.
This is from
These-
South Carolina's government page talking about it.
Carolina Bays. So you see they're elliptical, they all orient in a certain direction.
And so the conventional explanation
Brutal.
is wind?
Wind and basically water, yeah, but it doesn't, there's none of the experiments make sense. There's a guy on YouTube, Antonio Zamora's, he's also written a paper on it and a couple of books, but he shows that, there's always been a bit of debate about them. But by far the best, I think, explanation for them is the ice boulder hypothesis. It's crazy to think about it. Like, impact happens over here. 8, 9, 10 minutes later, you just have this rain of just destruction coming from the sky that obliterates the entire coast of the United States.
That's what you'd expect if there's something that hit at a high speed, and of course there'd be fallout. Things would get sprayed about. It would make sense to find that if the Younger Dryas climate impact hypothesis is true, there would be something like that.
They've done experiments, yeah. So they've you shoot like a bullet into ice at an angle, and it shows like the shattering of ice and the orientation. So we can step backwards
wow.
from the bays and look at, okay, what's the energy required for the impact, and at what angle was the impact coming
Well,
in? And it's something like it would have been probably a mile-wide impactor.
I think Elon is
Saginaw Bay, they
fucking
might have
controlled
injected that much
opposition.
ice to do that.
We're so vulnerable.
Yeah,
Cosmic
We
shooting
are
gallery.
so vulnerable.
I think
and
it's
we like
pretty
to think
obvious
this is all
now.
Permanent. I mean, you think about how ridiculous human beings are. We spend most of our lives accumulating
I don't think he's
stuff,
our guy.
trying to get status, trying to, fuck as many people
Apparently
as we
you
can
don't
and get
either.
the biggest house. And meanwhile, there's rocks headed our way that are going 45,000 miles an hour that could exterminate 90% of the population instantaneously and completely erase every little bit of information.
Think I've
we've ever
controlled
accumulated,
opposition?
all the knowledge,
Literally
all of our
anti-human,
history,
yeah,
all of our
exactly.
understanding of physics, mathematics, the
They're paying you
astronomy,
billions.
everything gone. See ya. Goodbye. Welcome to
imagine?
being a fucking ape man.
Can you
again.
imagine, Dick?
Welcome to eating whatever the fuck you can get in your mouth and dying when you're 12.
and having people try to steal
No, I'm.
all that from you.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Within like 3-4
CNN Trump
generations,
town
people
hall.
would
I
be-
didn't
this is what
watch
love
it.
the
I didn't
Egypt
end up
analogy.
watching it very.
You would be probably hammering a black rock into
I
a
saw.
shape like
I mean,
this,
I heard about it,
and
but
dancing around a cave.
I mean, I can imagine how it
trying
went.
to turn it on. Like if we dance around a fire hard enough, then this black rock will turn on and it'll give me the fucking
Right.
answer to anything I want. Like,
I mean, I
it's
would
just-
like
we'd be
to
talking
see.
about plasma TVs like it's a legend in the past.
I
Guess
mean,
we gotta
have
fucking
no
see how he's
evidence of
doing
any
for
of
the
this
next
stuff.
fucking
And
upcoming
one of
election.
the weirder things about us is we insist on putting our stuff on hard drives.
Oh, God.
Right, and which is the absolute worst thing. And then there was the Georgia Guidestones. People are like, well, let's blow that shit up. Somebody blew that up.
Something
did.
interesting, they still haven't found anyone from that. I
Yeah.
find that quite interesting. That
Went away.
they called it an act of domestic terrorism. I mean,
Brutal.
exploded ordnance on government land.
I think I'm really mad about it right after. Oh yeah.
State, but they don't have anyone.
Anderson
They had a
Cooper
car
had to
drive right by it. They
do
have
a fucking
no
cope
suspects.
fucking
I find that really
session.
peculiar because
That
there was
guy's such a
supposed to be
fucking
that
bitch,
buried
man.
time capsule.
Anderson
Yeah.
Cooper, you're
Well,
a
they
fucking
allegedly
bitch.
dug it up and there was nothing there.
Fuck you, Anderson.
I find that interesting.
What's your crazy tinfoil hat conspiracy theory?
Okay, here we go. It was created.
Anderson
so
Cooper.
this is complicated.
Who made the Georgia Guidestones?
He's just
by the
such
way?
a
Do you know
like.
that?
He's just
Some
such
of it's a
an
mystery,
like
some
an
of it we
airhead.
know.
Such an airhead,
Right.
man.
It was a gentleman. I made a video about this. Yeah, R.C. Christian.
Or
and
a
there was
sellout.
a small group of donors, and they had these written,
Or both.
essentially laws for if, like, in the event of a cataclysm in human history was to be reset, and this would be a guidance for how we should proceed.
Yeah.
And some people consider it to be very benign. I wasn't a big fan of them because it basically preaches, I would say, communism. It talks about having population control as far as not allowing that there should be societal pressure as well as legal pressure on controlling how many kids people have moving forward and to keep a balance at 500 million. They don't say reduce the population to 500 million. That's where some of the conspiracies come in, is that this is a depopulation agenda. But the conspiracy, to answer your question, some people suspect that what if, because there's a lot of talk today about people wanting to reduce population and, we're destroying the earth, that what if the powers that be that did create them purposely, if they're under that way, if they're under their plan, they'd want to destroy them, remove that evidence, and pretend those guided stones didn't even exist in the first place, and remove that time capsule. This is complete conspiracy. I don't know what I'm talking about, but what I do find interesting.
What is this? Is that the car?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's the most bizarre thing of this whole thing.
A charger.
They destroyed, so as you can see, they caused significant damage.
Wow,
But
one
the
hit.
very
Let's go.
next
Come
day,
on.
Less than 24 hours after this bomb went off, they leveled it. They
Like,
raised
fuck
it to
off,
the ground
man.
because they said it was a safety hazard. But I'm like, this is the middle of a field. They can cordon off with police crime scene tape. And just be an Iraq veteran, like when there was an IED that go off, they'd have people come out and investigate this. They'd do an investigation. This was a bomb on United States, ground, and they leveled it the next day. And I'm like, where's all the forensic teams coming in to try and analyze the explosive evidence? It just seemed really, really. They urgently removed all evidence of this, and that's the part that makes my little conspiracy wheels go, is because, where's the true investigation? Where's the FBI? Where's the ATF? Again, less than a day after that bomb went off, they raised it to the ground, and nothing since. I mean, how have they not found this person?
Why would they raise it to the ground? Why wouldn't they just fix it?
Or maybe it
All
wasn't
that.
salvageable. I don't know. What I do know is that they quickly removed that thing, and that's just a little bit weird. Why would you do that? Where's the ATF? Where's all the people out there taking swabs of everything, you know?
If there was a natural disaster that was imminent and it was headed our way, and only a few people knew about it, how much do you think they'd tell us?
They wouldn't.
No. Yeah.
I wouldn't say a goddamn thing because we would go crazy. We'd wind up looting all the Targets.
That's
Yeah,
right.
first thing,
Target would
Walmart.
be overrun.
Target and Walmart,
I'm
smash
going
it
to
to the
Kmart.
ground.
I'm going to the last
Yeah,
Kmart.
Starbucks.
Real quick, did you hear what Elon Musk said on the Full Send podcast a few months ago?
What?
So there's Full Send, the Nelk Boys, awesome guys, great podcast. Elon Musk was on there, it's like 4 months ago, it has like 15 million views. It's a 3-hour podcast, and at 2 hours and like 53 minutes, they start talking about cataclysms and ice ages. And Elon Musk, this is, out of all things that were discussed on the podcast, in my mind, the most interesting part of it all got zero coverage. It's like nobody talked about it, and it's because it's 2 hours and 50 minutes in. But Elon Musk says a couple things within just a few minutes. He says, if you want to go down a deep, deep rabbit hole, look into ice ages and how often they happen. He goes on to say that if
Let's
there's-
listen to this.
Okay.
Listen to
If you
back.
read about ice ages.
Yeah. Really? Like
Yeah,
what?
deep rabbit hole on ice ages.
What's so intriguing about them?
The whole Earth has just been through like, the whole Earth is just freezing.
Like I said, there's deep rabbit hole on ice ages. Deep rabbit hole.
Where should we
There's
go?
so many. I guess,
Wait, there's so many what?
Wikipedia or
Wikipedia.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Give us like a little
Britannica.
bit of a tidbit of it.
Yeah, why do you love it?
What I love it. I mean, I think it's just interesting
So interesting. That's
that
crazy.
that how much Earth's climate has changed, and even where the magnetically where the poles are has shifted over time. So, anyway, there's also been times where in the past where our galaxy has like collided with another galaxy. That probably threw things for a bit of a loop at the time.
What, is there like a conspiracy when it comes to ice ages or anything like that? Or
Not really, no.
Oh, okay.
When was the last ice age? How long ago was that?
Well, we're technically in sort of an ice age right now, although it depends on what you call an ice age.
What happened to global warming?
Wait, but yeah, how so? Like, what defines an ice age at that point?
Global warming's
Like I
not
said,
like
it's a
cool
deep
anymore.
rabbit-
anymore, is it?
It's a deep rabbit hole.
What do you do when you go down a deep rabbit hole, though? Is it YouTube videos, books, or how do you educate
Yeah,
yourself
just
on
like
this?
go all over
Wikipedia?
the internet and books and clicking around the internet, googling Wikipedia, YouTube, whatever. So Twitter can be interesting. I think there was probably something significant that happened at the in the last ice age, because we don't see any evidence of writing. When I say I'm using ice age in the colloquial term, of like when
This is the dumbest clip I've ever heard.
and where the glaciers came down far, and where summer was short, winter was very long, and that was about 10,000 years ago. So something happened around that ice age, that because we see no writing. No writing before that ice age, and we start to see writing pop up in multiple places on Earth after that, after the most recent colloquially termed ice age. But like I said, there have been times when Earth has been extremely tropical and where it's been a snowball. But these tend to occur over very long.
It's Elon Musk talking. What an
The
idiot.
global
God,
warming
that
that we're
guy's
talking about
retarded.
here.
That's about it. He knows. For such an unbelievably smart individual and as rich and powerful as he is, I look at these topics that we're into: cataclysms, Younger Dryas, lost ancient technology.
Magnetic poles.
That's the one thing. I
That's
would
the
like to
scary
dive into
one.
that.
Yeah, I watched a video on that this morning, the Adam and Eve video.
Oh yeah, Jan
That-
Thomas thing.
Jesus Christ.
That's an interesting one. And
Is
I
that how much of that is agreed upon? That there could be a time where the magnetic poles actually shift.
So this is science. They say that the last one was like 778,000 years ago, and we're like something like 200,000 years overdue. But the Adam and Eve story, the theory of that is that it happens in cycles of 6,500 years, and that it's a 90-degree flip, but 6 days later, or on the 7th day, it corrects itself.
The planet flips, not just
correct. It's a planet flip 90 degree, and that because of it, the Earth essentially does a standstill. The sun will basically stay in the same spot, causing heating like we've never experienced, and that the wind and the waters continue with their momentum. Because essentially the wind travels at approximately 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So the theory is that when that event happens, it's going to be cataclysmic. And here's the wild thing is that in that document it says a continental-sized tsunami being 2 miles high. Well, I showed you the Emikusi volcano in Africa, in the Sahara, which is at 11,300 feet, that has salt as well as evidence of gastropods, sea life.
That's 2 miles high.
Yes, and I'm like, it would make a lot of sense. Like if you look at the Bible and involving like Revelations, and it's saying like
6 days.
6 days, on the seventh day God rested. In that document it says 6 days things start simmering down a bit, and by day 7 things are starting over new.
So what's the science behind this complete reversal of the magnetic poles?
So real quick, this is the part that sets me off about this is that any article you ever read on this, it makes it crystal clear that this will not be apocalyptic. Maybe we'll potentially have some satellite communication issues that could affect our power grid and telecommunication systems, and that's going to be unfortunate, but don't worry, it's not a doomsday. I'm like, okay, first of all, if the grid goes down, that is doomsday. But number 2, they don't know what they're talking about, because they claim that the geomagnetic pole shift is because of the interior, whether it's the iron core or whatever it is, the molten core does a shift, and because of it, that's why the compass will flip. But I'm like, if you look at the nature of earthquakes, some originate in the crust, others originate in the mantle, in the parts that aren't solid. So I'm like, if you're saying that the interior that is molten does a shift, why on earth would you suggest that it wouldn't cause earthquakes or volcanic activity on the surface? So I feel like every article I ever read on geomagnetic pole shifts, they go out of their way to say, don't worry, it's fine. And I'm like, but yet the evidence shows that it's accelerating. Back in just the 1990s, it was traveling, the North Pole was transitioning at 10 miles a year. Now it's at 40, or almost 40 miles. It's accelerating. And in the Adam and Eve story, it talks about, actually, no, not the Adam and Eve story. There was a documentary on Nova years ago that the evidence shows that when they've studied all the other volcanic rock for prior known pole shifts, because keep in mind, there's hundreds that are known. This has happened throughout millions and millions of years. This is mainstream science. The poles do flip. But it's not that the Earth flips over, it's that the inside core does, and so your magnetic compass will flip. Like,
what causes it?
So whatever that molten core is, it does a shift inside. It allegedly happens in cycles, and we're long overdue. And when it happens, the other theory is that the Earth's shields will be diminished.
Well, definitely. So we know 2 things right now, is that the pole is moving. So it's off. I think it's off even the South Pole might be off of Antarctica at this point, like the magnetic south. And then the magnetic field, consequently to this movement, is weakening. So we know our magnetic field, and that's where a lot of that danger is going to come from, is if the magnetic field keeps weakening. Now everything cosmically that happens is going to hit the Earth, and particularly us with our electronics, it's all going to get more easily smashed, because the magnetic field is what protects us from solar flares and cosmic radiation and all this stuff. So as the field and the acceleration of that weakening of the field, is accelerating. So it's getting weaker faster. So we seem to be heading towards an unknown or undetermined time where the poles may shift, like the polarity of the Earth will shift, and the compasses.
And are there any estimates on when this could possibly take place?
According to every article I ever read, like, oh, don't worry, it's probably be another 1,000 years. I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about. It's accelerating, and if you look, you don't have to Google this, Jamie. I don't know there's a mountain chain in Eastern
dude.
Oregon where it's
My
the most,
GPS has
evidence of a
been
pole
messed
shift,
up,
that
dude.
there
It
was,
changes
a volcano that
quite
was
a
active
lot
during
every
the
year.
shift. And if you take a compass along the
the
volcanic
compass
rock,
is,
the compass
dude,
will
it's
slowly
all
start to
messed up
change.
now.
And so wherever like pottery or volcanic rock solidifies, that wherever the North Pole is at that time,
And
it's an imprint, and the compass
the
will
oceans,
continue to orbit. It's really fun.
friggin'
Take a compass
currents.
around volcanic rock, and it'll move
The ocean
compass
currents,
to wherever the North Pole was then. But here's
I
the
think, are
interesting
affected
part,
by
is
it
that what
too.
it shows is that the pole shift starts slow, and then they accelerate.
But whatever,
to
if
the
it
point
happens, it
where,
happens.
The day that it
I
happens,
don't
you
know.
could potentially
Remember,
see
I was
the
really
compass
anxious about when we learned about the
slowly
asteroids and
and then when you
stuff.
go back to this Adam and Eve story talking
Meteors.
about the pole shift, they say that the event happens in approximately a quarter of a day, so 6 hours. So it's like it comes out of nowhere, and I'm like, what if? Like, I'm into the cosmic impact. That there's unbelievable evidence that definitely happened. But there's other things that happen on Earth, whether it's super volcanoes. What if that's related to pole shifts as well? And the reason why the evidence wouldn't be necessarily that we couldn't find it is because if the Adam and Eve story, if the details discussed in it are accurate, the reason why we're not seeing the evidence of it is because it flips right back and thus masks the evidence that it
I
ever
might try
happened.
some natural stocks, honestly.
So it's pretty wild.
You guys are freaking me the fuck
To
out,
the
man.
office,
Can you,
yeah, I
let's just
remember.
text Elon real quick.
I
He
remember,
knows. He
dude.
talks about no
fucking-
writing before
that's
10,000
quote
years,
from that.
and
That
he's
is
saying it
cool.
afterwards, and he's talking about
That's cool.
deep rabbit hole. I listened to what he says. He's careful with his words, and I mean, since we know there's been 5 interglacial periods over the last 450,000 years, this is the topic. You want to see something else? President Trump said it too.
What did he say?
He was. I have the video on my laptop. It's only 30 seconds long. If you YouTube Donald Trump on climate scientists, basically they were talking about global warming, and he basically interrupts
What
and
the
says,
fuck?
"It's
Why
gonna
is
cool
this not
first, though, isn't it?"
working?
And the
What?
scientist is like, "Oh, that's not what the evidence shows." And he kind of laughs. He goes, "I'm not so sure you know that."
Why?
And I'm like, of course he would know. People are like, "Oh, Donald Trump's anti-science. He's stupid."
What?
I'm like, he didn't just pull that out of his ass. He was
this
saying
when
that.
he was the president?
Yes, this was just a few years ago.
Guys,
This
you
is
know, I
probably
work
his
so
last year of his
hard
term.
to build my freaking
I
Twitch.
have the clip on my laptop.
Not
It's
in
a
terms of
30-second
people, but I
clip
mean
or
in
maybe
terms
20
of
seconds.
experience.
He said it's
And
gonna
like the
cool
quotes
first, though,
don't
before,
work.
isn't it? And I'm like,
The
now
the
look,
sound
that's what I'm
bites. Remember all
saying,
those
and
sound
evidence of the
bites
bullshit. I
that I
think that the
friggin'
true
made and
data on
uploaded
Earth is
and
that the
cut
Earth
and
is
edited
cold most of the time.
and
That right now we
volume
should be
corrected?
grateful that it's nice and cozy
Well, it's all
because we can live when
gone.
it's warm. But I think that the
I
data
do
might
remember.
indicate
Thanks,
that
man.
Earth is cold more
It's
often than
just
hot.
it's
That's what
lost in
Randall
the
Carlson said.
ether
Randall
of
Carlson said that really freaked me out. He
nothingness
goes, global
forever.
warming's not scary. The global cooling. That's what's really
Where's
scary.
my quotes? I had like
We're
100
so
quotes. What?
concerned with our
My stream
own
elements
guilt
is
and
broken.
impact because of industrialized society and what
So I
sort
gotta
of,
log into Stream Elements
impact
again?
we're
Like
having
what?
on
Because I don't
the
think
climate
there
and
was a
the earth and
notification.
our air and then
Well,
there's this
yeah.
narrative that just
That's
gets
literally- that's it,
repeated
man.
over and over and over again. This
That's it.
fear mongering, and everyone gets freaked out. It's
Right.
not to say that we aren't polluting. We certainly are. Not to say that we shouldn't improve. We certainly should.
Yep.
But if the fucking magnetic poles might shift and we might get hit by a giant rock from space, we might have bigger problems.
Yeah,
And
Right.
we're going to be concentrating on
It's
nonsense.
over, man. It's
which
just
is
all
really
broken.
par for
Just
the
everything's
course
falling
with
apart.
human beings. We're going to be concentrating on these things that we're really not going to fix over the short term. When something might happen that
I was really like I was thinking about the
This
sound
is what the
clips
doomsday people
because
say. Were you gonna
those
say
are like
something?
lost.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
So
like,
those sound
that's-
clips were a
the
combination of
analogy is a
me
great one
uploading
from
them
my friend George Howe
and
says, "It's like
from
we're
the
sitting in the
server
car
they had. They
arguing
had
about
some server ones.
what channel the
And
radio's tuned to, but the car's
They're
sitting on
just,
the train
they're just
track.
gone.
Right, and the train's coming eventually
Yeah.
because the climate,
Not even-
the climate
like, I
change
got,
that
like,
we're going to get from
fucking
catastrophic
just shadow
impact
gone.
or any
Not
of these
even an
other
email.
events that inject kind of energy in from the exterior system. I mean, just all of this current discussion pales into nothingness.
And then there's super volcanoes too,
That
which
too, yeah.
happen all the time.
I think I'm just gonna like turn into freaking Barbarous King one day.
Yellowstone's
Just be
over
this
Yellowstone is a
freaking
continent
just
killer.
upset,
Yeah.
I mean, we have no
frowning,
safeguards in place. There's no.
just miserable
we're
guy.
lucky that the
Just because
last
all his
essentially
hard work
10,000
in
years,
Twitch,
with a
I'm
couple of
sure,
little
has been
things
like
like Earth
changed
Crater.
and shit.
We've had really calm, pleasant weather
God.
for most of it. I mean,
You know what I
that's
really
why
feel like
our
a fool
civilization
for?
has risen,
Remember?
because if you
Not a
look at the
fool. I don't feel like a
temperature
fool. I don't
record
regret it,
swings
but
from cold to even
when I
colder
bought
and
the
back again,
50
I mean,
gift subs to
it's
unlock the
up,
5
down. There was all
emotes,
sorts
that
of
was like
nasty things
fucking. I
happening
spent like
more than
$175.
10,000 years ago, and ever since then, it's this pretty straight line. It's the reason that we're a civilization now, and because we think in such short-term time
And now
frames,
everyone has emotes,
human
and I love it. I
lifetimes,
love that everyone has
yeah,
it.
a
I'm
couple
not,
hundred
I'm
years,
not
we just
a stingy guy,
ignore that stuff,
but I just
yeah,
feel
if
like a
you extend
fool
the timeline out far
spending
enough, these things are gonna
$175
happen again.
for
And we
4
should probably
emotes.
be,
Like
yeah,
it's
a bit more conscious of them, and yeah, that's the thread.
Someone must know.
that's when I
Someone,
had a
if there's
job.
enough smart people, they should be investigating this.
Remember
I'm like,
that?
what does
Thanks,
Elon
man.
know? What
Worth
do other
it.
people know? Like some people speculate that the reason for such brazen
Yeah, they made it available.
poor
Well,
behavior involving
now
spending with the government
you can
and the
have like
economy
I think
and
you can
US dollar
have
and all these things,
11
like
or 10.
some speculate, it's total
And I
conspiracy,
think
that like the powers that be know
my
something's coming,
extra
so
that
they're
I
just gonna keep
unlocked, you can
things
have
going
14.
until
I
then.
think for me, you can have
Because the
14.
way things are being run,
Which is
does-
cool. I want
it
everyone
makes
to
no
have
sense. Like,
The
the idea-
World
I don't want
Economic
to
Forum is
be
taking place right now at Davos, and
exclusionist, but
Klaus Schwab and George Soros
Man.
just pulled out of it.
What do you make of that?
but the point was to unlock the emotes and to give all all the viewers.
There's big holes in Colorado.
Oh yeah,
That's
I mean
a-
that's
yeah.
also the Cheyenne Mountain, and
I
that's
just feel
where
like
all
a fool.
like the
Google
nuclear
that.
command is and stuff, and they've been
but what's it
From
called?
sources unknown, I can also tell you that at some point
I want to see how the payout worked and all everything
like
too.
an RFP, request for
I
proposal.
literally way
for
annoying,
people to
yeah.
develop basically drone systems.
But it's okay. I have
The
14
movie,
now. Whatever.
Prometheus,
That's a
where they
lot.
flew the drones up and doing that
It's a lot of
tunnels.
emails.
There was an RFP for people to develop tech like that because the government was interested.
And I wanted to give, because I was complaining about ads
fight
for years, right?
Fight. Yeah, like as in
And then the moment I go to an affiliate, everyone else is forced to watch ads. No, I had to. I wanted to give people a free month.
Because it's the combat situation was fighting in underground cities.
Oh,
There's going to be a small
thanks,
population,
man.
a lot
Yeah,
of people, and
yes.
very little resources, and a
What a
small
colorful
number of humans
lineup.
left alive, and
In both
civilization will be thrown into chaos.
color
Right.
and
Yeah, a lot of a good time.
So much fun.
political
But let's
controversy.
argue about what gender you should use the restroom.
Yes.
Thanks, man. I
I'm sure
appreciate
there's
that,
people that
dude.
are exploring
Big
that
time.
premise, man. They have to be, I think.
Smart
The
people.
2023
top 10, as they
emote,
call
oh my
it.
God.
They must be looking into it. And so, like I brought up on the first time I was on
That
with you, and then Graham Hancock had a
2023
whole episode
emote,
on it.
it's just so hard.
Underground cities. There's
Darren Kuyu.
many of them, and a lot of them can support
This
tens of
one?
thousands
Oh
of
my
people.
God.
That almost to me looks like a doomsday bunker, like an ark of some kind. Like they
just
could
so fucking hard.
house farm animals. They connect to underground rivers that are 15 stories down. This was sophisticated, and I'm like, that
There's
seems
underground rivers that are 15 stories down.
yeah, they dug right to them. And here's something else. They say that there's zero evidence of any type of cave-in. So whoever carved this out of the limestone in there, this was sophisticated.
That was a really
like,
lucky
they did
duck.
so in a way that it didn't collapse in on itself. And they also must have known that it reached a freshwater source of water down below.
So as long as it doesn't get hit directly,
Right.
which you can never predict.
Yeah, you'd be screwed.
Yeah.
Which is where I'd want to be if it happens. I'll
This
just
is wild.
have
Look
it
at
land
this.
on me.
Yeah.
No,
Look
dude,
at-
it's just so
there's,
bad.
Pictures that show images.
Yo,
of it
smoking,
underground.
yo,
Yeah, we've
thanks,
seen
man. Yo,
those
that sounds
before
that
when
sounds
Graham
great,
and
man.
Randall were on last.
Sounds amazing.
We talked
Thanks,
about
man.
these, and that they probably use these for short periods of time, right post impact, before they
Hell yeah,
came
dude.
back to the surface again. So they weathered the storm and then came back above, and that they had gotten accustomed to
Oh,
this,
brutal.
which is just really wild, man. So this is in Colorado. They're in all over the place.
Jamie, you should Google the Cheyenne
Do you want
bunker
to live
system.
though? If everything goes sideways, completely back to caveman life, do you really want to make it through that?
Yes, I've seen enough television shows and
Yeah.
movies to know that it's a lot of fun. I'm gonna. I told, I'm a prepper. I have my things in place to be safe, and I would, if shit really hit the fan, I'd want to look after those who are still around. You know, like I don't know, maybe it'd be miserable and I'd be eaten alive by cannibals.
How many bullets do you have saved up?
I won't answer that. Ask me after the program. Plenty,
Okay.
plenty. I was a soldier. All right, so you need thousands. Because
You need a lot.
You need
yeah,
a lot.
thousands. Because people don't realize, you hear like, 1,000 rounds, that's scary. Like, if you're
Shut
just doing
the
target
fuck
practicing,
up,
you can
yeah.
go through 100 rounds in minutes.
Yeah.
So you would need a bunch, and you'd want a variety of calibers, and you'd want a bunch of each one of those calibers. Because if you get to a point where you run low, you want to be able to go scavenging, and you would want a variety of weapons that can house different calibers. You'd want a
Yeah.
shotgun, you'd want the 5.56, you'd want probably a 9mm because it's the most abundant, and Ruger 1022 long rifle, you'd want it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The people coming at you though too, that's the thing. Like I've got a few acres and you run through the scenarios and stuff like that. The people that are going to come at you from the cities and from those desolate areas, like they're the winners of that competition. They're going to be the most savage,
Yeah.
crazy MFers that have been eating everybody else
Yeah.
and taking all their shit. So
Fun.
you just got to be.
And then how
Yeah.
long before we start figuring out phones again after that? How many thousands of years before? That's what's really crazy to think of. If things get knocked into the Stone Age, like if you go back to the sophistication of ancient Egypt and you think about what the civilization could have been like. I mean, you're just speculating. You're just trying to just imagine how they could have moved these 500-ton stone blocks 500 miles. You're putting all these things into your mind. And then say, how long does it take to get from that, if you're knocked back into barbarians, how long does it take to get from that to where we are now?
Well, evidence would suggest something like 6,000 years.
Which
because
is wild.
It
Because you
is,
think about
yeah.
like But if you think about how absolutely fucking ruthless people were 2,000 years ago, doesn't it kind of make sense that those are the ones that made it through, and then it took a long time before they calmed the fuck down?
Right.
So if you go back to, whatever it was, the sophistication level that people were at when they built ancient Egypt, let's just speculate that it was 20,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And you think about how much they had to endure to get to that point, and how much they had to. I mean, there's real evidence, and if you especially pay attention to the work of people like Steven Pinker, that over time there's been less violence, less crime, less everything. Like civilization has gotten better. We are calming down from now.
I don't know.
Versus the way we were 2,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago. Things are moving in the correct
This
direction.
is so fast.
But how long does it take?
I don't know if the glass is gonna open though.
This level of sophistication that allows you to get to the pyramids, and then we're nowhere near that now. So even on the most conservative speculation that the Great Pyramid is only 4,500 years ago, we're not even anywhere near that now. We're nowhere near the level of sophistication that it took them to build, and we're just guessing as to what kind of technology they had available to them. And as you pointed out, with these vases, and with just the alignment to the constellations, the sophistication that's involved in the construction to get stones that are tons of stone that you can't even get a razor blade in between. Like, what the fuck was going on?
Here's the fun thing to entertain us about moving the stone. So all that black granite that came from
500 miles away.
Yeah, but the ones that came from the eastern part of Egypt.
Oh, the Wadi Hammamet quarry that's in the east. Yeah, in the mountains.
In the mountains of.
It's nowhere near the Nile.
Right, and so they would have had
to ground.
You'd have to go up and down mountains to move these things that were tens of tons, like off cliffs, and because like the narrative is like, oh well, they would have brought these stones up the Nile.
Right.
Well, there's stones out there that are on the other side of the Nile in the mountains. So how did they bring those?
There's enormous stones.
Huge.
Enormous.
Well, there's 1,000-ton stones.
There's evidence. There's multiple statues that I can show you pictures of that there were single-piece statues. So you have the unfinished obelisk in the quarry. That's 1,200 tons. But then you have at least 3 or 4 finished statues that were 1,000 tons, single-piece granite. And one of them's in a place called Tanis, which is way up in the north in the delta. That's more than 1,000 miles from where that stone came from. And then moving that thing, I mean, it was around 1,000 tons finished, single piece granite. So moving it, you may be at 1,500 tons or more, like moving that. There's a quarry in Egypt, I think it's called the Minya quarry, which has these blocks. They're still attached, where they've cut these big blocks out, and there's like an image of what looks like a giant pharaoh that's been carved on top of it. They're made from limestone. Now, maybe they were never intended to be blocks, or maybe they were never intended to be finished, but if you assume they're blocks, these 2 blocks weigh, I think it's 3,500 and 5,000 tons a piece, based on the density of limestone in that region. Like, they're not disconnected, but that's the scale. We know there's objects up to like 1,200 tons, but the fact that they moved them 1,000 miles, and we have examples. There's a stone called the Russian Thunderstone. Have you heard of this?
No.
So like in the 1700s, they took a big lump of, I think it's granite or something like that, from Finland, and they shipped it to St. Petersburg, and they carved it into a statue. It's still there today. It's the Thunderstone. It's an edifice. It weighed. That's it now. Yeah, that's the finished one. This image here is the right one. Yeah. So this is how they did it in the 1700s, the Thunderstone, and they moved it around 150 meters a day. Took them forever. And the only way they did this was by basically sinking giant, logs into the ground to give them a leverage point for these capstans, and they'd move a system of rails, big steel rails with steel ball bearings behind it. It weighed about 1,500 tons, and just over a period of just very slow grinding and turning with capstans and pulleys and these steel tracks, they move at about 150 meters a day. It took them forever. And in order to get that thing across the water from Finland, they had to construct a giant barge, like a huge barge. And on each side of the barge, they would tie up 3 warships just to try and keep it stable. It's about the same size, same mass as the obelisk that's sitting in this mountainous quarry in Egypt, in Aswan. It's still in the ground. It's like 1,200 tons of granite. and you're expected to believe that they somehow were going to lift this thing up out of a quarry over these, like, basically big hills and mountains of granite, and put it on a little ship that's narrowed in this, they call it the harbour there, and it's this tiny little space. I'm like, you're absolutely delusional if you think this was a simple task that could be achieved with primitive methods, and then ship that thing 1,000 miles somewhere. It's
When you speculate, when you sit around by yourself, because you've thought about this a lot, how the fuck do you think they did this?
Look, I
take a
wild ass guess. I think there's connections possibly to gravity manipulation. I think anti-gravity had to play a part in moving some of this stuff. I actually think there's some connections to some of the work that's being done with this plasmoid implosion technology, the stuff that Randall's been looking into, that's coming back to talk a little bit about. The relationship and the sacred geometry aspects of that are similar to the things that we see in some of these cultures in the past. So that may potentially have something to do with the methods that were used in the past. But I'm convinced it was a form of advanced technology. Now, whether it's our form of technology, because let's face it, we can do things like that today, but it takes hydraulics and diesel powers and cranes and all that stuff. They may have had an entirely different avenue of tech, and that you open up into the realm of resonance and acoustics and anti-gravity. I think resonance in particular might have played a strong role, because that's certainly a feature that you see in some of these older structures, whether it's an accident or not, but some of them are incredibly resonant. The Great Pyramid generates a tone just on its own that comes from the earth in there.
It generates a tone.
It does. It generates a low tone. It's basically coming from the earth.
You can hear it, or is it?
If you're quiet enough, you can, but it's certainly been picked up in a whole number of different experiments where they're measuring the tone. The whole structure does generate a low tone. It's an interesting thing. A lot of these places that typically have a connection to underground water as well. Like, we know there's water beneath the Giza Plateau. Places like the Coricancha in Peru, which is also a giant megalithic building. There's an underwater river near there. We always see some form of flowing water associated with it. Whether or not that has something to do with it, I don't know. But it's just in that realm of, I think it's the answers lay in realms of science that are outside of our current understanding, that we should be approaching with an open mind, because we might ultimately learn something from it if we do. Instead of just dismissing it, putting it in a box and said, you know what, we're superior to every civilization that's lived before.
Right.
They're primitive. They did it with primitive methods.
Right.
Done.
Right.
All things are a frequency. All things operate on resonance. And by the way, a quick little bizarre similarity when you're mentioning anti-gravity, that Dr. Chan Thomas, who wrote the Adam and Eve story, he was researching anti-gravity for McDonnell Douglas back in the 60s.
Listen, so Jamie, put that back up, please. A recent study published on Ancient Origins website claims that the ancient Egyptians benefited from the sound in the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza and relied on the discovery of a dead end in the rock inside the pyramid room as a tube of acoustic resonance that generates ultrasonic waves at a base frequency within 5 hertz. This raises the questions of the importance of ultrasound for the ancients, and can we find the use of sound waves between ancient cultures elsewhere in the world?
Yeah, all the boxes too. The Serapeum is an incredible site that houses like 25 of the biggest stone boxes you'll ever see. It's this one spot, and they're the biggest ones. They're like, some of them are up to like 70 tons with their lids 30 tons. And I've been there with some people that have been measuring like the frequency resonance range inside there. So at what range are you generating standing waves? And they all seem to have a very similar resonance tone to them. So it's an interesting experiment. Like, you can stand inside a water tank or a concrete room and find a resonance. But it's interesting to go and actually analyze those aspects of these ancient structures and to speculate, maybe has this got anything to do with what they were made for? Because these are giant precision-made boxes made from syenite and granite that are perfectly flat and square, and they're just massively solid. They went to tremendous effort to remove imperfections from the stone, no cracks, almost like they didn't want the damn things to shake apart or vibrate.
Well, it's just the sheer scale of them. Like, it flies in the face of logic. Like, the actual archaeologists that want to lock this down and try to come up with some sort of a conventional reason and, some sort of an explanation that we can all get behind. Oh, they used pulleys and pushed them on logs. Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah. Just shut the fuck up. What you're saying doesn't even make any goddamn sense. It's way more likely that there was incredibly sophisticated technology that existed, and it's way more likely, in face of the evidence of the Younger Dryas impact theory, that shit was wiped out. and that we're talking about a really advanced civilization that lived a long time ago, that's more advanced than we are today, but moved in a different direction. Like we moved in the direction of combustion engines and electronics, and they moved in some other direction, but achieved maybe many thousands of years more sophistication in that direction than we have with our internal combustion engines and electricity. Yep. All the shit that we use.
And it's important for people to understand that these primitive methods that are suggested and pushed very hard by the, quote, mainstream, they don't test any of these. Like, show me them moving, 1,000-ton stone on logs. Let's see that. They've never cut one single box, like you said, in half, or even completed one single average-sized box, or any box. And when I say box, I'm talking about a stone block with the primitive methods.
Well, you have shown that they've moved that 1,000-ton stone.
Right.
The Thunderstone, yeah. But there's no, again, they weren't using railway tracks and ball bearings.
And a ball bearings.
Sophisticated, but also the way it's constructed, it's just a rock. It's not like this amazing obelisk that's carved out of a mountain 1,000 miles away. It's not, there's nothing like that.
Right. There's also no evidence for it in dynastic Egypt. That's the other thing. They can't. The earliest parts of, look, this crazy thing about it is in the Old Kingdom, the mainstream archaeologists, there's some disagreement on this, but in general, they don't grant them the ability to even quarry granite. They say that in the Old Kingdom they couldn't quarry granite. They made all of their granite artifacts from surface granite. It's the craziest thing. No wheel, no use of the wheel. Never in the Egyptian civilization did they grant them the use of the pulley. It was literally human horsepower, ropes, levers, and wooden sleds. That's it. The Romans came along, and the Greeks, and they started using pulleys and force multipliers and stuff like that, but there's no evidence for that in the dynastic Egyptian civilization.
Have you ever had a conversation with all the information that you have at your disposal, like right off the top of your head? Have you ever had a conversation with a conventional archaeologist that wants to argue this with you?
Online, on email a couple times, but not in life.
What do they say on email?
It's a lot of it is.
I want to keep my job. That's what they say.
I think there's a bit of that.
If you read my textbook, it has all the answers.
I shouldn't be an expert, but fuck you. Yeah. I bought a BMW, you piece of shit. You're trying to take it from me.
I'm tenured.
Yeah,
well,
I'm tenured.
They say, like, we know how they did it because they talk about it. So, for example, with the giant statues, right, there's a scene on a wall. It's called the Duty Hotep image. And it shows the Egyptians, it's all, you see these dudes in profile. It's an Egyptian drawing, definitely dynastics made the drawing. And there's 156 dudes when you count them all up, and they're pulling a statue that's tied to a wooden sled. Now, we know this statue, there's parts of it still exist. First, it's alabaster, it's not granite. Second, it weighs about 56 tons. That's fine. And you're dragging it on a wooden sled. You can't use that to explain how you move a 1,000-ton statue. It's not like a sliding scale of difficulty. There's a curve to it. Like you can move. I do grant them the ability to use primitive methods to move stuff up to like 100, 150 tons. But once you start getting to 400, 600, 1,000 tons, material failure wood's not an issue. That literally sleds would just be crushed or driven into the ground. There's an absolute scale of difficulty that gets applied to these massive objects, and I think
what are they using to cut these things out of the stone?
Well, that's a whole other mystery. Particularly in the quarry, we can see different technologies and tool marks. We know, and this is funny because in the New Kingdom, the 19th dynasty, there's Ramses the Great, the greatest pharaoh of all time, right? He was quarrying granite from the Middle Pyramid for his own projects. He was taking the granite casing blocks, and the way they did it, and the way that they still do it to some extent, is they would hammer out with a flint chisel or even with steel. You hammer away, you make a little groove in the granite, you smash wood into it, you make all these grooves, you wet the wood, and you split the stone, right? You hammer at it with chisels, you wet the wood, all this pressure gets on it, and your object is to split a piece of stone, crack it off, and then I take that piece of stone. And it fails all the time, and you see this mark all over the place. You see it in the quarry. You can even see later examples of these chisel marks where they've gotten big chisels, and this might have even been like hundreds of years ago, or not Egyptian civilization, but like the Persian civilization that lived there. And then at the quarry, you have these scoop marks. Like you have this whole other technology that exists where it's like they've scooped away at the granite with an ice cream scoop, and it's under. There's a place where you can get in under a piece of stone. Look, they'll tell you that if this skull was it's a pounding stone of dolerite about that big, and they reckon they were doing this with it. Which is, it doesn't make sense at about 15 different levels that I do go through in autistic detail in one of these videos. But these scoop marks extend to like the underside of rocks where you're pounding up, and it doesn't make sense. None of this fits the evidence that gets presented, and there's something else at work here. Like there's some other technology that's been used to remove this granite at a rapid rate. Like the scoop mark in the obelisk it's a whole other mystery, but we see it also on other bits of unfinished stone. You see scoop marks on some of the blocks on the third pyramid that are unfinished. You see them at the Assyrion, which is a massive underground granite structure that's at the Temple of Seti I with granite blocks that weigh like 90 tons.
When we were in Egypt together and we're at Aswan, they actually have a granite block with these dolerite hammers that are, round dolerite black stones that are like 8-10 pounds a pop, and you're allowed to bang away at it. I have video of one of my videos on YouTube. It's me doing it, and if you ever take an 8 to 10 pound weight and start banging across, first of all, it feels like you're going to get arthritis within a few minutes, and you see that you're only chipping away particles of dust. It is the least feasible explanation ever, and anyone that simply picks up one of these dolerite hammers and bangs away on a piece of granite themselves will see that it's nonsense. And not only that, those scoop marks that you mentioned, I don't know, Jamie, if you're able to type in Aswan unfinished obelisk, and you see these scoops, they're symmetrical. It doesn't make sense that would be done by handwork. See, that's what we're talking about. And that's in rose granite. That's as hard as a rock, so to speak.
I'm having a hard time understanding how that's even possible.
It looks like it was sandblasted.
It's something that's scooping the granite out. You actually have these test pits as well, like these pits that go down like 15, 20 feet. You have these holes around the side of it where they call them test pits because what you want to do, and this gets back to my comment about the ability to quarry granite, is the quality of granite that it takes to take an object like that, or like, it's actually from a guy that went on my tour. The quality of granite that it takes to make large objects like that, and a lot of the quality of granite that we see on the Giza Plateau, you're talking 30 feet.
There's a test pit.
Yeah, that's a test pit. They're like 30 feet inside a granite mountain. None of that, you don't get this quality of granite at the surface level with just granite pieces lying around. And you can go to Giza today, 4th dynasty, and look at the blocks of granite that were hanging off the Valley Temple or the Pyramid Temple, and they're huge crystal occlusions in them. Like, this stuff came from the core of Granite Mountains. You can't say that the dynastic and the Old Kingdom guys didn't have the ability to quarry granite. Maybe they didn't, but whoever made those granite blocks sure as hell did, because that's where it comes from.
Real quick, this image right down here, that black rock is the dolerite hammer, and when Ben was just mentioning from underneath these scoop marks. So they wanted to claim that that's how they did it, that they were banging away with this rock, basically upwards.
Well, yeah, you actually there's a consistent line. So on the wall behind where we're standing, it's like 20 feet high, and you'll see a horizontal ridge that runs all the way down that line underneath and then up underneath the other piece of rock. It's like this consistent groove.
This is exactly what I did.
He's banging on it with a dolerite pounder.
Nothing about this is fun.
And are they trying to say that this is how they did it? Is that what
they make you watch a video, Joe?
They indoctrinate you at this site. It's the one site where they sit you down and make you watch a video before you're allowed to go out and look at the site.
10, 12 minutes.
Yeah, you got to sit there.
They make you watch it?
Yeah, there's a video that says, this is how they did it. It was incredible.
They're insistent. And what's wild is that if you just do it, when you do something yourself, you realize just like, that's not, I don't know how they did it, but it wasn't this. There we go. I filmed this. These are wonderful gentlemen that traveled with us to Egypt back in November.
A couple of engineers there.
Yeah. Yep.
So it is possible to do that with the stone,
but
not feasible, and certainly not on the scale of those obelisks.
So that's right. There's been some tests that have been done, and I get into it, and I think it's something like, I've got to say about 70 cubic centimeters or something like that you can remove with that method over a solid hour. And I think it's either 50 or 70, but put it this way, it's 3/4 the volume of a golf ball, or 2/5 the volume of a chicken egg. Like, that's how much material you can remove in an hour by just non-stop pounding of granite dust. That's the best estimate we have. So what you got to imagine is that entire trench around this obelisk. Bear in mind the trench is only 2/3 as deep as it needs to be to remove a square section, but if you filled that whole thing up with golf balls and added another 25%, that's the number of hours it might take to do.
Go back to that past image.
With that method.
Is the idea that obelisk was left there because of the crack?
Yeah, it developed, supposedly what they tell you is it developed a crack across the center, and they left it there. Now, I think the crack could be the result of later quarrying attempts. When they found this, it was utterly buried. Like, it was There was one small section of it poking out, but the rest of it at the bottom here was like under 9 meters of rubble, and there were other big quarried blocks. I actually think this could have been here long. I think the Egyptians were using the quarry, but I think this object could have been, they just poured stuff onto it. It just was at the oldest part of the quarry.
And what's the wackiest explanation for these scoop marks?
Wackiest? I mean,
yeah, like not worried whatsoever about people's interpretation of you and your ability to discern reality. Like what?
It's like some sort of molecular softening tool that just comes in and scoops it out. Like somehow it gets between the
molecular softening tool.
Like can soften the stone, can change the molecular bonds beneath the stone, because it's made up of all these granites, like a composite material made up of a bunch of different types of hornblende and crystal quartz and a bunch of stuff like that, and then just being able to somehow scoop it out. I don't know. It's as if it looks that way when you look at it. Like you've got to think it's either some
the
sonic
return of
tool or
Hideyoshi.
something
What's
going on that is enabling them to scoop that material out of there in an effortless fashion. These scoops, in places, it's almost as if they articulate. Like we see in places, a recent observation we made, they're not just straight down, but they bend. So imagine a backhoe arm. It's digging here, and it does this. And you see that in some of these scoops. They literally, there's an articulation to these lines. So maybe there was a tool that was anchored, and it almost looks like it had a very flexible tip, but it was some rotating tool that just chewed out this stone. And that's where Chris Dunn goes with it, is there may be some sort of rotating tool. And the interesting thing about the quarry also is that there is, in an area, there is drawings on the wall of the quarry where there's all these scoop marks of these ostriches, and it matches pre-dynastic drawings. So it's almost as if there were people in that quarry making paintings on earlier done scoop marks before the dynastic Egyptian civilization even started. So I think that scoop mark stuff is absolutely a part of this ancient lost civilization. There was something, and it's one of their working areas. There's a tremendous value in seeing unfinished work, because we get to have a little bit of insight into, how did this tool potentially function? How did it work? Like, you have to have an open mind to kind of look at it that way. We see the same thing on a couple of objects that are unfinished. There's some incontrovertible evidence for machining and things like that in other objects.
It hurts my brain. It really does, because you start thinking, like, what happened? Like, what are we talking about? Like, what kind of technology was available then? Like, when you think about a completely different branch of technology that was achieved 20,000 years ago, or whatever it was, you really, there's nothing there. Like, you're just spinning your wheels, just guessing.
Right. Speaking
That's
of
right.
technology, Jamie, you should Google the Khufu ship, because the largest vessel that's ever been found from ancient Egypt is
a canoe.
Basically. And now, and there's no other depictions. Now, I'm not suggesting that, no one's suggesting that this boat was used to tug and move around large stones. But it's worth mentioning that of all the descriptions that you see, or inscriptions, excuse me, this 140-foot long boat is the largest boat ever found.
That's a bullshit boat, too,
yeah,
by the way.
I've said it before, and I feel bad, but it's a shitbox. In comparison,
look at it. It is a total shitbox. It's such a bad design. Like, look at how low it has, like, very little depth in the water. Yeah. So it will have very little stability. And then it's also top heavy. It's like driving around in a fucking Sprinter van on a racetrack.
Top right over.
Yeah, any wave at all is tipping that bullshit boat
right.
over.
Yeah. And they found this right next to the pyramid, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is pretty fun.
And you get the same thing here. It's like there is a wall scene at Saqqara where they show a very small column on a boat. Like it's a column that barely comes up to a guy's knees, and it's on a boat. It shows them shipping a small column, and they go,
click
see,
on that one
that's
by
how
your cursor, Jamie.
Yeah.
No, the one above it, to the left, right there.
In the future, sometime.
Use Lay's pointer.
That one, yeah, should have.
In the
Imagine
future.
taking your kids on that.
You
hey
wouldn't.
kids,
It'd be irresponsible.
we're gonna go out into the ocean on that.
It's like I don't know if that's
Thanks,
an ocean
man. I
boat.
appreciate
would
it.
be taken
Appreciate
Whatever.
being there.
Even a river. Fuck out of here.
Yeah. That's for
Everyone's
like a pond.
gonna die.
That's
We
for
don't
a
even-
pond.
Yeah.
That's a swan boat.
Is there any evidence
It's
they
for the
even have
afterlife.
life preservers back then? Did they have a vest?
Didn't matter because they had the hippos and crocodiles to take care of it.
Oh Jesus, hippos and crocs. I forgot about that.
But that's the point. The point that's significant in this is that is the largest boat that they've ever found. And my point is that like if they're going to claim that they were moving, 100-ton stone blocks on barges, I just want to iterate that they've never found one, and there was no inscription that shows anything large enough that would have done it.
Right. Right, and there's also no inscriptions at all of the constructions. Of the
Wow, it's so fast.
Yeah.
That's
well,
so fast.
There is, but not.
It's a good day, man. Thanks. How about yours?
There's a tomb of the nobles that's over near on the west bank of the Nile at Luxor, but it shows them literally making mud bricks and building a mud brick pyramid.
Mud
Bricks, which is they made a lot of mud brick pyramids.
Yeah.
But later.
Well, there was one person at one point in time that was speculating that the pyramids were made with concrete, and that they had devised some sort of a way to make concrete out of granite.
The geopolymer theory drives me nuts on a daily basis.
But it seems like total horseshit.
Come on,
It is.
Yeah.
It is. There's it's an
Especially
interesting.
since they know the quarries.
Corey's right there.
There's literally holes in the ground that match the objects that we have. There's behind the middle pyramid is the middle pyramid. They cut it out of a hill, like they cut it into a hill. It's crazy. Like they had to cut down 40 feet at the back and put these massive tiles in at the front. They plopped a pyramid on it for some reason. But at the back in that area where they cut the wall down, it's a quarry. You literally see where that's where they cut big blocks of limestone off. The little stubs from the blocks are still there. I mean, we have quarries.
And not only that, all the blocks are different sizes. They're not one-offs.
Yes.
So if you were literally filling in geopolymer, you would have a lot that are the same size. You would have you'd be filling it. And so since they're all different sizes, it's like that's not what you would have if they were filling.
What is the speculation as to why they're different sizes? Like why did they do that? Like one of the cool things that you showed in one of your videos, which shows the similarities between the construction methods of ancient Japan and Peru and Egypt, is that so many of these stones, they're like these odd shapes that like jigsaw puzzles, and they're fit in perfectly.
Polygonal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fit in. Oh, don't worry, that's just a coincidence. These polygonal walls that are found in multiple continents around the world. The fact that there's pyramids in 5 continents around the world. They say it's a coincidence. This is a natural progression of civilization. That a pyramid's like, come on. Kids with blocks will make a pyramid.
Makes sense, which is why we make them today.
Right, but if you look at comparisons of the Indonesia pyramids and the ones in Central America and Mexico, like they have similarities of like the stripped steps that go up the middle of it. I use the analogy of like skyscrapers, that we have skyscrapers in any major city around the world, and they're all the same based on that, you have steel and concrete and glass, but they're all different. You have a different architect here and they look a little different, but it's still the same thing. But is it really feasible to say, or is it a coincidence that they just happen to start building pyramids on multiple continents around the world, or these polygonal walls that are, whether it's from Peru, Egypt, places in Italy, Greece. There's a pyramid in Greece. I don't know if you saw that in the video.
Yeah, let's pull up your video. Tell Jamie what that video is, just so we can see some of the images that compare these polygonal walls. If I was Elon Musk, you know what I would do? I'd hire someone to make a pyramid. Let me see if you can do
Build
it.
one, yeah.
Who's the best motherfuckers
Hell
around?
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw $1 billion at this project. I bought Twitter for 44.
Yeah,
you
might
can
as well
afford
put
it.
$1 billion into it.
Let's make me a pyramid, bitch.
It's got to
do it.
It's got to make it as accurate as the
This is so
borrow my
bad,
fucking
man.
money back.
Shit better line up.
Yep.
I think it'd be a wonderful. Oh, by the way, that Joe tweeted it this morning, so it'll be the first one they tweeted. Makes it easy to find.
I was tweeting it when I was watching. I was like, people need to watch this. This is nuts.
I appreciate that. And what was I gonna say? I had something.
South American polygonal walls. And all there as well. I mean, it's literally the most difficult way to do it. That's the crazy thing. Is like this is not how you solve the building a wall problem. Like if you say they got to try different, just independently, like making these complex polygonal walls, that's not how you solve that
Is there any
problem.
speculation to what the advantage of polygonal walls would be?
Earthquakes.
Well, they say that it's definitely true. Like, so yes, you don't have a single line of vector of force, so it won't tip over. But this is where I get crazy about things like the Giza Plateau. You have both. You have polygonal walls that are made like that at Giza from the 4th dynasty, and then you also have much more regular construction from smaller limestone blocks, also at the 4th dynasty, that at Giza that are still standing. It's like they've all been through earthquakes. Both types are still here. I mean, it's difficult to say that, they just made it that way to make it earthquake-proof. I'm like, half the shit here is still standing up, like it went through earthquakes. It's
So
fine.
here you see one from Egypt, one from, go back, one from Mexico,
Cambodia.
and one from Cambodia. And what is the explanation for the ones in Cambodia? Do they know who built those and why?
That's a good question. I'd have to refresh my notes on that.
They go more modern, ancient cultures, I guess. Nothing vast.
They're like 1,500 years old. They're not supposed to be 4,500 years old or something like that. And the reason why this is significant is because if the Great Pyramid is 4,500 years old, my argument is that there are connections across the oceans that are not supposed to exist.
Right.
Because according to everything, they're adamant. It wasn't until Christopher Columbus, 1492, sailed the ocean blue. But yet there's evidence that goes back more than 1,000 years prior that
Just
suggests.
press play, Jamie. Just press play so we can see some of these images because they go pretty rapid fire. And it's really, really well done, this video. And I'm glad that you gave credit to all the people that helped you out in it too.
Yeah, there's the polygonal walls. There's this nub phenomena. There's these similarities across numerous continents.
Yeah, it's really wild stuff because it's so obvious that somehow or another these people had to be in communication with each other or sharing information or had carried information from other places.
Right. You know what? This is the same video that has the Egypt-Japan sarcophagus similarity.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it's earlier in the video or later in the video, but if you skip around, look at that.
And what part of Greece is that?
It's not Athens. I'd have to double check. I made this video like 3 years ago, so I'd have to double check. I haven't looked at this in a while, to be honest with you.
Well, there's also the weirdness of the Acropolis and the Parthenon, right? Like that the Acropolis was built on the Parthenon, but like who built that?
Yeah.
They don't even talk about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Reminds me
Look at that fucking...
That's Sacsayhuaman, yeah, this is Peru. That's in the streets of Cusco.
Is it really Sacsayhuaman? That sounds like a hot chick.
Sexy woman. Sacsayhuaman. Yeah, it's
Italy. Look at they have them in Italy too.
Yep, these polygonal walls, you can find them in Japan,
Easter
Peru.
Island.
Yeah, Easter Island.
And who do they think built these in Italy?
A lot of it's attributed to the Romans in the same way that Baalbek is all attributed to the Romans.
Right.
Which
Sexy
doesn't make any
woman,
sense.
Joe Rogan,
Like, the
only Joe
foundation
Rogan.
of it,
The
giant
Trilithon
stuff.
stones.
Fucking
Yeah,
Joe
Trilithon
Rogan.
stones.
Yeah, 800-900
Sexy woman, sexy woman.
And the,
It's just so strange because it's such a strange way of constructing things, and yet it's
He's
just
such a
all-
meathead, man.
Right, it's actually the most difficult way to construct something. And we're looking at this after thousands of years.
Right.
Who knows how many earthquakes, weather erosion.
Look how good the Peru one is, though. That's amazing.
some of the details in these are astonishing. These little tiny notches but it's just matched throughout. It's matched on all the sides of the stone, and it's not just surface level either. It goes all the way through the mating surfaces of the stones. This is the Valley Temple in Egypt.
God, it's so wild.
That's the Assyrian. You can just tell by
Look at the
stones on
Japan
them.
one. Now, most people aren't even aware of this
No.
one from Japan.
Yeah.
And like, when do they date these Japanese structures?
I'd have to double check. I know they're accredited to be in some castle by some guy. I'd have to double check, but I'm going to go ahead and guess 1,000 to 1,500 years.
Go back just a little bit, Jamie.
But I think they're probably older.
The Japan one, not this one. Right there. Bam, stop. Look at the size of that one stone.
But yeah, probably 500 tons, I bet. 400 probably.
Holy shit.
Yeah, around there.
Just eyeballing it. I've been doing this long enough.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that gentleman who's standing there.
Depends how deep it is, I guess. But yeah, it's
And imagine
it's a giant piece of stone.
him pushing that thing.
Logs and
All
olive
together
oil.
now, lift it up.
Fucking put that. It's above the other ones.
Yeah.
Right? It's not even the one that's on the bottom.
Yeah, it's
How?
Let's see that sarcophagus compared to the one in Egypt. I'm not sure what
And
part
look
of the
at the
video.
one above it and to the right.
oh yeah.
God. Oh, I should use this. Look at that one.
Yeah.
That one and that one. Immense. I mean, just so incredible.
We've gone a little bit more. It's not, can't be too far off. It's
You've gone
worth
too
seeing.
far, I think.
Yeah, but I think. Because when people
Damn
are
it.
about to see this, it is
Those two shot. I think I got
such an
laser hit
unbelievable
there.
Similarity in,
I think I got a
again,
laser hit
ancient
there.
Japan and ancient Egypt are not supposed to have any type of contact whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It may have been
video's
early in the
really-
video. I'm
That
not
was a
sure.
very good
Keep
run.
going. I
May have
don't
been one of
think
the
it
earlier
is.
part.
I don't believe so. I watched it today. I think it was later.
Maybe I was searching.
Yeah.
Sarcophagus lid or something. I
You
forget
need
the
to
name
have
of the
those
place
little
it's in.
things where you can just jump to it.
Yeah.
Some people do that in those videos. This is a question. Why does he have a fucking watch on? Go back. Isn't that a watch?
How dare you? That's
Right.
impossible. Stop.
What the fuck is that?
It's jewelry.
It looks like a watch. I mean,
It
maybe
does.
it's jewelry, but it's literally on his wrist, and it's a circle, and it's with a band.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
what is that? Is that a sundial?
I
What the
saw-
fuck is on his wrist?
A
Many
mini,
people-
mini Antikythera mechanism.
I mean,
it's
look, it looks
the
like my
iPod mini.
watch.
It does.
It does.
That's crazy.
A lot of people, I saw many comments of people saying the same thing. That's a watch. But, you know, of course, the explanation was like, of course not. Just jewelry, nothing to see here. But it does look like it, doesn't it?
Well, it just makes sense that if they developed weapons and they developed clothing and they developed shelters and then they figured out mechanisms, if they had the sophistication to be able to construct these buildings, why wouldn't they have the sophistication to be able to construct a watch?
Right.
An automatic watch.
If you want to talk about ancient technology, speaking of this, like on the left, that trident, many accredit it to being originated from the Vajra. And did you see Elon Musk's bedside table picture that he put on Twitter?
Yes, I did, but I don't remember a trident.
So-
Was there a trident in there?
Look, the Vajra, which comes from the trident, or the trident comes from that. He had that in the lower left corner of the picture. If you were to Google Elon Musk bedside photo, lower left corner, that is the symbol that comes from ancient Hindu that is supposed to be the most powerful thing in the entire universe. This is a staged photo. I don't know if Elon Musk is trolling or if he's literally, because he's been talking about that he thinks that his life could be in jeopardy. He's going against the grain and all this freedom of speech stuff. And I don't see bottom left corner. Yeah, click on that. The Buddhism ritual object. If you Google the Vajra, VAJRA, it's an ancient symbol.
Like how he has a cosplay gun and caffeine-free Diet Coke.
I don't know what that's about. He needs to get rid of those Diet Cokes.
Oh.
Well, he likes it.
That's those. No.
No?
Awful. Have
Why?
You like that?
What do you mean, like Diet Coke?
Yeah.
I don't mind Diet Coke.
Yeah? You drink Diet Coke?
I've drank Diet Coke
You're
before.
into that. You're into that artificial sweetener scene.
I'm not worried about it.
No?
No. When I talk to nutritionists, I don't think it's really that big of a deal.
Okay.
Depends on how much you're drinking. I mean, it looks like Elon's drinking a shit ton of it.
Because he's got like the stains on the thing. But all right,
Yeah,
so
he's
the
drank
bottom.
4 of them, and they're caffeine-free, which is weird.
Yeah. So between that George Washington pistol and the fact this is a
That's not a
staged
George
photo.
Washington pistol. That's a cosplay pistol from a video game.
No, the one above it, the musket.
Oh, the one above it.
This is a staged photo. So the fact that he has that Vajra in the lower left corner, I wonder, this is conspiracy, which I'm all into, is he essentially sending a shot off the bow to the people who he thinks are going after him, which is that I have knowledge of something involving, because here we are, like we have Randall Carlson, you're bringing back on, there's all this speculation that there has been a limitless energy device that has come from the ancients that has been essentially redeveloped. And then in a short period of time, you have Elon Musk posting this picture while he's also talking about that he believes that his life could be at jeopardy. He's taken certain security precautions. This is a staged photo. It makes no sense. November 28th, 2022, my bedside table. This is at 3:48 a.m. What is this? Either he's trolling, and maybe, or is he trying? Why would he put that Vajra right in the lower left corner? The symbol that means that other people can correlate with a limitless free energy technology that may have once existed, and that's where the trident comes from.
So I don't understand was the Vajra, how did it supposedly work?
Oh, that is a whole other thing. Like I couldn't explain, but it's
supposed to represent limitless energy?
Some have said that. It's supposed to, what it does represent in Hindu culture is the most powerful weapon and device of the universe. Do you know any more about it, Ben?
Are you a bunch of string?
No, I don't. I know there's the other stuff, the handbag. I was going to ask,
Oh,
go
yeah.
pee while you guys talk about that?
Yeah.
I have to
Go
pee too, actually.
All right, let's pause.
Really bad.
You guys go pee.
All right.
We'll be right back. And we're back. Are we back? We're back.
That was excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Relief. All right, so where were we? History's bullshit.
That's right. And Elon Musk has all the secrets.
He's got something. He's got some secrets. Yeah, I mean, he obviously felt very compelled to buy Twitter. I mean, I mean, $44 billion is a lot of goddamn money, and he overpaid for it. But he felt like there's a need to have some sort of an uncensored distribution of information, or at least ungovernment censored.
This is why I'm such a fan of him. Anyone at this point in time that is an advocate for free speech, I'm on your side. We live in a wild time. Anyone with their eyes that's paying attention sees that there's people controlling information. And throughout history, this has been proven time and time again to lead to tyranny when you stop people from sharing things. So I'm 38 years old, and growing up, I remember back in the day, people could say whatever they wanted. Free speech was real. You're allowed to have it. Worst case scenario, people ridicule you. And everything was fine. And now we're entering this age where things are being called dangerous, like ancient apocalypse. That's dangerous misinformation. It's like, no, the only thing dangerous is stopping people from having a voice.
Well, also, when you start attributing, when you put words on that like racism, and you start putting those kind of accusations towards, if you watch that special, the series, and you say, oh, this is racist, you're a fucking idiot. I mean, it's really that simple.
Yeah.
Or you're a dangerous asshole who wants to change the reality of what this guy's actually talking about.
Right? Throughout history, anyone, whether it's the Nazis, the Stalinists, the Maoists, and everyone else, anyone that's ever censored people, the people who censor other people, they're always the bad guys, historically. Always. 100% of the time. And it always leads into a bunch of people getting hurt. And it's like rinse, cycle, repeat throughout history. This is
one of the first times where educated, progressive people who think of themselves as compassionate are advocating censorship, which is so bizarre.
It's the same people, actually. Same people, same argument that they made 3 years ago against him. The Journal of American Archaeology, or the Society of American Archaeology, dedicated 27 pages in the journal 3 years ago to attacking Hancock for his book America Before.
Yeah.
Same accusations, same language, same people. And then I think what happened was when, his show comes out and it's got, you're there. I think Jordan Peterson was in one of the clips, and I think it triggered some of the more maybe left-leaning publications to go and look for what are the arguments being made against this, and then all those talking points get amplified and boosted, and it becomes this much bigger thing. But
well, they're just
same
terrified
people.
that they're losing control of the narrative. I mean, that's the big part of it, and that's the same problem they have with this podcast, the same problem they have with a lot of things that can become very popular that they can't control.
Right.
They just hate the fact that people are just able to discuss things openly and freely without them being in control of it and getting all their greasy fucking fingers all over stuff.
Right. It's unfortunate in more ways than one, because historically it always leads to like a terrible abyss of oblivion, and they never stop. That's the thing. Once they start going after tyrannical control, historically it seems like it just never ever stops until someone stops them.
Yeah, which is scary.
It is. It is scary. But the reality is that I look at this topic, there's a niche community that are into the ancients. And whether it's archaeologists that disagree with everything we just said, or other people that agree with everything Graham Hancock says, this is a win-win for everybody. I think this is an opportunity for people to unite under a common interest and then start exploring these topics. For example, if I had won the lottery, I would have, hired a bunch of archaeologists that are the biggest naysayers of anything that's alternative, and be like, hey, here's a salary. Let's get some blocks and let's start cutting this stuff and moving it and just experiment. And it's a win-win for everybody. We'll learn something new.
They wouldn't engage with you. I mean, that's one of the problems that Graham has with his detractors. They say they'll debate him, but then when he offers them to debate him, they scurry away and hide.
Right.
Because I think they all kind of know, and I don't think they're necessary anymore. Thanks to people like you guys who have really just examined all of the actual evidence without any biases or any sort of ulterior motive and any narrative that you're trying to promote. You're just looking at it going, what is it? This is wild stuff. And because of the fact that you guys exist on these platforms like YouTube, where you can get millions and millions of views, I mean, there are no mainstream archaeologists that are getting millions of views on their stuff.
That's why they're bitter, envious, and jealous.
Yeah. It does drive them crazy. They actually talk about it in some of these articles.
It should. They suck. You suck at distribution of information, and you're ignoring the most interesting stuff.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the evidence of Atlantis, or if you're looking at these similar construction methods that exist all over the world, like how? What the fuck is the real truth here?
This is what's so interesting. So a lot of people criticize us or Graham Hancock, like, you're not archaeologists, you're not historians,
just so
you can't
dumb.
be trusted. But I'm like, having outside eyes come in
Hideyoshi's
is so important. Let me give you a quick little example I shared with Ben the other day. So I came from Target. I was investigating fraud with them, busting employees that stole from the company. And there was a story that one of the executives spoke in front of us when I was an intern. And at that time, this is like 2013, Walmart was amping up their online presence to compete with Amazon. And as the story goes, they hired some executive from Pepsi. Pepsi is far more than a soda company. It is a distributor, if it's anything. They move product from point A to point B. And when as the story goes, this executive came in and on day one saw some opportunity for improvement that made significant changes with Walmart's ability to compete with Amazon and their online presence. And it's because when you have other people coming in from outside the box, whether it's Ben coming from the tech industry and having patents with HP, should I drop name like some pretty cool stuff. Here I was a number of years ago watching Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson on the Joe Rogan podcast. And I remember like going down the rabbit hole, seeing like, okay, let me see if there's some truth to these alternative theories involving bronze chisels. Is this feasible? Is it not? And so I'm convinced that any reasonably intelligent person that simply looks at all points on any side of it can see like, okay, there is something here. There is a mystery here. And going back to Graham Hancock and Ancient Apocalypse, with all the criticism he's getting, I don't hear anybody advocating for exploring the Mini Road. I don't hear anyone asking to excavate the 25,000-year-old chamber in Indonesia. I don't hear anyone talking about anything in the show.
Well, here's what's really cool. No one's paying attention to this archaeologist. There's so many more people that are watching the show. Millions of people are watching the show. And like, how many thousands of people have heard the arguments these archaeologists are having? It's a blip. It's literally like they're like yelling into the abyss, and no one's listening to them.
Yeah, the nature of the discourse has changed in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I mean,
it has. I mean, just having a fucking look. Human beings have accumulated knowledge and information over time, and the idea that there's gatekeepers to knowledge and information, that they have to come from these accredited universities, which are now being widely discredited because of all their wacky social ideas and all the crazy shit that people. It's not necessary. There's just information, and what's happening right now with the internet is that the actual amount of information is so overwhelming. The idea that one group controls the access to information or what is legitimate about that information, it's not true anymore, because there's so many like random people that are experts and that have like accumulated vast amounts of data, and like you can just pull it off the top of your head. You not even have any fucking notes you're drawing from, and you're talking about all this different stuff. I mean, how many archaeologists can do that? It's like, and how many archaeologists can do it about these very specific aspects of this stuff, which is so confusing and is not being discussed in the mainstream.
Right. I am optimistic that I see comments on my channel, and you get it as well. There's people saying, I'm going to go study archaeology so I can explore these alternative topics.
Yeah,
I think there's going to be a new generation.
There's a lot of that. I'm sure there is.
I've been contacted by students, people that I think what's happening is that they're being, because this stuff is out there and it's becoming more mainstream, they're being forced to deal with the arguments that are being raised by guys like Graham. Like you have to go and account for the evidence. You can't just dismiss it, which is kind of the prior generation of the old guys in the old guard now. That's a lot of the approach they've taken. But I'm hopeful also that because some of these students have said that who will be the establishment academics of the future, and potentially also in charge of the textbooks and whatever the official story even means.
The old guard will die off.
They will. That's Planck's.
That's really how it is with everything.
Planck's, science advances one funeral at a time.
Isn't that crazy?
It's sad.
Yeah.
It's not though. It's kind of fun.
It's kind of hilarious.
It's really amazing. It's amazing that there's access to people like you now, that you guys have these platforms like YouTube where you can just put these videos out, and your videos have fucking millions of views, and so do yours. It's amazing. It's really cool.
I'm very grateful. And I want to give a plug real quick to Rumble. I've been working with Rumble. I'd ask anyone who's following me, go follow me on Rumble. I've been working and talking to their team over there, and these people are serious about promoting free speech and having alternatives that are being suppressed elsewhere on their platform. And so I am about free speech. I don't care if people disagree with someone, that's fantastic, but don't censor people. So all that said, YouTube's been very good to me, and I want to be on there forever. But hey, I need to diversify, and I encourage anyone that's into my work to follow me there. Ben, you're on there as well, right?
I am on Rumble as well, yep.
Yeah, no, I think it's fantastic that Rumble exists. I mean, the Russell Brand is over there now, and there's so many journalists who've started to do stuff over there. It's great.
Yeah,
I love it.
Because I can channel Adam Crow for a minute and talk about, when you talk about the internet and access to information outside of establishments, one of the dangers I do see in it is the fact that the internet kind of gets distilled down to these portals.
Yeah.
Everyone looks at it through a portal, whether that's a Google search or a Facebook or a big social media engine. You could set up your own website outside of that, but the trick is how people
what's up, Sarah Stash?
go and look at it. So I do see there are some efforts, and I came from that background. You hinted at it. I've worked in data center and cloud and all of that for a long time, and it's just like that control of that information is eventually going to come down to the stuff we're seeing with the Twitter files now.
That's good, man.
Like, hey, we need to de-amplify these things.
The Twitter files are wild.
They are
Unbelievably wild.
Wild.
Yeah.
The
Oh, this
stuff
is wild,
Shelby
nice,
Berger's
man, nice.
released, and Matt Taibbi, and all these different people that have gone over it. Barry Weiss gone over this data, and like
Crazy.
the government has had their fucking greasy fingers in all aspects of it.
Yep.
What have the conspiracies been wrong about in the last few years?
Well, that was Elon was joking around about that on one of the podcasts that he was
Come
on,
on.
where he's like, every single one of them was right.
Right.
Every single conspiracy theory about shadow banning, about lying about information, all of it.
It's got to the point
About
now.
6 months is the difference.
Yeah, it's at the point now you can figure out so quickly on who is not doing any research whatsoever. And this will sound crass, but I'm just going to say it because I know it's the truth. Most people are getting their news and information while they're sitting on the toilet, scrolling through social media and just scanning headlines.
Yes.
And that's it. And
Including
now,
me. My wife always accuses me of that because I'll send her something. She goes, "Did you read it?" I go, "No, you read it. I sent you the headlines."
do you not see the headlines?
Headlines, terrifying. Read that. Tell me what happens.
Yeah, it's at the point now people have to start, this is what you do. Like I remember I hate to bring it up, but the COVID stuff, and I remember watching when it was first kicking off and they were doing the White House press conferences every single day, and I was listening to every single one of them.
Yeah.
And I started to see extremely quickly that Trump would say something, and then all these headlines would show up minutes later and contradict what he was saying. And I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Everyone's going to see very quickly that, the mainstream with their little headlines are so inaccurate. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. In fact, what it showed me is that most people are getting all their information from mainstream headlines.
Yeah. Well, they counted on that, right? I mean, when CNN was going after me for taking horse dewormer, they were counting on this idea that they had this control of the narrative. What they didn't understand that I had already achieved like an escape velocity by that time, where I had 10 times as many people as them. So I was like, what the fuck are these people doing? And then it just discredited them further.
Right.
And literally was doing the opposite they would hope it was doing.
Right. It's because there's a difference between true and false, right and wrong, good versus evil. I genuinely believe this. And truth always
Escape
comes out.
velocity.
People can be had. It's easy to lie and fool people. But if you continue to lie, that one lie creates 5 more, and those 5 lies create 25, and then before you know it, it's out of control and you can't keep up with it.
Yeah, but counter to that is the Soviet Union.
Israel did
currently Russia
9/11.
right now. If you have control of the narrative, you can hold on to that control for a long fucking time. And this is why Elon is so dangerous to the establishment. Because all of a sudden, you have one major platform that's not controlled by the government. In fact, when Joe Biden was tweeting shit that's inaccurate, Twitter was fact-checking him. Like, actually, that's not true at all. This is what you said about the economy is bullshit. And and then just the government's deleting tweets, which is crazy to see.
It's disturbing. Let's give Elon Musk a shout out. The best thing I've ever done was pay my $8, and now it's $11 a month for my blue check mark on Twitter. I've exploded on there since. I'm getting far more visibility. Best move ever. Freedom of speech. Thank you, Elon. I will gladly send you another $11 next month.
Well,
I would
when
pay
he
more.
even started talking about buying Twitter, just in the process of that, I think they must have released a bunch of shadow bans.
Christian
And
VTuber.
my shit went up 900,000 Twitter subscribers or Twitter
Pokemon
followers
Snap.
in like a couple of weeks.
Wow.
I was like, this is
Where's
nuts.
Goose?
And now it goes up organically.
I
I'm
think
like,
he's
oh, this is
playing
what it's-
Tears
yeah,
of
normal. This is
the
like what it's supposed to be, but during the time I was
Tears of the Wild or
Yeah.
whatever it's called.
And then
You gotta
The
wrap
new
me.
Zelda?
Hold him down. He's dangerous. Like, what?
Who allowed this?
the funniest part is all those people that dropped $5,000, $10,000, $15,000.
I don't know, I'm just
I've
making
even
it up.
heard of numbers of
He
$20,000
wrote that in
people
the
paid
form.
for a blue
That's why
check
I'm
mark
saying
just
it.
a
I'm
few
not
years
being
ago.
like an idiot.
So,
I'm being like,
yeah,
that's
people
what
were
he's doing
buying their
right
way
now.
in. People
They
were
were
doing
bribing people?
Yeah,
Who were they bribing?
The people that work there. They're making money on the side. The same thing was going down at Instagram, and then apparently Zuckerberg,
Tears of a Klingon.
he shut that down. Which, by
Tears
the
of
way,
Melodies.
why? I don't care about social media.
I like
that.
Zelda.
I don't have a blue check mark on Instagram, and I
I'm
don't
a
know what
Zelda
it's going to
fan.
take to get one because this would allow me to
I got a
tweet out
Zelda
people.
fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get text.
Contact Zuck.
Zuck, yeah, he's
Yeah,
on
maybe
here.
he can get me off the shadow ban list too. There's something going on. Like I used to get way more subscribers per day. Like something happened like a year and a half ago.
It happened to
where
me
just,
too.
I just hit but I think
wall.
But the conspiracy is that it's a shadow
True.
ban. But there's also a
True.
possibility that it's like it's favoring certain things like reels.
Right.
It seems to favor reels now more than everything else, which is like very odd.
Do you want to know why?
Why?
So they are. Oh, they. Let me word this carefully.
Bad people, the evils, the dictators,
So they're
the rulers, the elites. Who?
This is. They are conditioning the human mind to be far more of a short attention span. So, like TikTok, as an example,
Right.
People can't even focus on anything that's longer than a minute
for
or
sure.
even 10 seconds. They're scrolling through and they're not able. It is conditioning people to pay attention less I
And
don't
to
think
lose
it's an
control
accident. You
and
can just look. It could be an easy way of making money.
can't
That
even
might be a
scan
simple
it and
thing.
It's
shit.
an easy way of making money because here's the counter to that. This podcast. Right? It's hours long. Hours.
Yeah, but it's the most watched.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's hours long. And a lot of people watch the whole fucking thing.
Right.
Or listen to the whole fucking thing. Like, it's a lot.
I'm
So
cur-
it's like the opposite of what we thought. We thought that people aren't interested in learning things. They're not interested in exploring new ideas. They're not interested in long-form conversations. They want things to be quick.
Right.
Like, that was when I first started doing it. People were going, you got to edit this. I was like, why? Like, it's too long, so don't listen. Like, I was like, this is what I'm interested in. I'm just going to do what I'm interested in. And it worked. But,
True, Dick.
but it's the opposite
Toronto.
of the narrative. The narrative is everything has to be 10 seconds long, TikTok, keep going, and we're just turning people into zombies.
Well, then that goes back. That verifies what I'm saying or validates. So it's like true and false. If they're going to put something out in short, it's not working.
Right.
I mean, it might be working in some capacity on some people, but what's this say?
New report highlights the decline of Facebook and Instagram as TikTok becomes the new home of entertainment. Oh my God.
you need to get advertising.
Meanwhile, it should be illegal. They should fucking ban it. And it's like, it's total Chinese spyware.
Yeah.
And everyone is like, I'm on, I don't even care. Go into my accounts and find out my passwords.
Yeah, passwords, absolutely everything. It's
Everything.
more than just your credit card number, people. It's literally every single thing in your phone.
Every
All of it.
website you search, all the text messages you make, it tracks all of the movements that you make with your thumb, everything.
Yeah.
There's a
It's
saying,
nuts.
oh, but it's free, it's fun, it's lovely. There's
It's
a
the
saying,
best.
if something's free, you are the product.
Right, data. Your data is the product, but it's never been exploited like it is with TikTok. And it's all, they also lied about where the data's going. Oh, it's only staying here in North America. Bullshit. It's going straight to China.
Right.
It's crazy. And they're also getting biometric data from people that have fingerprint readers on their phones or face, like face recognition. It's like there's so much data it's getting. It's really spooky.
It is spooky. And in this world that we live in, when they're controlling information, the one thing that freaks me out about talking about history is that
God, I wish
they usually,
my
as in
fingerprint
people
was
who are
valuable.
tyrants that suppress and censor people.
I wish
throughout
my
history,
personal
they go
data
after
was
them.
valuable.
They're on there. It's more than just artists. They'll go
I
after the
wish I
meetings,
could
they'll
sell
go
my
after the
personal
users,
data.
because it's going to be complete control.
I would
at a
sell my
certain point where it's like,
fingerprint in
you
an
do not
instant.
get to teach. We were talking about this last night at dinner about how what's her face down there in New Zealand, like anything.
Jacinta Ardern.
Would she say anyone other than the government giving you information is false? What was her?
Oh, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, yeah, at some point.
That lady's a creep.
Jacinta, yeah, isn't she? Yeah, yeah.
She
She's
really
making great
is.
strides for free. She's
Yeah,
literally
you pretty much
Orwellian in nature a bit.
you
You never would have
pretty
thought
much
that before COVID. No.
had
There's
this
so many
entire
of them, like Justin
discussion
Trudeau. He was a
Oh
sweet,
my God.
4
handsome
months ago.
fella.
Yeah,
Nobody
charming.
would have thought.
You came to
Scott
this
Shine.
conclusion
Oh
4
my
months ago,
God, on So
Toronto.
many people. Gavin Newsom, so many of these
yeah.
fucking
Oh my
people. They
God.
seem benign. And then COVID came along and this opportunity to control people and a reason to do so.
Yeah,
We're all
yeah,
in danger. And
you
they
are.
exaggerate that danger greatly and use it to clamp down on you and force you into these pharmaceutical drugs that you have to take and do this and do that.
Well,
We
right
don't
now
want you
you're
home.
like Gregory
Stay here.
Mandarino.
I'm gonna redistribute
I think
wealth and
you'll
it's
age
like,
into Gerald.
Whoa, you guys are fucking demons. I didn't know you were demons. I thought you were just governors and mayors and shit, and shut down all the restaurants, even if it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, my wife and I were talking for a little bit about, is it time to maybe move back to Australia at some point? And then
Fuck
COVID
that
hits, it's like,
place.
no
Really?
fucking way.
Where do you
Wow.
live now?
Northern California.
Yeah, get out
No.
of there too.
I definitely am.
That's
it's
the
a nice
next
spot.
Australia.
We're out in the sticks. It's a bunch of
Northern California is wild.
Especially for how stressed he is.
It's all weed growers.
Or
and
how stressed he
cartel.
looks.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm in Arizona. I thought
Better
I
than
was
Australia
safe.
still, trust me.
Yeah, sure.
He looks like the
I'm in
Simpsons
Arizona. I thought I
stock
was
market
safe.
guy.
I'm not getting into it, but what they did to Kerry Lake, I shouldn't go there. But Arizona was the last free place, or one of them, because like Texas is debatable, Florida's pretty free, South Dakota's free, but Arizona, everyone needs to be paying attention to what happened there.
Yeah, the irregularities when it came
Day
to
stock
the
traders,
reports that
that's what I
people
mean.
had
It's
at
just
the
that's
places
too
where they were
much.
trying to vote. It's really wild. Like I wish I knew what was true so I could actually.
Yo, what's up, Moonraker?
My-
Can't
what I
stand the
witnessed,
Australian
walking my
guy.
dog in different neighborhoods was a lot of Carrie Lake signs, and I didn't see one single one
The
of
Australian
Hobbs.
guy.
And Katie Hobbs, like her social media on Instagram had like 6,000.
Who's the
followers,
Australian guy?
like literally on the election night, compared to Carrie Lake's at like 300,000. And I'm like,
Moonraker?
that
No, I'm
means
joking.
something. It doesn't necessarily prove anything, but my point is that people I was talking to, she had a huge following. She was
Day
doing all the
trade
debates.
ever way
Katie
too
Hobbs
much stress? Yeah,
did.
really.
But I know what happened. I mean, I don't have proof.
What do you think happened?
Are you allowed to say these things? Right? These
Australian
are things
guy.
that they go like
What
this
do
to
you
you, Joe.
think?
If you go, you know what I mean? This is like one of those
Ben.
things where you go, they
So
go like this.
you
Yes.
think there was some manipulation that led
can't
to
stand
someone
him.
else winning?
Why is that, man?
Perhaps.
You'd have to be stupid not to conclude that. If anyone that's looked into this,
You
would
don't
have, it's
agree with
insult-
his
it's insulting my intelligence
hypotheses?
to think that something.
That's okay if you don't.
Let me just say it like this.
I don't
just
think
have
they're-
some questions. That's all.
Well,
I think
all
it's
the people that were, was it
algorithms.
Maricopa
Oh,
County?
dude, his
That's
videos are
the-
amazing,
The
man.
area where they had the most irregularities
I love
were
his
also
videos.
the most Republicans.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, Maricopa County has a lot of blue to it too. But listen,
So,
Trump
Lake
won
has
there.
provided no evidence
Yeah,
to support
Gregory,
her
no.
claims of election fraud.
He doesn't.
But this is on
He has this
Newsweek.com, which is
existential
totally
crisis within him.
unbiased.
No evidence. That's
Even
that's
her
the thing.
legal
There is-
case was thrown out by a Maricopa County judge in December. Lake
Oh,
has
the
insisted
accident.
that the election fraud was involved in Hobbs' declared victory.
He has a
and
lot
that
of. He
she's
has a
the
lot of
real
really good,
governor.
high quality videos
Yeah.
and
But she was also saying that Donald Trump really
precision
won.
and stuff.
he was
This is
the
his
real
first
governor,
time
real
on
president.
Joe
what she
Rogan.
said.
Gets said
Let me-
almost every election.
Let me
one way or
quote
another
Carrie
other
Lake.
places.
I studied Carrie Lake. Let me quote her because I'm a
Are you a Carrie Lake supporter, bro?
yes. I am a supporter of anyone that's an advocate for free speech, anti-censorship, and freedom and my rights. And what she said, a reporter asked her, was pressing her on the 2020 election involving Donald Trump, and she said it very eloquently. She asked the reporter, I'm asking you, do you really think that Joe Biden got 81 million votes? And the reporter's like, do you think so? She's like, no, I'm just asking you. Do you think he did? She's like, I have questions and so do Arizonans. And that's all I'm saying. I just have some questions. I'm allowed to ask questions.
I think a lot of people voted for Joe Biden. Would a lot of people vote again? I don't think so. And I think that's why they're looking into his fucking classified documents that he got in the backseat of his Corvette.
Yeah, maybe the
She
Democrats
watches
think that too.
Goose. Wow, wild.
Dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it seems
I
like
mean,
Yeah.
I don't know jack shit about politics. And
That's
I'm
awesome.
a little suspicious.
Me
of their-
either.
of
Who
their
who is
actions.
Christian
I'm like,
I can't even
VTuber?
vote.
Hey,
yeah, good.
I
You're
think
better off.
Atlantis is in the Sahara, Africa, so just
Yeah.
I don't
Have
know
you guys
anything
seen
about
AI
politics.
Jesus?
And Elon
Yeah.
Musk. Let's excavate.
I
the,
think it's. I
Lost
think
Labyrinth.
this is it. I think
The
this is
problem-
the
I mean, I think one of the problems with
AI Jesus.
elections always
I
is
recommend.
that you can never say there's zero fraud
I think that's the fucking
because
thing.
like no one thinks there's zero
Prayers
fraud.
from a
Like,
big
yeah, like, when
ale.
you say how much election fraud is there? It's not zero. So what is the number? And how much
AI
of it is
Jesus, that's
Republican
not it.
election fraud, and how
That's
much
not-
of it is
that's not
Democratic
good, Ren.
election fraud? I don't know.
What's
you know,
the
I
fucking
remember
Ask
they had that
Jesus?
documentary on HBO back
That's
when
what it
Bush was
is.
president. It was called Hacking Democracy, and it was all about the Diebold voting systems,
Yep.
and that these voting systems have been manipulated to help the Republicans win. So there's always been this sort of there's always been this narrative that your elections are not fair, and a lot of that is being reinforced by these troll sites, these troll farms like in Macedonia, they have a bunch of them, and in Russia, and they've been doing that to try to undermine our faith in democracy forever. And so a lot of people, they get their information from these websites,
big girl?
and Facebook pages that aren't even based in America, and they're
There's anything wrong with
purely
that. Well, yeah,
designed
there is.
to
Of course
get
there
us
is.
upset at the election process and undermine our faith in the
But I
system.
mean, you
And,
can be
they
free.
found out that 20 out of the top 20
Fuck
Facebook
off.
pages, that 19 of the top 20 were all Russian troll farms.
Abigail.
Which is all the Christian sites. 19 of the
gal.
top 20
A
Christian sites. on
bi
Facebook
gal. I'm
were
such an
trolls.
idiot.
And it's like they're doing this to try to get people upset about things. And it undermines our faith in democracy, creates more chaos, it makes us
That's funny.
more easily manipulated. It's really bad, and I really wish that we understood. Look, if so many people thought that Joe Biden would be a
Someone
great
asked
president,
Jesus,
well,
had asked Jesus if he
now you
skips
know he's
leg
not.
day,
Now you know
and
he
Jesus
really
says
was
no,
in
he never
mental
skips
decline.
leg day.
And well, maybe he can make a better choice in 2024, and let's sort this out.
Right.
But as soon as he said, "I'm gonna run again," they're like, "The fuck you are!" And then I think this is the beginning of a bunch of things that'll probably come out
Totally.
about him.
They flipped on him.
Yeah, they'll turn on him.
Yep.
And
that's
then
it.
they'll put someone else in his place. And
Newsom waiting in the wings.
yeah,
like-
or
Yeah.
I mean, he's problematic because they fucking hate him in California. How are they going to feel about him in Arizona?
Pretty amazed they're allowing this
But it's
conversation
also,
on
it's like,
this
how
podcast.
How much of it can be manipulated by the media? I mean, how much can people be manipulated by these headlines that you read while you're taking a shit? How much of it, how much of these narratives can be shaped to get people to say, look, it's better him than Trump. If it's Trump, we're going to have a nuclear war. If it's Trump, we're going to have a this.
No, we're gonna
have
mean
white
tweets.
supremacists. We're going to have a this and that. And
Mean tweets, Joe. Let's
Yeah.
focus on what's really
Bring
important.
back
well,
mean tweets.
he can't even tweet anymore because
Right.
he's got to deal with Truth Social, it seems like.
Yeah.
Because they gave him his Twitter account back and he won't even use it.
Yeah, I don't think him and Musk are friends, I suspect.
Well, I don't think it's that. I don't think he's allowed to. I think he has a deal. If
Really?
I had to guess, this
Okay.
is pure speculation. But he has his own social media network, and it's very valuable, right? So the only way that Truth Social is valuable at all is if he's not using Twitter.
I see.
If he starts using Twitter, I mean, he has like 29 million Twitter followers or something crazy like that. If he starts using that, no one's going to pay attention to Truth Social. Like, why would I go over there and watch a bunch of QAnon wackos like scream about like Pizzagate when there's Twitter? I could just go to Twitter and read what he has
Wow,
to
I
say.
can't
and
believe
see him,
Joe
argue with
Rogan, you're
people.
such a fucking
Meanwhile,
piece of
the
shit.
Taliban's on Twitter. and they just
Pizzagate
want
was
blue
real,
check
you
marks.
fucker.
So people are mad that Trump is back on
You
Twitter. I
fucking
mean, I saw
piece of
people,
shit, Joe
I believe
Rogan.
in Twitter. Like,
You just
do
showed,
understand
you
the
slipped
fucking
up, you
Communist Party of
Mossad
China is on
motherfucker.
Twitter? Do you understand that
Fuck
the
you, Joe
Taliban's on
Rogan.
Twitter? Do you understand how many fucking people are on Twitter? You're mad that Trump's back?
Hypocrites.
Well, it's just like when the guy
That's
on
why
Twitter
they're having
says
this
funny shit,
conversation.
people can
Didn't I
attack
just
him,
say
they can
why
go
are they
after
allowed
him.
to have
That's
this
what it's supposed to
conversation
be.
and they
It's
slip
supposed to
that
be
in?
Like he says something, and
Bullshit.
then let someone from the left, let Elizabeth Warren go after him, or let this person go after. Let them duke it out. Don't fucking silence.
Pizzagate
people.
was
Right.
Especially like this
the,
idea
other
that
than
it's
Epstein
dangerous
death,
to
the
let him
defining
speak and
evidence
communicate. What
for
about
the destruction
you,
of
motherfucker?
evidence
Someone's gonna say it's
for
dangerous to have you
pedophilia
speak.
amongst elites
Yes,
and
it's gonna come
American
down to it.
politicians.
Like they're gonna keep pushing it further and further and further until like you're gonna have a very narrow window of communication, a very narrow lane of your ability to express yourself, and it's not gonna accurately represent people. And they're gonna whisper things in pubs, and whisper
Right.
things in coffee shops, and that's gonna be the real truth.
Yep,
where
and
there
this
was a
is like I
hard
was saying
drive
a
in
few
this
moments
pizza
ago, which is
shop
that
in
for decades throughout your
somewhere
life,
in New England.
we didn't have the censorship.
And
People were
a
allowed to
hard
say
drive
things.
with all
Worst case
child
scenario, they got
pornography
ridiculed
got
and
shot
laughed at, and life went
by a
on,
random
and
bullet
everything was fine.
into
the
the pizza
merry-go-round of
store.
life worked out
And
just
the owner
fine.
of that pizza
Everyone
store
being able to
was,
say
was
whatever
like
they want
related
to say.
to political
And now all of
authority
a sudden
figure.
it's a problem. So they're conditioning the younger
Just so
demographic
absurd.
to be like, you're right, this is dangerous misinformation. The younger demographic, these Gen
Only
Zs,
one
they don't
bullet, yes,
remember
by
what
an
I
actor. Oh
remember
shit,
before the
yeah,
days
man,
before
exactly,
9/11, being
man.
a senior in high
And for
school when it
Joe
went
to
down,
say that it's
and just how everything
nonsense,
has slowly started changing since. They
it's
don't understand that
conspiracy-
freedom of speech
like,
was always
no,
a thing.
Joe.
There wasn't censorship, and
You fool.
everything was fine.
You controlled
and now
agent.
They censor, and now you see problems.
Well, there's also the problem.
Yo,
that
Epstein
social
could
media,
no
for the
basis
most
of the
part,
Pizza
is
G theory.
controlled by the left. It's almost
Pizza G
entirely
theory.
Owned and
What's the
controlled
Pizza
by
G
tech
theory?
companies who are very progressive and educated and primarily lean left.
Pizzagate.
They used to be the other way for a long time. The tech, they blow with the wind a little bit in terms of political favor and
Right, but
and
there's
control,
never been. But tech
they're
has
less
always
now.
been different.
I don't
than
know that
social
much about
media.
it.
Yeah.
Tech combined with social media, like that form of tech is the distribution of information tech. It's not tech like
Old school tech.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so different. Devin
Nice.
Nunes,
Thanks for
former
the
California congressman who
conversation.
left office to run Donald Trump's app Truth Social has
listening.
remained quiet as
Thank
the
you for
platform
listening to my
continues
rants.
to be plagued with issues.
His app.
It's his, Devin Nunes.
I don't know.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's true.
He owns, like, his company runs it.
Yeah.
I think they have scaling issues.
Well, that's more
Well,
than
I'm-
a deal with it. Than
No, I'm sure someone paid for it.
100%.
I'm sure he didn't buy it.
Well, I was looking up the CEO is
I'm
Devin
sure he
Nunes,
owns it.
and Devin Nunes left to run Trump's social media.
Right, but do you think he funded it? I'm sure there has to be some sort of a deal. I would just imagine.
Yeah, really.
Because I would imagine there's investors, right? Say if you're going to open up an app, look, those apps don't do well. I mean, think about Gab and think about a lot of these other ones that they created, Getter. There's a lot of them they created, they just went away. I mean, if you got a fucking figurehead as big as Donald Trump and he's banned from Twitter and you say, this is the only way to get the voice of the king, and you put it on True Social, people are going to invest in that. And if they're going to invest in that, they're going to be very hesitant. Well, how do I know he's not going to go back to Twitter? Right. Well, he won't. He's not allowed to. I mean, that's just me guessing.
You switching laptop right now?
Totally talking out of my ass.
Oh,
but
wow.
I would imagine
sorry, man.
that
That
he has
sucks.
some sort of a deal. Also, I would
I'm really
imagine
sorry to
that
hear that,
is his
man.
company. He would be wise
That's really
enough to go,
sad.
you know what? This is worth nothing if I go on to
Hope
Twitter.
you didn't lose
So
anything.
if
Oh,
I'm
you
going to sell this
you
one
probably
day
did.
and make a big profit. Yeah, so here you go.
Sorry,
There
man.
you go. Look at all these people. 6.2 million.
Sucks.
That guy invested 6.2 million.
Everything?
Oh my God, I want to sell you a
Oh,
brick,
okay, nice,
buddy.
man.
They got $1 billion. Security reported $1 billion.
Oh my
That's
God!
good.
It's worth $40. That's hilarious. But the money remains inaccessible pending a successful public launch. In the interim, Trump's media venture has put together about $38 million in debt, according to the SEC file. That makes sense. And that money didn't come from Trump himself, so who provided it? See, that's what I'm saying. The money didn't come from Trump himself. See, I guessed, and I was correct. And so let's look at all these people. So look at all these folks. Carl Pfluger. Hello, Carl. President of the Texas Oil Company. I bet he has a big hat and a fucking giant belt buckle. And he put $10 million toward Truth Social. Wow, that's a lot of money, Carl. Patrick Wall, CR Empire Holdings, company that manages multiple gym brands. $6.2 million. Penny Trout. Texas, another Texas. Telecoms billionaire, donated Trump before, forked over $4 million. Wow. Jesus
People
Christ.
are all rich.
That guy, the next guy, only 200 grand, and the 100 grand. So most of the people were like, yeah, they are rich, but still, that is not a wise use of money.
Yeah.
You know, they probably got their watch. Look, you need to donate, honey. We need to get Trump back into office.
If it said they got $1 billion in funding, whatever that just listed wasn't even close.
Yeah, that wasn't even 50 million.
Yeah. Well,
was
the
the
other people are
38
probably
million debt.
hiding. The other people are probably hiding. Or maybe they got a lot of people that donated like 1,000, you know?
Yeah.
Because they got, so the next one like 200,000, but that's all maybe like people have been public about
I
it.
didn't
Yeah.
see that GoFundMe link.
Go find me. Well, listen, gentlemen, this has been a lot of fun, and I really appreciate both of you. Your YouTube page is fucking amazing. Please tell people how to get to it.
Thank you. Yes, it's unchartedx.com/c/unchartedx.
Uncharted X on YouTube. Go
unchartedx.com.
find it. You have
Yep.
so many great videos.
Thank you, Joe.
Amazing content, and your ability to just fucking spit it out. Both of you guys. I'm so impressed. And Jimmy, thank you so much for coming back, and thank you for bringing Ben and yours. Bright Insight. It's so many fantastic videos. I tweeted a couple of them
Has
today.
been vocal against Trump
Let's do
lately
it
in a way
again
he
sometime.
hasn't
I'd
been
love to.
before.
It was a great time.
Interesting.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
dude.
you guys
Joe
both.
was
Bye,
totally.
everybody.
I think he really exposed himself. Shit cleans the room. Nice, buddy. Nice, man. Go for him, man. Sorry, Moonraker, we're gonna watch a video made by that Aussie. Sorry, man. Oh, that's a good point, Moonraker. Yeah, honestly, maybe. But just that Pizzagate comment, that really outed him. Unless he's just trying to save his image again. Yeah, really. Oh, man. I might take like a 5-minute food break. I want to put on a video. I'm gonna eat it like sitting in this chair probably. I need to take like a food break. Play the video. I'll check out the tweet. I'll keep playing though. Gotta eat too, yo. Thanks, man. Be right back, man. It's so cold. Oh, no way. That sucks. When you're going to Florida, no, man. I miss Florida so much, man. I was thinking about that driving. I'm like, I miss Miami so much. I just miss it. I was so happy there, man. Every day was paradise. What? I love the heat though, man. I love the heat. Oh my god. Oh man. I really like the heat though.
Welcome back to Uncharted X. This is Ben, and the video I want to share today is a follow-up to my recent content diving into the detailed scanning of an ancient Egyptian pre-dynastic granite vase. If you haven't seen my previous videos on this, I'd highly recommend checking them out first, as they introduce the topic and explain the scanning procedure, which accurately mapped the vase down to the thousandth of an inch, or in metric terms, down to the micrometer.
How was Cuba? Dude, Cuba was amazing, man. On my YouTube channel, there's a couple of videos of the beach. Really beautiful, high def, 1080p. There's like an 8-minute video of me in the water, the clear water. It's really beautiful.
And frankly,
I'm gonna get the food. I'll be right back. And it was nice and hot. Oh my god, Cuba's amazing too.
As remarkable as our results and analysis
but in Miami's
in
just
reality, we were
to live. It's like amazing. It's too
know
cold though in January. Miami's way too cold in
Today,
January.
I
It
want to share
sucks.
with you the astonishing results from a more
I think I need
detailed
something more
investigation
tropical.
into the vase scan, and show
So
you
much I
just
love
how
the
deep
heat.
the rabbit hole truly goes on the topic of ancient technology. One of our objectives from the start of this project was to open source our results, which is exactly what we did. And the VaseScan STL file can be downloaded by anyone from my website at unchartedx.com. Our hope was to leverage the power of a community of interested and talented people to aid in the analysis of the results. And this is exactly what happened. The scan was investigated by a talented cryptographer and mathematician, Mark, who runs the unsigned.io website. And his work and conclusions are truly revelatory and should shock anyone with an open-minded interest in the study of our past and that of ancient civilizations. What's more, this isn't a case of just some random speculation. It's fact, and it's backed up by data. Anyone with the know-how can replicate the result of Mark's work for themselves. He undertook a mathematical analysis of the vase's geometry, and the results are so astonishing that they should provide the basis for the study of many more artifacts, if not trigger a re-evaluation of what we think we know about ancient civilizations altogether. I want to extend a public and heartfelt thank you to Mark and his colleagues for the many days, likely weeks of effort that went into this work. So, let's get into it. The clip I'm going to play was cut from one of my recent Twitch streams discussing the vase. I stream over there a couple of times a week at twitch.tv/UnchartedX if you want to catch me live. Links to the article and videos are in the description box below, and I'll be back at the end of the clip with some more thoughts and to talk about how we're going to move forward with this scanning project. So stick around for that if you're interested. If you guys have not seen this, I would highly recommend unsigned. So you can see the URL unsigned.io, and then you'll probably find a link to this. But what I kind of wanted to talk about, I mean, I do want to go through this in my podcast, but maybe we can run through it here. But so this was the Danish cryptographer Mark, mathematician and cryptographer, who did like a much deeper mathematical analysis of the vase scan. So if you guys have seen recently, the work on the channel was a lot of it was surrounding the scanning of this pre-dynastic vase, right? So in terms of size, it's about this big. This is a 3D printed version. I've got a few of them. The vase is about that big, so it's like 6-7 inches ish tall. That's more or less its shape, but even the scan has the damage that's on the lip and stuff. It's
Garlic, a different place.
And we scanned
A
it
different
with
place. Different place. But yeah,
structured
same
light
thing.
scanner.
Shawarma
And-
again, but different place.
And the videos with Alex Dunn, Chris Dunn's son, and Nick Sierra, these professional metrologists and aerospace engineers, we focus a lot on the precision. Machining, we talk about that. And they used CMM software to define kind of a lot of the geometric precision and relativity of different areas of the vase to each other. Now, Mark went much deeper than that. He took the scan and did a mathematical analysis of it. And then we don't have to dive into the math. There's a few things that come out of this. All right, one of them is that the vase can be represented essentially with a single algorithm, and it's been reverse engineered to the point where this is much more than just a simple object. It's telling a story. It's telling a story about the capabilities of the people who made it, and in fact, and about their understanding of the universe and some fundamental principles of nature and things like sacred geometry. Like all of these things are reflected in this vase, and in fact, it even tells a story about potentially what their whole system of mathematics might have been, which, if you think about our maths today, we use a base 10 system. Base 16 is hexadecimal, but we generally use base 10. These guys probably using a version of mathematics that was more like base radian or base pi, which is much more closely oriented to like sacred geometry and the structure of the universe, and using radians and a mathematical system based on radians. So what's a radian? A radian, there's probably a picture of a radian here. Does he have a picture of a radian here? No. Okay. So a radian is it's a way of defining an angle. So we use an arbitrary kind of 360-degree angle. Okay. We could try it in binary too. Sure. Zeros and ones. But so radians, it's a universal way to describe angles, right? It's basically you take the radius of a circle, it's a fundamental principle part of a circle. That's half of its diameter. You draw that length on the circumference of a circle. You make a triangle out of it, and the angle that it forms in the center is 1 radian, right? So it's based on that you can define any angle in terms of radians, right? So, as he says here, radians are based on the fundamental ratio between the radius and circumference of a circle, whereas degrees is just an arbitrary subdivision of a circle into 360 pieces. As such, it is not based on any fundamental mathematical ratios or constants and not really useful in any analysis such as this. Radians are useful because they show the underlying mathematical relations more clearly. Radians may lead to some unease if you're not familiar with them. Fear not, though, it's actually simpler and much more intuitive than using degrees.
All you need to know is that there are 2 by pi radians in a circle and pi radians in a triangle. For example, a 45-degree angle is pi over 4 radians. You can describe any angle by simple fractions of pi. So what he did, let's see, I want to get to, he created a model of it, right? So to explore what kinds of design principles we used in the creation of the object, we start out by measuring and mapping as many features of the object as possible and looking for repeating patterns of placement and dimensioning, and repeating or mathematically significant ratios. While we initially did not understand the underlying principles of what we found, it was clear that patterns and persistent ratios were present in overwhelming abundance throughout the object. Not only were they present, but they exhibited such a high degree of regularity that we suspected them to be derived from well-defined mathematical formulae. This led us to attempting something that really should not have been possible when dealing with a supposedly ancient artifact made from granite, of all things. We decided to experimentally build a CAD model that would exclusively use mathematical concepts to dimension and place the features of the object, and use no tuning or arbitrary positional adjustments. All features should be placed and dimensioned by interrelation to each other. We also limited the initial margin of error tolerance of the model to 75 micrometers in terms of how well it should map to the features of the object. This margin of error tolerance was, amongst other things, used to discern whether an attempted modelling of a particular feature should be considered for inclusion in the model or rejected. I find it timely to stress how completely ludicrous this actually is. We're dealing with a stone vessel of supposedly ancient design and are now proposing that a purely mathematical CAD model should somehow map to the actual object within a tolerance of less than 75 thousandths of a millimeter. Like that's 75 thousandths of a millimeter. Yet I will let the results speak for themselves. Additionally, the CAD model and all of its constituent equations are available for verification for anyone interested in doing so. So what he's saying is that they, based on their mathematical analysis of the object and the algorithms it seems to represent, they created a CAD model based purely on the mathematics and then compared it to the actual model. And it was within this level of tolerance. Like, this is amazing. Like, this is amazing. So one of the patterns that they came up with was something called, and this is like when they reverse engineered it to find the mass, they found something that they're calling the radial transversal pattern, right? The most widely used primitive in the object is the circle. Circles or arcs thereof are used to define most of the features of the object, and all circular features in the object have radii that are interrelated with incredible consistency and precision. There is in fact one single and elegant equation governing the dimensioning of almost all circles utilized in the design. The few circles not following this pattern have been specifically chosen to display some very significant numbers, which we will get to shortly. So the few circles that don't fit this are ones that show pi, phi, golden ratio, other sacred geometry elements. But essentially they came up with something called a radial transversal pattern. With this equation we can generate all of the relevant radii for shaping the object. We can more easily understand how this equation works by looking at it geometrically. Okay, so already in our early investigation we noticed that many features seem to be related to a certain geometric construction of unit circles known as the flower of life. We also noticed that not just one but several of such grids were used. So you can see here these overlapped flowers of life that match to all sorts of different elements and aspects of the vase. So essentially he goes into some of the proof of this here, right, showing you some of the maths behind it, which we don't need to get into. By the continuation of this pattern, we can arrive at the Rn equals this. This is the radial transversal function, and thus the radii used in the object can be created. So now you have this number of circles, so R4, R3, right down to R minus whatever, right? Since this pattern is used extensively in the object, we will refer to the radial transversal function as Rn in the rest of this article. With this elegant construction, we can account for the majority of the circular features in the object. All of the circles created with this function map to the actual radii of the features of the object with incredible precision. So then he talks about the deviation. You're talking about, 70 micrometers maximum. Median radial deviation is only 9 thousandths of a millimeter, which is just silly. So please note that in most radii, even those exhibiting local deviations above the mean, have areas that are, in any meaningful sense of the word, perfect. In many places, the deviation is so small that we cannot say with certainty whether the deviation is due to imperfections in the object or inaccuracies in the scan, which is, again, you're talking thousandths of an inch, thousandths of a millimeter. All radii in the following illustration generated by the Rn function are therefore tightly interrelated. So you can see how they're using these radiuses and these circles based on this function to define different curvature, different parts, different sections of circles, basically, to define the curvature of the vessel. To see this level of consistency of precision across just 2 or 3 different radii created from a purely mathematical function would be astonishing. To see it completely consistently to microscopic precision across 12 different radii, measuring from just 1.1 millimeters, so the smallest circle in that radial transversal model, the smallest diameter, or the smallest radius of one of those circles is 1.1 millimeters, up to the largest of 42.2 millimeters in a granite artifact is more or less unfathomable. So that's mind-boggling, that you have curves in this structure that are defined by sections of a circle that fit that radial transversal algorithm that are so small that the diameter of the circle is only 1.1 millimeters. I think this is, this big, tiny. That's pretty ridiculous. So you have the 1 radian arc also, so the 1 radian arc is also, so as a unit is kind of defined with a number of, in a number of places on the vessel, so it's not just, they're not just this radial transversal function, they're also using and showing their understanding of a radian by defining it with, say, these straight lines here. You get a 1 radian arc. You get incorporation of pi and phi in these circles here. Preliminary evidence of the same, so we're seeing this sort of stuff here. Incorporation of the golden ratio, that's phi. Golden ratio. So what's interesting here, then we get into the handles. Again, 1 radian arc is shown. The handles, single radian arcs, some math included. Now what's interesting is some of the conclusions that you come to with this, right? So I think this is really interesting. It is our conviction that our current model demonstrates with overwhelming certainty that a high degree of sophisticated design principles and intricately interlinked relations and design constraints are present in the object. While we cannot tell with certainty if the way that we have described the design exactly matches that of the original creators, we are confident that our reverse engineered model does not indeed represent the actual mathematics, or does indeed represent the actual mathematics, interrelations and constraints present in the original design. So he's worked backwards to essentially figure out the mathematical system used to define this. While there's still much to learn about this fascinating artifact, the knowledge and data we already have allows us to draw some conclusions with confidence. On chance occurrence. Could an object like this simply have been a chance happening? A rare coincidence of random alignment? No. Proposing that would be completely magical and superstitious thinking. Yeah, right. You could just do this by hand by accident. Now, remember that 1 millimeter diameter circle as well, by the way. Maintaining absolute precision and consistency by chance between all the interlinked systems present in the object is, simply put, an impossibility. Waking up one morning with an entirely new universe sprouting from quantum fluctuations in your left nostril would be a significantly more likely event. It might be possible by extreme luck to have an object randomly show the value of pi or phi somewhere. But remember that all systems in this object are tightly interrelated. Changing one parameter would throw everything else off. Here, at least 15 levels of interrelation exist, and they are all precisely in harmony down to microscopic scales. This object was meticulously and carefully designed by a human being with incredible levels of skills, insight, and artistry. Of that, there can currently be no doubt. Required design capabilities. This gets very interesting. This is where that 1 millimeter thing comes into effect, right? What kind of system would have been necessary to represent the abstract design of the object? So how do you design it before its manufacture? Could the object have been designed by analog means, for example, as a drawing on paper, which was then used to guide the manufacture? To attempt a satisfactory answer to this question, we will need to carefully consider a multitude of factors. A future article will delve into that in full depth. When looking at the scales across which precision was maintained in this object, some interesting problems arise. The smallest radii identified so far in the object are only around 1 millimeter, but they scale perfectly through the radial traversal function with precision in the micrometers to even the largest radii of the object, which is around 63 millimeters. Carrying out this sort of scaling on any kind of analog medium would introduce errors immediately that would only accumulate over successful radial traversals. Even our modern, finely tipped drawing tools working on the smoothest of paper would create errors close to the full radii of some of these circles and features. So what he's saying is, like, even if you were to draw this out, imagine you took a piece of paper as big as the room you're sitting in, you tried to draw it out, you still then have to scale that thing down to the actual size, and even in doing so you would introduce significant errors easily to the size of some of the smallest radii, which we don't see in the artifact itself. Like, it's precise down to these, thousandths of a millimeter levels. To account and control for such errors, the designer would have to scale up the blueprint to proportions of at least several meters, which of course just raises further questions of how to transfer it back down again to the decidedly petite dimensions of the actual object. Remember, it's about yay big. Perhaps the most plausible way to represent this object on an analog medium would be to describe it geometrically and mathematically. This is decidedly possible, and one could even make sketches along the way to show an approximation of the final design. Our civilization has known about the required mathematics to do this since approximately 500 CE. Right? But being faced with the prospect of then transferring this design through a manufacturing process to a physical object, we are put squarely back to the starting point, since we now need to produce some sort of analog template that can guide or control the manufacturing process. So what he's saying is that the best way to actually describe it would be to use mathematics, to use geometry and maths. Using equations, you can pretty much decide it, but then you still have to transfer that design, be it in geometry or just in maths, into a physical object, some analog form of manufacturing. While the point I will now make certainly necessitates a full and very formal substantiation, I feel it would simply be cowardly of me not to bring this argument to its logical conclusion and stand by where the evidence and logic leads. As far as we know, no human beings, trained animals, or naturally occurring phenomena, modern or ancient, take mathematical formulae and equations as input and produce lathe operating motions as outputs. So, right, remember this. So you've designed this thing with maths. How do you then take that maths and get it into some sort of manufacturing process that creates motions and movements to create it as an output? For all of the knowledge and insights we have accumulated over the ages, we know of exactly one, and only one, category of things capable of such behavior. The kind of thing that we refer to as a Turing machine. A device capable of taking input, holding state, performing operations on held states according to predetermined principles, and producing output. They come in many shapes and sizes and can be constructed mechanically, electronically, and even pneumatically or hydraulically. And you are most likely using one right now to read this article or to watch the stream. We call this class of device a computer. And no plausible way of representing, operating on, or manufacturing the design of this artifact exists without having access to one such. That's what he's talking about. Like, that's the conclusion you come to with this artifact, and the fact that it can be best represented with a mathematical equation, and then the fact that somebody took that equation and turned it into an analog output in stone. The only way to do that's with a computer. And this thing's at least 5,000 years old. So, what's going on? And then he gets into the manufacturing capabilities, right? So you have massive issues with just being able to manufacture this thing so precisely. But this is a fundamental conclusion that you come to by analyzing this and in his work, is that it just, we've left the concept of handmade and pounded stone shit so far behind us. We're now at the point of requiring a computer to actually create this thing. And even then, it would be a significant challenge. Oh, I think it's older than 5,000 years for sure. I said at least. I think it's well and truly older than 5,000 years. But then you have all these issues with the actual manufacturing capabilities, right? When comparing the output of our generative model to the physical object, we can begin to get some rough insights into the fabrication capabilities of the creators of the object. From only looking at the observable facts, we can conclude the following. Since we have no known records of or even ideas about how an additive manufacturing process with granite could work, we are assuming a subtractive process. So it's not 3D printed, it's cutted, carved, grinded, ablated, blah, blah, blah. The creators of the object were able to consistently hold tolerances of around 30 micrometers for subtractive processes in granite. In many places, we see tolerances of less than 10 micrometers. Tools used to subtract material from the granite blank must have been held at incredibly high levels of axial stability to reach these tolerances. Technologically, this is only possible to achieve with ultra-smooth and precise rods, bearings, ball screws, and similar mechanisms. Incredibly precise guiding mechanisms must have been employed to control the subtractive process. So it's something had to go. So it's not just you have to hold the tool, you have to hold the piece of stone, and then something needs to guide the cutting or the whatever the process is that they're using to shape it. Since the finished object conforms to the abstract design to microscopic levels of precision. Again, this absolutely requires mechanical technology of ultra high quality, rivaling or surpassing what we are able to produce today. We can observe no perceivable loss in calibration or positioning across curves of different radii, or their positional interrelation to each other, which most likely means that the creators of the object were able to machine it in a single pass, or could somehow carry out tool changes with practically no loss of positional calibration. It's one of the issues that Alex Dunn and Nick Sierra talked about, is that even in our very best machines today, when you do a tool change, it introduces errors. It's unavoidable. It's a consequence of using the systems that we use today, and we just don't see that in this. So either this was made in one pass, or they had a system that was better than ours in terms of handling tool changes and not losing, whatever he called positional calibration. The placement of the exterior features of the object and the maintenance of precision across the areas between the handles means that a simple rotational process would have been insufficient to produce the geometry you see. One pass with the handles, and then this last statement is basically saying that a simple rotational process would have been insufficient to produce the geometry. Basically saying this can't have been made on a simple lathe. The most simple manufacturing process we have been able to come up with for the object would require 5 axes of freedom in the system guiding the subtractive tools, a 5-axis mill, basically. So, conclusions in summary, the object was fabricated on a highly sophisticated subtractive manufacturing system from a solid piece of granite. The manufacturing system would require, at the very least, sophisticated mechanical technology and high-precision components. The manufacturing system would necessarily have been guided by an automated control system, which could read the designer's input and produce the required motions as output. That a Turing machine of considerable sophistication would most likely have been employed to create and operate on the design and to finally transfer it to the manufacturing system. This is significant. Like this is, you have to understand what is being said here, and it's backed up by data. Like anyone that has the background and knowledge like this, like Mark does as a cryptographer, a mathematician, and a machinist, because he works with 5-axis mills as well. We're basically saying that this thing represents proof that it had to have been made with a very sophisticated manufacturing process, and it had to have been designed, and then had its design transferred to the manufacturing system using a computer. Right? We're a long way from rubbing on rock with sand and water, and hammering on it with flint chisels. So this is I want to find a consistent and concise way of communicating what he's shown in this article. I think we went through it now. Hopefully you guys get it, right? Because I had to read it a few times to get it. And I can't pretend that I understand all the fucking maths in here, right? I'm not this thing, okay, not a mathematician. A long time since I've attempted anything like this. I mean, if I wanted to try and bust my way through it, I probably could eventually, but I understand what he's saying in a lot of this, even if I'm not like doing the math directly. But for people that want to do the math, like it's all there. All the data's there. Like you can, this stuff is supported. And here's the other thing that I'll say about this vase, and I'll probably wrap it up here pretty soon, is it's extremely unlikely that we've hit a unicorn on the first try, right? This is the first vase that we've scanned and analysed to this level. The first one. We know there's like 50,000 plus of these things that are pre-dynastic and early dynastic. Like that's where they're attributed. I'm pretty sure they're all a bit older, right? And they stopped there kind of in the archaeological record because they were all collected, I think, at that point. But this is the very first one we've looked at. And at least to the eye, and you go and look at objects in the museum, a lot of them look very similar to this. A lot of them seem to have similar proportions, similar precision. You know, there's the more rounded shape, and then there's this shape. You see vases in two different shapes. And I think it's very unlikely that we hit a unicorn on the first try. So what I'm saying is I think if we can improve it, if we can widen our data set, analyze more of these vases, and show that there's, I think it becomes very difficult to argue, because the only argument people have ever made about this vase is like provenance, saying that, oh, it's a replica, somebody made this. And I think he's also shown that it would be incredibly difficult to even attempt making something like this today. And we're not even sure we could do it to the level of precision that's shown in this vase today. It may surpass even our capabilities to make in granite. I don't think it's possible to overemphasize just how remarkable these results, or the vase itself, truly are. Not only are we looking at something that is a true masterpiece of machining, carved from solid granite with utter precision down to the micrometer, something that would present a true challenge to replicate even today, but it's also not simply just a vase. I could only speculate as to its true intended purpose. Perhaps it was functional or has undiscovered attributes. Perhaps it was part of something larger. Or perhaps it was truly an expression of artistic capability and a mastery of mathematics and geometry. An unavoidable elephant in the room conclusion of this study is that the most efficient way to design the vase is via mathematics, and the only way known to our civilization to transfer such a design into analog output in a manufacturing system is via a computer, and a fairly sophisticated one at that. Even if it were designed on paper, the minute features like curves from circles with a 1 millimeter or less radius, circles that fit the radial traversal pattern and are expressed with utter precision in the real granite of the real object, make such an exercise impossible without the aid of a computer. Perhaps it goes without saying, but we've left the very concept of achieving this via handwork with primitive tools far, far behind. The precision of relative geometry is one thing, but the sheer level of mathematical interrelation between the base circle sections comprising components of the vase and the expression of pi and the golden ratio in the object could only have been achieved by a very sophisticated mechanism guiding whatever was actually cutting the stone. Note also that unless this ancient machining system had a superior methodology for handling tool changes than our very best machines do, then it was most likely created in a single pass. We're talking about a 5-axis mill with utterly remarkable stability and precision, able to shape one of the most difficult materials on the planet. I also want to briefly mention the concept of what's called sacred geometry by many who are familiar with it, as shown in the artifact, with the repeated flower of life grids or the appearance of pi and phi. This category is not some crystal hippie woo, as I've seen some disreputable skeptics of this work try to frame it, but is rather exactly as described. Within the bounds of so-called sacred geometry lie the secrets of the universe, the interrelation of objects from the workings of atoms and molecules to the ratios expressed by DNA and life itself, to the motions of planets, star systems, and galaxies. It is the very stuff of our existence, and to dismiss these findings by trying to brand it some sort of esoteric nonsense is, simply put, intellectual weak sauce. The mathematics of the people who created this artifact is sophisticated and elegant. Perhaps it was a base radian or a base pi system, as opposed to our own base 10. The radian is certainly shown as being important. I didn't cover this in the clip, but the placement of the handles is precisely calculated by the use of exactly 1 radian angles, and Mark explained the math behind it in detail in his article.
If, indeed, this was the basis for a mathematical system, it is one that seems tightly coupled to the very nature
Well,
of
you got the
universe
toad part right.
and demonstrates
Going
a
to
harmony of
the
deep
French.
knowledge and fundamental
Oh,
principles of physics, which is
Le
why I
Grenouille.
confidently state that this artifact
Are
is
you gonna
far
write?
more
Are you gonna
than a
write
simple vase.
Le
It
Grenouille
tells a story,
Montréal?
a story about the sophistication, knowledge,
Grenouille is not a
elegance,
very
capabilities,
English-friendly
and
word.
prowess of its creators. And it's written in stone for those with the
You might
eyes
lose
to
some
decipher
people.
it. If you want to check the work and replicate the results for yourself, the scan results,
Grenouille.
and his workings are all available to you. In some ways, this small granite artifact may well exceed even the great heights of our own civilization's abilities. Truly, these people were complete masters of their craft. One analogy put to me by
Those
Nick
50
Sierra
sounds
while
I was always
discussing this
planning.
article on the phone struck
What's
me as
that?
apt. In some ways, the vase is similar to the golden record fixed to the side of the Voyager spacecraft, launched in 1977 and today still hurtling away from Earth in interstellar space.
Oh, for your
On the
app.
side of it is a golden
You're gonna,
record
yeah, you can work on
with
your app.
pictures
Nice,
and
man.
mathematics depicting our species, our technology, capability, and location. It even uses electroplated uranium-238 with its steady radioactive decay as a launch clock. Analysis
forward
of
to
the
it.
vase is revealing similar secrets about its creators, and who knows what there is yet to find. While Voyager, with its golden disk, was sent through space, the vase, with its encoded messages, has been sent through time. So, as I said in the clip, I think it's extremely unlikely that we have hit upon a unicorn with the very first vase we scanned. From visual observation, I suspect many more similar artifacts that are viewed in museums might yield similar results, and I'm sure there is much yet to uncover. We are working to scan more objects like these, and some of those efforts are currently underway. I am still very interested in anyone who has
Nice, man.
access to such artifacts
That'd be
and is willing
amazing.
to have them scanned or analysed. And we have several irons in the fire, so to speak. But if you are such a person, please do reach out. I want to say thank you to everybody who has. I've had many responses from private collectors, from people in laboratories with scanning equipment, from machinists or other people volunteering their time. I've just returned from a month of travels, and my apologies as I haven't been able to respond to everyone, but I will be, as I'm currently collating all of the offers and trying to put some more structure behind this effort, so please do bear with me. I'll be talking about this project and the vase in more detail at the upcoming Cosmic Summit event, held in Asheville, North Carolina next month on June 17 and 18. In-person tickets to the
Cool,
event
man.
are still available and will also
You
be
could totally do
live-streaming
that.
all the content. If you're interested in checking
You're
it
at
out,
30
then
right
come
now,
in
right?
person. The link to purchase the live stream is below in the description, and as I get a slice of live stream sales, buying it via that link does help out this channel.
28.
If you want the chance to visit Egypt with me this year, I will be joining Yusuf Ayman on his primordial Egypt trip late in October, with some spots still available, and the link to that is below. Myself and the Snake Bros are currently putting together plans for an Egypt trip around February 2024. It's going to be a good one, so if you're interested in that, stay tuned to my social media as I expect to announce it in the coming weeks. As for me, I've just returned from a month of travel, including a great trip to Turkey, visiting sites like Göbekli and Karahan Tepe for the first time, and now it's back to business and making content. I've got a few videos in the works, and I want to say a huge thank you to my patrons, channel members and supporters. You'll be seeing more out of me in the coming weeks. I work on the value for value model, so if you've got some value from my work and you want to return some of that to me, there's lots of ways to do it. They're all outlined on my website at unchartedx.com/support.
Like,
I hope everyone out there is doing well, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Typical black. Shit, run. What? Get out of here.
Located high on the Andean Plateau of South America, in the country of Bolivia, can be found the ruins of a once mighty civilization. And amongst them, the clues to
Yeah,
life
we've had some
history's
pretty good runs.
most unique and enduring
We've had some pretty good
mysteries.
runs, actually.
What was this place?
We've had some
When
pacers.
was it built? How in the world
We
did
definitely
these
have had
people
some
survive
pacers.
in ancient times at
We had some
nearly
pretty good runs.
13,000 feet or
I'm doing
4,000
the
meters of
force
altitude,
stuck.
well above the
I think
tree
I can
line,
get a good
in a place
one more good
seemingly
PB with the
antithetical
force
to
stuck, just
large
because the natural
populations
stuck
and
is just so
civilization
painful.
itself.
It's too painful.
Why build a city here where
Thanks, man.
crops are difficult to grow and the struggle for simple existence is a daily battle? And then there's the form of the city itself. Just how
How was
this
Frigate?
stonework
The rest of
achieved?
Frigate Hope was good, man.
Some of the remnants left to us
Have
are
fun,
both
thanks,
unique and utterly remarkable in their design. A seemingly playful style of endless, perfectly shaped corners, angles, channels, and even tiny drilled holes, formed with an obvious mechanical precision into very hard stone, an aspect of these ruins that is rarely explored and then never by the mainstream. Known today as the twin sites of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, there has been considerable controversy around just when they were originally built. If you ask
That's
mainstream
really impressive,
academia,
man.
the consensus is generally that it was
23
founded
is so
around
fast, man.
110 AD and went on to eventually collapse around 1000 AD. This estimation of the age of Tiwanaku, made around 2012, is derived entirely from the results of C14 radiocarbon dating and another technique known as obsidian hydration dating. And although there have been carbon-14 results from organic material found at the site going back to 1500 BC, these results have been dismissed as unreliable. Even so, this date of 1500 BC isn't close to the date suggested by other evidence for the true age of this mysterious megalithic city in Bolivia. The man who was responsible for the vast majority of the excavation, research, and even protection of the site in our modern era was Professor Arthur Poznański, an Austrian born in Vienna in 1873, and he spent nearly 50 years working, researching, and publishing on Tiwanaku, work for which he was widely recognized for in Bolivia before eventually passing away in La Paz in 1946. Just a year before that, in 1945, his life's work was culminated in the production of the magnificent volumes known as Tiwanaku, the Cradle of American Man. These books are hard to find and quite expensive when you do, but thanks to the supporters of this channel in the last couple of years, I've been able to source them, and will be their caretakers for a while as
I guess
I
you
use
can't
them for
get
research
lucky.
and share the results. with
Frigate
you all.
Day every year, unfortunately.
In Poznański's work, spread across 4 volumes that span a vast array of topics, he dates not the founding of the city,
Just
but
thinking
rather
year
the
108.
second period of occupation at Tiwanaku to
On
the period
00
around
Agent.
15,000 BC.
It's too long.
That's 17,000 years ago, a date unsurprisingly scoffed at by modern academia, who point to radiocarbon dating as a rebuttal, and on that basis simply dismiss Poznański's work. But just how valid is this dismissal? After all, carbon-14 dating might just be the last time somebody was buried there or started a campfire there. It says nothing about the age of the stonework itself. Although Poznański's research was done before radiocarbon dating was a thing, he didn't just pull the figure of 15,000 BC from thin air. Rather, it is the result of studies of the geological and climatic history of the region, connections to now extinct flora and fauna, semi-fossilized animal remains, folklore, cultural history, and Tiwanaku's connections to other ancient cities of the Americas, studies of erosion at the site, and most significantly, astronomical dating based on the alignment of a structure known as the Callus site, which is much more than simply a ceremonial space. It is, in fact, a very accurately constructed solar observatory. Quoting Arthur Poznański from his summary in the chapter of the probable age of Tiwanaku, quote, "If one wished to collect all of the ideas about the great age of the civilization of Tiwanaku with the attendant bases and proofs, one could fill a whole book. But we feel certain that in the preceding paragraphs we have outlined in a clear and synthetic form the nature of such proofs, which are astronomical, anthropological, paleontological, geological, petrographic, and sociological. By consulting the literature cited in the notes accompanying the text,
complete and precise information may be had about all the subjects which have been treated very hastily in the present chapter. End quote. Funnily enough, and despite mainstream archaeology's brusque dismissal of Poznański's primary work, much of his observations in these history-adjacent scientific fields like geology and astronomy have in fact been validated and strengthened by modern research in recent years.
Oh, come on.
So, where does the truth lie here? I hope you'll join me as we investigate just what's behind these claims and see if we can shed some light on the possible origins of one of history's most unique puzzles, the incredible remains of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, high up on the Altiplano of Bolivia.
It's too slow.
I have produced a video on this site
Wow,
in the
the
past,
bait
a
and
couple of years ago
switch.
now. It's an overview of the various complexes and an
Wow,
introduction
great
to the
emote,
forms of
Dick.
stonework
Great
that you
emote,
can
Eric.
find here. We also get into some of the recent discoveries and issues surrounding the site, the orthodox dating timeline, and some of the connections to other ancient cultures. So check out that video if you're looking for an introduction. In this video, we're going
guys
to
wanna
dive
hear
into the
something funny
specifics of the dating
about
claims
changing
around
shit?
Tiwanaku and provide some context by
I ordered a
explaining the
pizza.
phases of occupation.
I
as
ordered
well as
like
the
a
construction and
like an
destruction that
extra
has
large
occurred.
meat lovers pizza
We'll
or
also
something.
leverage Poznański's amazing documentation and take a look at the architecture
And
of the various complexes.
the
on the
order
site
was
and how those
cancelled
have changed since he began his
and
work in the
changed
20th century.
by the restaurant to
Speaking
a
of
large
Poznański's work, these
pepperoni,
really are some
and I got
amazing
discounted like
works.
$6 or
Large
$7
cloth-bound
or
volumes
something.
with many meticulous
But I didn't
drawings,
want a large
photographs,
pepperoni,
maps,
and I didn't
and
want to
folder
spend
notes.
like
I'm
$20
thankful
for a
to be the
large
caretaker
pepperoni. I
for
want
these
to
for a
spend like
while.
fucking.
I am in the process
I'm
of
gonna spend
slowly
like 26
digitizing
bucks
and
and get like an
photographing
extra
these,
large
and I'll be
meat
making the
lovers.
chapters and resources quoted
And
in this
fucking
video
restaurant
available
changed
for
it to a
patrons and
large
channel members
pepperoni.
as a small
That's the
token
first
of
time this ever
appreciation
happened
for
to me.
supporting Uncharted X.
Just do one of those
I've also done
apps,
this with
Uber
other
Eats
rare
app.
books as well as my LiDAR scans
Fucking
from ancient
fuck me.
sites around the world. If you're interested in these resources or in supporting the channel, please do check out my Patreon or the join button here on YouTube,
Sue.
or any
Yeah.
of the other value for value methods
I mean,
at the support page on my website.
It was like what, like they knew that I was getting food anyways at the end, and I got a discount. But man,
the cradle of American
I think
man
they were
for
just.
good reason, as he believed that once
I think it was a
Tiwanaku
money
itself became
thing.
unlivable for reasons that we'll get into.
They said it was sold
its
out, but I think it was a
inhabitants
money
slowly
thing
spread
because
out into the
they
Americas
forced me to
and
buy a
left their
large
cultural
pepperoni, which was like
legacy and
$20
clues
for
within
a
later
lot, I
ancient
guess.
civilizations for us to decode
Go, Rob.
today. In a previous video, South America's megalithic age, link is below, I highlighted one of these connections, the art style and symbology that is shared between Tiwanaku and Chavindihuanta, a site that goes back as far as 3000 BC, located in the northern mountains of Peru.
It was too
with
slow
its
anyways.
famous Ramondi stelae and anthropomorphic idols and artwork, much of which is found
You
in
would want
underground
that?
labyrinths. Another
Yeah,
strong cultural
but-
connection between Tiwanaku and later civilizations is that it seems to have been
But
the
like you
genesis
understand,
for the well-known
I
Chicana,
wanted the meat. I wanted the
step
extra
motif
large
that
meat
is
lovers,
also known
right?
as the Incan cross. This can be found across many existing sites, particularly those attributed to the Inca. The Inca associated this stepped shape to the
I didn't
three
wanna
planes of existence as
spend
part of their
$20 on a
mythology,
pepperoni
and I've explored
pizza.
this concept in more depth in my video on the mysterious megalithic cave of Napahuaca. Again, the link's below. Poznański documents many
That was
more
the first.
connections between the culture of
He
Tiwanaku
wants me
and
to,
those
right?
of presumably later ancient civilizations.
If I'm gonna get
as
ripped
shown by
off-
this map, illustrating the radiation of cultural indicators into not just
I need
South
to get
America, but also
the
Central
most amount
and
of
North
meat
America.
I can.
Quoting Professor Poznański from his prologue, quote,
It's just
"Up
the
to this
pepperoni
time,
pizza
there
is
has been
different.
studied with considerable care
It sits
the
differently in the
interesting
stomach. It
prehistoric culture
digests
of
differently.
northern
It,
Argentine, and
it's more
still
acidic,
more
it's
the vast
just-
patrimony left by the ancients in the
It's a
Grand
bad call.
Peru, Central America,
Bad move.
Mexico, and the United States. But until the present, there has not been
Yeah.
discovered the foundation of South American culture, the ascensional ladder
wasn't
leading
happy.
to the relatively high cultural stage at which the peoples of this hemisphere were found by the European conquistadors upon their new arrival. We call it new because America had been visited previously by Europeans, as has been proved beyond all doubt from the latest studies and
oh,
discoveries.
pepperoni.
On the
Yeah.
other hand, only very superficial investigation
For
has
sure.
been given the great civilization that flourished thousands of years ago on the
But I
lofty
mean,
plateau in
like
Copos
you
of the
could
Andes.
here you
Today,
can get a
this region
walk-in
is at a
special
very
large
great height
pepperoni
above
for
sea level.
I don't know.
In remote periods, it was lower and
Not
possessed
$20.
climatic conditions conductive to the creation and the well-being
less.
of large human groups. Here, the struggle for existence was not arduous. As a result, there developed
Created
a
cheese
stable
over
life,
Greece, yeah, really.
a settled one, which permitted the perfecting of a
Another
noble
great
art,
emote.
adequate moral customs, laws regulating social conduct, and fairly advanced agricultural methods based upon an elaborate astronomical science.
But I think they did it because of the price.
But nothing endures.
I don't think they were
forever.
out of the ingredients.
Great civilizations are destroyed, and new ones are engendered, sometimes inferior, occasionally superior to those that went before. Thus it befell the metropolis of Tiwanaku. Having reached in very remote times almost the apogee of the civilization then attainable, it declined rapidly because of adverse geological changes. Since
Because the
surroundings were
discount,
impaired,
they
malign
said, "Oh,
climatic
you're getting this
conditions
discount of $6. You're getting a
climatic
refund of
aggression
$6
put a
whatever."
walking staff into the hands
And
of the
it's
dwellers
$20
upon the
for
Alto
large.
forcing them to go
Pepperoni.
on and on until they found
not fair.
suitable locations
It's not
where
right.
they could again establish themselves and enjoy the fruits of their labours. These emigrants then, carrying with them their cultural baggage, spread throughout all those parts of the hemisphere which still remained unaffected
That's
by
not
the
right.
climatic aggression, disseminating as they went. their
The ass thing you already know.
End quote. The possibility of civilizations existing in South America many thousands of years ago isn't just an idea unsupported by evidence, quite the contrary. While the most well-known culture of the
was so
region,
bad,
that
guys.
of the Inca, thrived during a short period in relatively recent times, the 14th to 16th century AD. Many
Price
researchers
charges,
speculate
yeah.
that it was itself built upon the ruins of a long-gone and undocumented megalithic civilization.
Nice.
This idea is supported by analysis
I got
of
stuck on the
stonework,
boxes.
architecture, and the timeline of the 13 successive high
It was
Inca
too
rulers.
slow. I was stuck on the box.
I've explored these topics in some depth in several videos. Links to those are also below in the description. There are, however, other sites and evidence for older civilizations outside of the Inca. In the highlands to the northeast of Lima, the site of
better.
Chavan-Huanta, or
Wait, what?
Chavan Temple, as mentioned earlier, has a history stretching back 5,000 or more years with radiocarbon results from around 3000 BC, as well as evidence for massive megalithic work found on the site. It's a beautiful and remote place, one that I visited in 2016, and
No.
research on the site shows a direct connection to the culture of Tiwanaku. Another
Pyramids and
connection
other
between
solar
these sites
systems.
can be
Yeah,
found in the
man,
evidence for
maybe, dude,
low-stepped
honestly.
pyramids, which were features of both locations. The structure at Tiwanaku,
Oh, what
known
was I
as
saying?
the
Let me
Nakapana,
turn this down a bit.
although covered in sediment today, is in fact a large stepped pyramid with a reservoir in its center. Another pyramid site exists in Peru, on the coastal deserts north of Lima, known as Corral. Here also, there is strong evidence dating this site back to at least the time of the Old Kingdom in Egypt, some 5,000 years ago, around 3000 BC. Corral is still actively being excavated and researched, but it features at least a dozen low-stepped pyramid structures. I hope to produce dedicated videos for both Corral
Eric, I was
and
watching
Chavan at some point in the future.
A video of
So, if
drones
we go with Poznansky's theory that adverse geological changes and climatic
use
aggression put a walking stick in the hands of the people of
these
Tiwanaku, who then migrated
square
north, possibly forming the origins of other known
markers on the
ancient
ground
civilizations. What specifically is he referring
to measure the distance
The
from
geological history
them
of
to the
Lake Titicaca,
ground,
the Andes, and the Altiplano
and it
of
looks
Bolivia is
like
complex,
with there's
and the
squares
academic
with the
claims that have
diagonal
been made about this
shade,
region
so it
over the
looks
last
like a
150
triangle,
years are
and
varied
it looks like a
and have
pyramid
changed
from
over
up
time.
top, and it made me
This is the
wonder, like,
case for
wow,
much of
what
the
if the
science of geology,
pyramids
as
are
many
like
of you
these
who
like
follow the work of Randall
drone
Carlson will know.
scale things
doctrine
for
of
ships, alien
uniformitarianism,
ships when they
gradualism,
arrive to
was
Earth?
the emergent
They know how
science's
far
risen
away
goal
from like
for more
the
than
Earth's
half a
surface they
century
are, just
during
like the
the
drones.
1900s.
Blew my mind,
This
man.
is the idea that the Earth has always changed in gradual or uniform ways.
You know what I mean?
And
If
the
you
relatively
Google
gentle, natural, and slow processes
drone
of things like erosion can be
ground
used to explain the landscape.
distance measuring
For much
grid
of the science's
device.
early history, geologists sought
See, it
to
looks like
explain
pyramids from the
everything
top.
by these processes.
It's really
In an
interesting.
effort to distance themselves from the catastrophism
And I think
of
Baalbek
religion, which prior to
was
this time was
a
the
landing
prevailing
site
belief. I like to
in
think
Lebanon.
of this period as something like a huge overcorrection,
'Cause
with
they
the
have
truth
big
being
massive
much more
stone
likely to lay
blocks.
somewhere in between. Of course, nature's slow processes do
Brutal.
shape landscapes over time, but free-thinking and rebellious geologists using modern science of the last 40 years or so have demonstrated that catastrophism most definitely played a part. perhaps demonstrated nowhere better than the channeled scablands of eastern Washington state in the US. This incredible landscape was shaped in a very short period of time by unimaginably catastrophic flooding, and it took geology pioneers like J. Harlan Bretz his entire lifetime to win the battle against the orthodoxy of uniformitarianism. And
What?
today,
Come
his work
on,
is
man.
acknowledged in the Visitor Center for the Channeled Scablands, and his theories of catastrophism accepted. This is also the case for the Altiplano and the region surrounding Tiwanaku. In fact, Poznansky's research indicating that this area had suffered significant upheaval, severe climate change, as well as at least 2 periods of massive flooding is now being supported by geological studies conducted in the 1980s, as well as even more recent work investigating the effects of the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas period in South America. Poznansky describes a Tiwanaku, and in fact the area
Yeah.
around Lake Titicaca,
Dude.
as consisting of 3 distinct periods
Maybe,
of
well-
occupation, interrupted by periods of cataclysm
Yeah,
and
what we
flooding.
learned
His research
was
included
the
extensive excavations both at Tiwanaku and
the
in areas
drill
around the massive lake, whose shoreline
distance
today is roughly 17 kilometers or 10
is
miles
much
from the
further.
ruins of the
Like when they
metropolis.
drilled into granite,
Quoting
they were able to
Poznansky,
rotate
quote,
farther
"The
per
face of the Earth
rotation
has, with the passage
than
of
we
time,
are
undergone
able to
great
now.
transformations.
Whether they did it
As a matter of
fast or
fact,
slow,
our
we don't
knowledge
know,
about
but
the
we know
origin
that
of humanity is extremely limited. The deeper
the
we
depth
penetrate
of
with the aid
rotation, and
science
it's much
into the secrets
more
of
than we
creation,
are
the
able
more we
to
realize how little we know
do
and how
today.
far
I
we
learned
are
that
from
today.
solving
We learned that on the
Geology of the present day believes that the chain of the Andes,
Joe Rogan
which
one
surrounds the Altiplano,
with
has
this
undergone
guy.
great transformations. That during some periods it submerged
And
to
the
a certain
symmetry.
point, while during others it rose.
The
We
symmetry
cannot
is
stop
just
to prove
insane.
these assertions. Only future, serious South American geological studies will shed some light on this matter. The only fact established up to this time is that the mass of the South American continent is rising, and with it the Andean Altiplano, which in remote periods, when its level was less than it is now, was the seat of a flourishing culture. As a result of an elevation, either abrupt or gradual, the ground today occupied by Lake Titicaca and the
I wonder if
adjacent
there's a
lands
way to
south
do
and
this
southeast
with
of the
10
lake,
bullets,
the
man.
greater part of the waters
Can you
of the
imagine?
Andean lakes poured out.
If there's like a
After
like a
this
10 bullet
formidable
strat,
flow, there remained a relatively
Dude,
small
you would
amount
save
of salt
so much
water in the
time.
basin of Titicaca, so that its level was much below the present one.
wow.
In the period following, we find the first traces of
I'm ready
man's
to
culture
investigate
on the
that.
Altiplano, or rather on the banks of the pre-Titicaca. Somewhat later, we perceive a rapid rise in human development, manifested in the fact that man constructed on the banks of the lake, banks which are at the present time covered with water, primitive
Maybe in the
buildings of
future.
wrought stone. The first conclusive and indisputable proof which can be brought to bear in this connection is that Lake Titicaca, due to the great diminution of its waters, reveals today ruins of wrought stone which correspond to an epoch much before that of the Tiwanaku of the second period, and consequently to a stage which was perhaps the mother of the Tiwanaku of the first period. As is apparent from this fact, there can be found no more conclusive proof that in the epoch which preceded the Tiwanaku of the second period, the volume of Lake Titicaca was much less than in the time of the flowering of this great metropolis. End quote. Here, Poznansky describes the ruins of the first period, stone buildings both at Tiwanaku and around Lake Titicaca, although today they are under the water. At
Please.
Tiwanaku, this period was characterized by the use of red sandstone as the primary building material, and many of the structures were semi-subterranean, being built into the ground. This period also seems to have been the genesis of an
I don't know if I
evolving
lured
art
him
style
though.
that eventually
This runs
culminated in the
insane, but
works
I
of
don't
the
think I lured
incredible
him.
Sun Gate, which is a
It's
calendar,
really a shame.
originally less of a gate and more
That's
a part
really a
of a
shame.
much larger wall.
It might have lured him.
Although the site has been thoroughly pillaged over centuries, some of this first period art can still be found at the Christian church found at the site today. This church was built almost entirely from stone ripped from the ruins, and it houses these idols of the first period, supposedly of a man and a woman at its gate. In today's time, you can still see them there, albeit they're protected by fencing. Poznansky continues with the geological history of the region. Quote, much later, a short glacial period occurred on the Altiplano, the residue of which, carried down by the glaciers, again closed the old drainage channels of the Andean Plateau. The waters from the melting ice then filled the basins and lower levels anew, covering the Altiplano almost in its entirety, to a height which corresponds today to nearly 3,845 metres, more or less, above sea level. With this considerable increase in its level, the lake covered nearly all of the Altiplano, which did not have even the inclination of 0.3 millimetres per metre towards the south, which it has today. End quote. Poznansky is here describing a short glacial period,
So
followed by
dumb,
warming
man.
and melting that greatly rose the level of the lake to the point much higher than it is today. In fact, to a level
I thought I was
that
pretty
would have
well
brought the waters to
positioned.
the very shores of
I thought I was in a pretty
itself.
good spot there. Not
As we
gonna
will
lie.
see shortly, the level of the water
It's just
corresponds
sometimes
with
just
the
no,
major
it's
building
just-
periods at Tiwanaku
just sometimes
and
just
Punku
no.
of the second and third periods, when it was not only a city but also
That's why
a
being
harbour.
like
And Poznansky
consistency
found the
is so
remnants of
important in
docks
this level.
as well as a sophisticated series of canals. Today,
And I'm
Lake
not very
Titicaca's level
consistent.
is some 35 or more meters, 90 to 100 feet below this level. And we know the water was at this level thanks to a well-documented and researched strand line, which runs across the Altiplano. What's interesting
That's
about
okay,
this
I'm having
strand
fun along the
something
way.
that is perhaps a good indicator of just how long ago this might have been, is that today it has
With
a
my
significant
friends.
tilt to it, as Poznansky says, 0.3 millimeters per meter towards the south. This results in an 800-foot or 245 meter difference in elevation.
Yeah, Eric,
over
we had
around
some good runs. We had some
375 miles
we had
of
some
this
like
strand line.
we had some really good
Of
runs.
course,
We had
this
some like
strand line was
139
level when it was
pace
created.
passing away
And over time, the geology
in
of
the
the Altiplano has
after
shifted
the
to give
the
it this
tape
tilt.
upload.
A book authored by H.S. Bellamy, published in 1943, entitled Built Before the Flood, which was very graciously sent to me by a patron, explored the issue of the tilting
But I
strand.
think a lot of
further.
guys are pacing that
Quoting
too.
Bellamy, quote,
People that don't
perhaps the
have.
greatest and most puzzling discovery
139,
which
I
was
mean.
made in connection with Tiwanaku was
Damn,
that
yeah,
at the
but
time when the
it's
buildings
like-
of the so-called second period were erected, the prehistoric metropolis was not a city sprawling upon a gentle rise in a wide valley,
It's okay.
but one situated on the shore in a sheltered bight of a sort
I
of
need to get
peninsula.
those runs
For
consistent.
Tiwanaku was a
You know
harbour
what I
city,
mean?
the remains of whose key walls are still
Like I
distinctly
had
discernible,
one run. I had
while a
2 runs
number
like
of
that today.
dock-like
2 or
harbour
3.
basins and a canal can also be traced.
Yeah, I had like 3 runs.
And this
right
strand
past me
line
like
tells
that.
another and a very strange story.
One
It
was
has been
certainly
carefully surveyed for a
139.
length of about
Maybe.
375 miles. And then it was established that
Certainly
it is
maybe.
not straight. The northernmost point at which the former strand line has been surveyed is on the mountain slopes near Silistani, to the west of Lake Umeå in the Peruvian department of Puno. There, the former littoral is about 295 feet above the present level of Lake Titicaca, whose surface is 12,506 feet above sea level. At Tiwanaku, in the southern end of Lake Titicaca, the same strand line is 90 feet above the level of that great sheet of water, and 4 feet below the coping stones of the parapets of the long dry harbours and docks and canals of that mysterious metropolis. The ancient strand line and the ruined prehistoric city are linked beyond any doubt. The height of the strand line relative to the ocean level decreases the further south we go. At the northern end of Lake Popo, on the mountain slopes south of Oruro, it is 12,232 feet above
Titicaca.
sea level, or 181 feet above the level of Lake Pupo, or 274 feet below the level of Lake Titicaca, or 364 feet below the level of the same ancient strand line in the latitude of Tiwanaku. End quote. It's worth emphasising the scale of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Lake Titicaca today is absolutely huge. 190 kilometres or 118 miles long, with a shoreline of over 1,100 kilometres or around 700 miles. When the water was 100 feet higher, and thus at the shores of Tiwanaku, it would have filled almost the entire Altiplano, and Bellamy termed it the, quote, Inter-Andean Sea.
Oh,
This
that was
diagram
fucking
from
great
his book
headshot.
illustrates these levels. The dark blue is the modern Lake Titicaca and Popo, and the light blue corresponds to the level of water when it was at the shores of Tiwanaku. The yellow colour of the map is terrain over 14,000 feet. The tilting strand line of the higher water level exposes one of the several contradictions surrounding the orthodox dating of
Is that the one you're
Tiwanaku,
talking about? The
which
two
was
two
around
girls?
200 to
one cup?
1000 AD. It's not just the strand line that confirms that the site was definitely a harbour. As mentioned by both Poznansky and Bellamy, Tiwanaku and Pumapunku still feature the remains
Yeah,
of
really.
quays and channels. Poznansky's excavations at
Wow.
Tiwanaku also revealed the remains of fish and other aquatic species in the strata, some of the same species still living in Lake Titicaca, although in many cases significantly larger. So, given that the water that formed the strandline was once at the shores of Tiwanaku, which was a harbour, and given that water finds its level and that the strandline was once flat, and remembering the mainstream date for the end of Tiwanaku is around 1000 AD, is it likely that the geography of the Andes and the Altiplano have tilted to such an extent in over just the last 1000 years? Or is it far more likely that this process of tilting the strandline to its 800-foot delta from north to south has taken many thousands of years, and that Tiwanaku was constructed far earlier? It's an interesting problem, and one I hope to discuss with other researchers and geologists who might help to shed some more light on the enigma of the tilting strandline. Another challenge with our modern and relatively young dating for Tiwanaku has to do with the current climate of the Altiplano. Today, an arid and inhospitable place, not at all conducive to supporting the large population and civilization required to construct such a metropolis. Recall that Poznański referred to a short glacial epoch, which he speculates caused the end of the first period of occupation. He's not talking about the deep ice age of the Pleistocene here, but rather something else, something much shorter in duration. Keep this point in mind, as we'll return to it later. The fact remains that the current inhospitable climate of the Altiplano could not have been that under which Tiwanaku flowered and thrived, which it obviously did. The climate must have been very different during Tiwanaku's prime.
I think
one of many lines of evidence for
I know
this
it's
is that
ridiculous,
today there
but
can
getting the
still be found
jaws in the
remains of
cutscene
terracing on the surrounding mountains.
is like the dream
Terracing
run.
that goes
I know it
right
sounds
up into
ridiculous.
the current and
I don't know if
permanent
it creates
snow
more or less lag.
This is no
but
good at all for agriculture now, but these terraces must have been used for that in the past.
I mean,
which is a
I'm not
clear
talking
indicator
scientifically,
for a
I'm
more
talking
benign
meme.
climate, one that could
Because
have
you're
supported
skipping
such a
him.
civilization. Arthur Poznański covers
you
this
see,
in
like you
significant
see him in the
detail his book,
cutscene, then you don't even
and
see
we
him in the rest
resume
of the
with
level.
him
That's so
describing
cool.
the situation faced by the second and third periods.
That's
at
like the best
Tiwanaku.
cutscene, I think.
Quote, "It is necessary to keep in mind
Yeah.
that, after a short glacial epoch, which was the principal cause of the extinction of the first period at Tiwanaku, the Altiplano and its mountain range went through a
what I
period
miss?
where the glaciers were reduced to a minimum and covered only the highest peaks of its mountains. It is therefore natural and correct to presume that there existed a benign climate.
I missed something.
This was a favourable circumstance which made it possible for the man of the Altiplano to dedicate his activities and energy to the construction of a gigantic and sublime work, the ruins of which we admire today with astonishment and respect. Without the necessity of having to dedicate all his energies, as he does now, to acquiring his
I missed
daily
the
bread,
headshot.
and without suffering the annoyances and consequences of a harsh and inhospitable climate,
Hammer.
he was in a position to carry out the
Yeah, let's hammer this
stupendous
fucking
work
run.
of Tiwanaku.
Let's hammer this time.
After the refilling
It's hammer
of the
time.
basin of Lake Titicaca
Let's
took
fucking
place,
go.
the content of which was
No,
no longer
seriously?
salty but brackish.
I don't want to
due the
be at
great
142
quantities of
anymore,
water from
guys.
melting ice, which were
I don't
added
want to
it.
be
Man's
where I
culture
am
evolved extraordinarily.
anymore. I want
It
to be
extended
faster.
not only along the shores of the Great Lake, but spread
I
over the
mean,
numerous and
no worries.
extensive islands also. Then it was that Tiwanaku man reached the apogee of his development, or, in other words, at the end of the third period. During this last lapse of time, the lake was extended to the very outskirts of the prehistoric metropolis. This is a fact which has been proven without any scientific refutation by the
AI's video?
complicated system of canals which exist
No.
until today and which are in direct
Ali's
communication with the
video?
bed of the lake, surrounding all of Tiwanaku. The docks of the port of this city are visible at the present time.
Abigail?
These docks of the
A bi
prehistoric
girl?
Andean city are situated 34 meters 73 centimeters above the level of
big
the present
girl?
lake. We know that with an increase of 34 meters in the level of the lake, almost all of the Altiplano would have been inundated, leaving visible only in the manner of islands, the locations
who's
which would
Ali?
have been found at a height in excess
Who's
of
Ali?
3,845 meters above sea level. However, the still existing
Whispers.
remains of the wharfs of the metropolis show where Lake Titicaca reached in the second and third periods of Tiwanaku. End quote. So,
sorry,
to
man.
summarise Poznański so far, in deep
Apologize.
antiquity, for whatever reason,
About
Lake
what, in
Titicaca
Florida?
was
Was
empty
that the
to
one
a
about
level
Florida?
much lower than that of today, and in those low levels we find the traces of the first period. At some point later in time,
The food
region
shortage?
went into a short glacial phase, ending the first period, but then the climate warmed and
Oh,
improved
yeah.
and the ice melted,
I
and it
watched
filled
the
basin
video. It's
to a
like you,
level
man.
above the current lake and to the shores of the site of
It was
Tiwanaku, giving rise to
it was
the
like
second
your
and third
soul,
periods.
brother.
These inhabitants of the second and third period were those responsible for the
Did you read the
famous
comments? The
mystifying
comments were all
megalithic work whose
very
remnants
supportive.
attract interested people to this remote
Just like a
place
million
to
followers.
this day. The hard andesite pieces with many intricate, perfect inside corners and
Oh, wow, wow.
meticulously flat surfaces. Surfaces that have been shown to approach the flatness of glass have been measured down to but a few microns, thanks to the work performed by
I
Patrice Poyard
applied
in his
to
excellent
a
documentary Builders of
project.
Mysteries. The second period
what is
also
it?
did work with red sandstone, with one monolith at
So
Pumapunku weighing
it's
in
called
at
like
an
a
estimated
program
400
maintenance
tons.
officer
And in
or
places,
something
these
in
also feature
Turkey.
the same tiny
I applied to that
precision drill
job today.
holes, as do some of the andesite.
Program maintenance officer.
The second period was
I
responsible
wonder
for
if
creating
I'll
the
be in
major
charge of
elements
Gobekli
at the site.
Tepe.
The
Can
solar
you imagine?
observatory, known as the Kalasasaya, the stepped
Can you
pyramid of
imagine?
the
I
Akapana,
become
as well as
fucking
Pumapunku. The third period is distinguished
Streamer
by the
Izmir?
efforts to
Yeah,
renovate,
man.
repair, and
On the
extend
beach?
these works, and by the
Oh
fact
my
that
God.
they only worked
I don't know
in
if
andesite.
Izmir's on the beach. Sorry for being
One
an
thing
idiot, but I know
Poznański is
Turkey has
very
amazing,
clear about,
amazing beaches.
and that his research demonstrates, is that there was no long period of degeneration or decay.
That is a
of this
beach town, right?
civilization.
Isn't that like the beach
It seems
city?
to have ended abruptly, with many works left unfinished, the ambitious projects of the third period never completed, and Tiwanaku empty. What could have happened to these people? To find out, we return to Poznański's work. Quote, signs which leave no room for doubt
come on.
show that outside of the Great Lake there existed, farther to the north, a number of smaller bodies of water, whose level was higher than that of the main lake. During one of the frequent seismic upheavals, the counterforts which held back the waters were
Bad
opened,
reaction.
and as these lagoons were at a higher level, the
Surrounded by water,
waters were
nice.
precipitated into the main lagoon. As a result, the level of the latter was temporarily augmented. As a consequence of one of these catastrophes, the Tiwanaku of the third period must have disappeared. During the many thousands of years which have transpired since the building of the monuments of the third period of Tiwanaku, the Altiplano has risen notably, as has been proven by conscientious and trustworthy observations. Consequently, the elevation, 3,847 metres above sea level, which is that of the ruins at the present time, was not the same during the flowering of the Andean
Why?
metropolis. End quote. So, according to Poznański, the great civilization of the Altiplano was eventually ended thanks to another massive flood that emptied higher elevation bodies of water into the Altiplano. There is another tilted strand line reported by Bellamy's work, one that is much higher than the intermediate level at the shores of Tiwanaku, several hundred feet higher. This seems like a tremendous volume of water.
I didn't
one
lure
that
the
would
guy.
require a
I don't
truly
remember where I
significant
shot.
source. I don't think
But
this
it
is the
didn't
strand
lure
line
him.
representing the flood that
Perhaps
Poznański
that's
was
happened
referring to. He
quite
seems
a
to be
bit today.
referring to a more transient but still
I
catastrophic
gotta be more precise
flooding
with that shot.
that Tiwanaku
The
was
console
in fact
shot.
flooded
I might have
is
shot high. I
eminently
can't
clear when
remember.
you visit the site today, as much of it is still buried in alluvium.
You really
and
want to
even
shoot
from
left of
Poznański's
that
original images, you can see that
gray
the site has been
line,
destroyed
vertical
and
line
rocks
on the left
scattered
or on the
everywhere.
right.
Walking around Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, in many
Even if
places
you
can
touch
find the
that line,
tantalizing
it's too
prospect
far
of
usually.
precisely shaped megalithic blocks barely poking out from the
You want to
reddish
be
soil.
left of the line.
It bears mentioning that almost all of what we can see today at Tiwanaku has been excavated from the ground, and much of the site, particularly the
And apparently you
Kalasasaya,
don't want to be
has
too
been
high either
rebuilt
or
by
too
modern
low.
hands in recent decades using material brought in. I've heard it said on other channels and by some people something to the effect of, there is no erosion at Tiwanaku, so it can't be that old. This is flat out false. Parts of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku show very great erosion indeed, as these were the elements from the site that were left exposed to the weathering of millennia. It's something that Poznański commented extensively on in his work, and in fact he points to this
Yeah,
as an
this
indication
place,
of the very likely
Tiwanaku,
great age of the site.
Pumapunku
Andesite
were
really doesn't erode very
found
quickly,
underwater,
and certainly
not
not in
underwater,
climates
under
like the current one of
earth,
the Altiplano.
under
Because
silt.
so much of the site was buried in alluvium
Buried.
or floodborne sediment, ultimately this had the
Floodborne
effect
sediment.
of protecting and preserving the stones. A good example of this is the famous Sun Gate itself. It was found buried, face down, with only a portion of the back corner exposed, a corner which we can see today is quite badly eroded, while the incredible artwork on its face remained preserved. It was doubly lucky that it fell face down, probably from the flood, as had any of the artwork been visible when the Spanish conquistadors rampaged through here, it would have been utterly destroyed. As it is, they were the most likely cause for it being broken in half. Unfortunately, the damage wrought by the Spanish was only a small part of the destruction this ancient place has endured. Much like many other repositories of finely worked megalithic material, like the Great Pyramids of Giza or the gigantic polygonal walls of Peru, the stone blocks have been prized as building material by careless men and cultures who care nothing for the past, seeking only to enrich themselves. The stone of Tiwanaku has been carried off the site for centuries and used in the construction of many structures and houses in the city of La Paz, in temples across the Altiplano, and in the building of railways, sewage systems, bridges, and even mining machinery. In 1540 AD, Gyges de Leon visited the site, the earliest known written account of Tiwanaku, and it must have been quite a vision. Quoting Poznański, quote, Gyges de Leon, who personally visited the celebrated ruins of Tiwanaku in the year 1540, saw still standing great ramparts and walls which have now disappeared from the surface of the ground, and the traces of which the archaeologist can establish only by drawing up topographical maps. Since then, centuries have passed over these venerable spots, and in the course of this time, clumsy human hands have accomplished a much more destructive work than was effected in thousands of years, either by the ceaseless action of natural phenomena or the tireless and devastating labour of time itself. Sacrilegious hands have torn away these precious monuments, a testimony of prehistoric energy and genius, destroying the eloquent remains of the one-time splendour and glory.
What?
For whole centuries, these monuments were looted to construct houses, temples, bridges, etc., not only in La Paz but in other localities. Not without grief and indignation could one see, even a few years ago, how wagons reached La Paz daily, loaded to overflowing with those precious American relics, which were employed as construction material for a building which was being erected in the main plaza.
He was shooting me.
And
What?
casting a glance back some 2 centuries,
dumb, man.
we see how the commissions sent by the clergy for the extirpation of idolatry devastated the monuments of Tiwanaku. Later, Alonso de Mendoza and his followers built with this same material, so well cut and so easy to obtain, the first part of the new city of La Paz. And this very same material is still used to build temples in a great part of the Altiplano. But even more damaging for the ruins of Tiwanaku than the devastating action of time, of natural phenomena, the work of the builders of cities and the zeal of fanatic guardians of the Christian religion, have been the excavations of Gyges Corti, 1904. Of all that which this inept and unscrupulous searcher may have disinterred in his excavation, there remains today not a stone in its place. The beautiful tiles of the Cloaca Maxima today serve as paving stones in the square of the village, and the stones carved with ornaments and the blocks of the
It's
coloured
painful,
Peron
man.
were carted off by the managers of nearby country properties.
Natural
to be
stuff
embedded
is
as
just too
decorations
painful to
in
play.
the walls of the houses on the estates. Upon the occasion of each new visit to Tiwanaku, until a few years ago, one missed some of the old things and noted new traces of the labour of devastation caused by criminal hands from the village itself. The theft of the stones was increasing every day, and, had it continued, there would have been lost in a short time these remains of the remote civilization which must be called upon to illuminate completely the study of American prehistory. But, due to the energetic action of the government officials during the terms of Pando, Montes, Villazon, Saavedra and Salamanca, an action without which there would exist today almost nothing of these ruins, such vandalic destruction was, to a certain extent, stopped. End quote. Poznański spitting some literary fire there, but you can clearly hear his passion for the site and for its preservation. Although he gives the government the ultimate credit for protecting the site, it was his ceaseless lobbying of them that ultimately drove that action. And today, Tiwanaku is safe with the UNESCO World Heritage designation. It's worth noting here that the Tiwanaku of today is very different to the Tiwanaku of Poznański's time. As mentioned earlier, much of it has been rebuilt and reconstructed. Just compare these photographs from Poznański's works of the Great Solar Observatory in Calisaya to those taken during my several visits to the site. Only a few of the huge monoliths were left standing, and today the gaps between them have been reconstructed using smaller blocks brought into the site. I think it's possible, indeed likely,
that the entire Kalasasaya was composed of such large monoliths originally. The famous sunken temple with the idol of Wirikosha in the center and the stone heads in the walls is almost entirely reconstructed, with the original stones and heads located in a museum in La Paz. But some of the larger stones in the perimeter are original, with the faint outline of high-relief carvings, giving a hint to what might have once existed here. The Cloaca Maxima that Poznansky referenced in the last quote was his name for the reservoir or the dam that sits in the center of the Acapana stepped pyramid. Today it's just a dry depression in the center of the structure. This was once connected to an elaborate series of channels and was fully tiled in andesite. Some of Poznansky's images here show a few of these stones, the same ones that later disappeared, presumably pilfered as building material. These older images speak to me of some sort of functional purpose. Indeed, much of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku has an almost industrial feel to it. One block in particular, found behind the Acapana today, I think demonstrates the use and control of water. It's an andesite piece with the remnants of elaborate carving on the front. It's covered in tiny, precise drill holes that may have once held something else there. And the back of the block is curved such that, at least to me, seems to indicate something hydrodynamic, perhaps a sluice gate of sorts. I call it the super block as it has so many interesting features, and I'm looking forward to another closer look at it in the near future. Despite all of the destruction, quarrying, theft and careless excavation that has occurred here, there fortunately does seem to be much yet to be discovered at Tiwanaku. In recent years, there have been reports of an entirely buried pyramid found via ground-penetrating radar, as well as an entirely underground citadel that might take more than 50 years to excavate. Terrain mapping drones have revealed the huge extent of what might still be buried in sediment here.
What? Like what?
The site itself likely extends underground also. Local rumours talk of staircases going down into the ground, and tunnels going beneath the Acapana pyramid have been explored with robots, but results from such tests are extremely hard to find, and the tunnels have since been resealed and hidden. So before we get into the astronomical dating of Tiwanaku, let's quickly cover another couple of points made by Poznansky that speak to a potentially vast age.
Oh my god. But yeah, Dick, seriously, I'm considering international now.
In the same strata layer in the soil that also contained
For
a
work,
skull from a toxin,
Toronto toad.
an elephant-sized hoofed mammal that existed in South America during the Pleistocene and went extinct around the time of the
applying
Young Giants,
overseas.
roughly 11 to 13,000 years ago.
Go where I'm.
Some of the artwork at Tiwanaku
where I'm
also
valued.
seems to point to other extinct species from this period. There are many depictions of large cats amongst the carvings, which today are all classified as pumas. But in that case, as Poznansky points out, why do only some of these show cats
With my
very
girlfriend,
large
of course.
canine teeth, while others do not?
She actually,
possible that these
she
represent
recommended it.
both pumas and
She's
smilodons,
supporting
the
it.
so-called saber-toothed tiger? The name saber-toothed
That'd be
tiger is a
amazing.
bit of a misnomer. They aren't closely
the
related
best.
to the tiger at all, but they did exist in South
That would be,
America
like,
and
the
were one
best.
of many megafauna who went extinct at the end of the
Man, we were so happy in Miami. Oh my god, man.
Now, the primary
We were
method
just
that
so
Poznansky
happy.
used to pin a date of 15,000 BC
I mean, we're
to
so happy here,
second
but,
period
man.
at Tiwanaku
Oh my
was
God,
astronomical
man.
dating, based on changes in the obliquity of the ecliptic, analysing the alignment of the solar observatory, known as the Kalasasaya, to the precise locations on the horizon of the sunrise during the solstices. The ecliptic is the plane projected by the Earth's orbit around the Sun, more or less the disk in which all of the planets orbit. The obliquity of the ecliptic is the angle between the plane of the Earth's equator and the plane of the ecliptic. As most people know, the Earth's axis is tilted, so that angle today is approximately 23.5 degrees. This tilt in the Earth's equator gives us the seasons as we orbit the Sun. Summer in the northern hemisphere occurs when it is tilted towards the Sun, and 6 months later, on the other side of the Sun on our orbit, it's tilted away, so it's cooler and hence winter.
The degree of this tilt is not fixed, however. There is a slight oscillation to it, and its value swings between 22.1 degrees and 24.5 degrees in a cycle that takes around 41,000 years to complete. This motion of the change in the Earth's tilt is but one of several long-term motions of the Earth, loosely known as Milankovitch cycles. With careful analysis, and due to this change in the obliquity of the ecliptic, the exact location on the horizon of the sunrise changes very gradually over time. The solar observatory of the Callicity was constructed as a marker for the sunrise on the solstices, the longest and shortest days of the year. Poznański set out to measure the difference in the obliquity of the ecliptic at sunrise on the solstices between his time around 1930 and when the alignment would have been precisely matched to the construction of the Callicity. It turns out that the structure also aligns with the locations for the sunsets on the solstices, I think making it undeniable that the Callicity is absolutely a solar observatory and not just some sort of coincidence. But this discovery would only be made long after Poznański had passed away. In his efforts at using this technique to date Tiwanaku, Poznański enlisted the methods of Sir Norman Lockyer, one of the pioneers of astroarchaeology. Quote, "Since olden times and also in our day, the question regarding the age of Tiwanaku is one which has fascinated scholars and laymen alike. Since these ruins were already debris in the period of the Inca Empire, capricious commentaries and conjectures were made about their existence and the men who built them, and especially about their age. Thus it is that until a little while ago, the chronological aspect of Tiwanaku constituted an almost indecipherable enigma. Only after conceiving the idea of investigating the age of these remains of human activity in prehistoric America, the most notable ruins which have come down to us, and using astronomical resources to this end, has a slight ray of light penetrated this mystery. It is not a new thing to study the age of archaeological monuments by astronomical means. Perhaps the person who carried out this class of investigations with most skill and understanding was Sir Norman Lockyer, president of the Physical Solar Observatory of London, who, in 1909, in his detailed work Stonehenge and Other British Stone Monuments, supplied the necessary foundation for the methodological investigation of the epochs in which there were constructed the monuments of remote antiquity.
Nice,
in these
man.
works, which we can call definitive, the author employed the method of approach of the learned Sir Norman Lockyer.
What
or
percentage is it
specifically
up?
Used exclusively as a basis for the calculations the change of the obliquity of the ecliptic. In other words, the comparison of the ecliptic marked on the temple of the sun of the second and third periods, and that of the present time. Through the facts expounded in the preceding chapters, it has been proven beyond all doubt that the
7 times? Are you
was a true
serious?
solar observatory located
Hell
on
yeah,
the
congrats,
astronomical
man.
meridian, and at the same time,
What's
a
that, 14?
magnificent
I'm not gonna
stone
say, I'm not gonna dox you.
for reasons also
I'm not gonna
set forth
dox you.
in previous chapters, it has been noted that when the observer
Congrats, my
stands
man.
at the center of the west wall of Callicity of the second period, the north and south pillars at the east wall are so located that the sun would rise at the
Congratulations,
solstices
my man.
on the outer corners of these pillars.
Wild.
Also, approximately in the
initial-
center of the building, let us say at the middle of the monumental perron, the sun appears on the morning of the equinoxes. Now then, if at the solstices one observes the sunrise,
When did you
at
get
the aid
in?
of
Did you get in at
instruments,
7
it will be
times?
noted that it does indeed still come up at the corners of these pillars. However, if we examine this phenomenon with precision instruments, we note a difference of
Oh,
approximately
sorry.
18 minutes, which represents the change in the obliquity of the ecliptic between that of the period in which Callicity was built and that which it has today. This difference has
That's
served as
okay.
the basis for the calculation of the age of Tiwanaku. End quote.
What? How did he not pass away?
Poznański spent
Why-
years
why,
on
like-
the site carefully examining the alignment of the Callicity, and also enlisted the help of several astronomers, like Professor Rolf Muller from the German Astronomical Mission, who spent several years on site confirming his results. The 18
wouldn't be
minutes
so that's okay,
difference
it's
in
going-
the
it's going
obliquity
up,
of the
it's going
ecliptic
up
that is
and up and
currently
up.
shown in the alignment of the structure was applied to the curve
Oh my
constituted
gosh.
by the formula of extrapolation recommended by the
Oh my
Ephemeris
gosh.
Conference of Paris in 1911. This formula produced a date of 15,000 BC, when the alignment would have been accurate, presumably the founding of the structure, which was built in the second period at Tiwanaku. When this date was published by Poznański and by the astronomers from Europe that accompanied him, it was unsurprisingly met with fairly strong criticism, most of which just dismissed the findings with terms like absurd and with no scientific refutation. Jose Imbeloni, a supposed scholar at the time, attempted to debunk these results, but in his efforts, he confused the precession of the equinoxes with the variation of the obliquity of the ecliptic, two entirely different cycles, and also used incorrect measurements of the structure in his calculations
I
by
know,
not
man.
distinguishing
I want you to
between
have
the
that,
works of
man.
the second and third period. Not a good look. Poznański's conclusions were confirmed by professional astronomers during his
I
time.
agree, my man.
But
You
despite
do.
this, he was well aware, almost
In
prescient,
Montreal,
in
there's
fact,
so many
that
nice
both
cars, man. Oh
technology
my
and
god.
our ability to make these observations might improve in the future, and that his work could be built upon. Quoting
A lot of
Poznański,
nice cars in Montreal.
quote, "We have not the least doubt that someday our measurements will be controlled by competent
Like a lot.
geodetists or astronomers, and possibly certain errors or omissions will be rectified, which escaped us through
So you're gonna be there
judgments
for
or for other reasons. In spite of this,
Saint
we're
Jean
convinced that the way has
Baptiste.
been opened for the study of the stone calendar and the foundations
That's
laid
big, man.
for the calculation of the age of Tiwanaku. We feel also that our observations will be of help to those who, in the future, establish
June
themselves in the
24th or
region
whatever.
under study, and having the necessary time and resources, face the study in all its amplitude, correcting errors which we may have made, and thus shedding greater light on the purposes for which that magnificent temple and stone calendar was constructed, and on the age of these notable ruins." End quote. Poznański's prediction that his work would be improved upon in the future was indeed correct. And here we can find a very interesting connection to something mentioned earlier, that of a brief glacial period followed by a benign climate on the Altiplano. In modern times, the same exercise of using astronomical dating and the change in the obliquity of the ecliptic at the Callicissai was undertaken, using much more accurate information, computerized data,
Yo, what's up,
and the
everyone? That's it, dude.
astronomical almanac, which gives us more reliable values for the changes in the Earth's tilt. Professor Neil Steed and Dr. Oswaldo Riviera analysed not only the eastern sunrise points of the structure, but also the western sunset alignments for the solstices. They concluded that all four cornerstones of the monument had been accurately positioned somewhere around 10,000 BC. Dr. Riviera resigned from his post as director of the Bolivian National Institute of Archaeology shortly after this announcement, presumably as a result of this heretical observation, a not uncommon occurrence for anyone in professional academia who dares to step too far beyond the approved timeline. What's interesting to me is that this more accurate modern date, roughly 10,000 BC, corresponds very closely to a significant period in Earth's history, that of the Younger Dryas Cataclysm, occurring some 12,900 years ago. Most likely the result of multiple impacts from a fragmenting comet, it caused catastrophic climate change, drove the huge rise in sea levels, plunged parts of the world into glacial conditions for nearly a millennia, and corresponds to the extinction of hundreds
Yo,
of
what's up,
species of
everyone?
megafauna.
Just
In a
Aw,
previous
that's
video,
nice of
we
you,
took a
man.
deep dive into the effects of the Younger Dryas on South America by analysing a recent
I
scientific
didn't
paper
do it.
looking at a site in Chile. The link to the video is
Where's
below.
Neat Dreams?
Not only did this study show
He's
significant
living his
impact
dreams
proxies
being
in
a
strata,
neat, man.
It indicated a massive extinction event in South
It's in his
America
name.
of more than 80% of megafauna, and it demonstrated
legend
a
Neat
dramatic
Dreams.
change in climate, both up and down the average temperature scale in various regions. When we combine the modern astroarchaeological date of 10,000 BC or 12,000
epic-
years ago,
The
Younger
epic
Dryas
introduction
cataclysm of
raid,
around
the
13,000
Neat Dreams
years ago,
raid
and
back in
Poznański's
2020.
reporting of both brief glacial periods and consequent dramatic climate change, we can start to paint a picture for
Changed
what
my
might
life
have
forever.
occurred here. Is it not possible that
Made
the Younger
lifelong
Dryas
friends
cataclysm
because
itself
of it.
brought on the glacial conditions that ended the first period at Tiwanaku?
And him, including
As
him.
temperature graphs show, this cold period was geologically very brief, around 1,000
You're my
years,
hero, and in
and
my
then
dust.
the Earth warmed very rapidly. As the glaciers melted in the Andes, filling Lake Titicaca to the shores of Tiwanaku, the climate had also warmed. Could this time in the past have given birth to the bounty of the second and third periods at Tiwanaku? This warming would have taken place right around 10,000 BC, which corresponds to the alignment and astronomical dating of the site.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think Poznański
Maybe, Dick.
might well have been right in
There
his
was an
assertions
order
for the
that
vast
was
age of Tiwanaku.
delayed
And it seems like modern
A
science,
day?
particularly in fields outside of archaeology, are agreeing with
And
you.
they said if it
It is
doesn't
just
arrive in the
speculation,
next
but
2
very much
days,
like Plato's story for the sinking of Atlantis at
you
9600
you
BC,
can get a
aligning
refund
with meltwater pulse 1b and the end
with the
of
assumption that
young
even
giants.
if it
It is
arrives,
quite a remarkable coincidence that the dates for
you keep it.
Tiwanaku line up so very well with those produced by
So
modern
that
research
sounds like kind of the
into
same type of
cataclysm
policy.
of the Younger Dryas. Against all this evidence,
I
for
did
a
it
more
once
ancient
because I
origin of
ordered
Tiwanaku,
some
mainstream
I ordered some
academia has used
compression
C14
springs because I was lowering the
dated
car,
remains and the
and I
results
needed
of
to
a
do the
process
work on
called
the
obsidian
Saturday.
hydration dating to outright
And
dismiss Poznański's work. While
You
these
can't really
methods
buy
are
compression
undoubtedly
springs at
useful,
Canadian Tire,
they're
so you can
also
only
not
get them
without their
special,
drawbacks.
like at order.
Carbon
frickin-
14 dating doesn't work on
Amazon,
stone
whatever.
and may only give you dates for the
And
last campfire.
I'm
or
not
for
usually
the last
upset with
person to
delivery,
be
but
interred
I
as they
planned
drowned.
that entire day
Both carbon 14
to do
and
the work,
obsidian hydration dating
and it was
also
good
rely on the
weather.
use of constants in their calculation, when in
That's when
reality
I still had a
these
job,
constant values can
working
vary
Monday to
over
Friday.
time.
I want a
Cosmic
job now,
events,
but
supernovas or solar activity can affect
gotta
the
keep
rate
looking.
of carbon decay, and obsidian hydration dating
Anyways,
assumes a constant
they
rate
refunded
of
me.
water absorption, which, as we've
I
seen,
didn't.
likely
I didn't
varied
even
in the
ask. I was just
extreme
kind of
the
frustrated.
Altiplano as it underwent significant
I
climate
called to
change over
ask
time.
about because
On the other hand,
I was
Poznański
planning to work
undertook a
and I
huge
saw they changed
multidisciplinary
it.
approach, combining geology, astronomy, cultural, anthropological, and paleontological methods.
You
over
totally
50
should,
years
man.
to come to his
Amazon?
conclusions. He dedicated his life to studying and to preserving
Bezos?
the great enigmatic ruins of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku.
Like, what an asshole,
and he
man.
and his work deserve to be taken seriously. Amongst the amazing relics of ancient civilizations, Tiwanaku stands as unique. There's nothing quite like it found anywhere else on the planet. So was Tiwanaku,
Such an
as
asshole.
Arthur Poznański labeled it, the cradle of American man? There's certainly plenty of evidence to suggest that it might well have been, and that it may well be far older than our modern orthodox dating suggests. Hopefully, future generations of researchers and archaeologists can continue to work on this site with open minds, considering the full impact of adjacent sciences, to uncover the truth that likely lies still undiscovered, waiting patiently beneath the sedimented soil of the remote Altiplano of the Andes. Thanks for watching.
Way too slow. Way too slow.
Well, there we have it. I hope you enjoyed that look into some of the
Too
evidence
slow.
for an older dating of Tiwanaku.
There's
It's probably
this-
fair to say that this video's
but
been
no,
in the
he's
works
such
for
an
a
asshole.
couple of years
Like
now. I
every
produced
day,
that first video on
I wake
Tiwanaku
up
and Pumapunku back in 2019,
and
it's really taken that much time to kind of research and get into Poznański's works.
I just
which, as
realized
you might
that
be able to
every
tell, was quite
streamer out
extensive.
there,
I will be sharing,
if they just
the
shared
images
some of
from
like
the books as well as a few of the chapters that
I'm
I've
telling you, we
referenced,
need a union,
in
man.
the
We need a
video
streamer
with
union.
patrons and channel members and people who support
Because
my work through that
the
value
amount of
providing model.
ads,
So if you're interested
I get
in
no,
that
I get
type
like
of thing, or in supporting
zero
what we're
ad
doing
revenue.
here at Uncharted X, via that value,
And I was
value
wa-
model,
and I
there's
was looking at
lots
the
of details on
stats.
the
It
way
was
you
like
can
something
do
like
that. It's all on my
10,000
website. It's unchartedx.com.
minutes watched or some shit.
A quick update on upcoming trips. I will be
I don't
joining
even know
Randall
if the number's
Carlson
right, but it's a
along with
lot.
the Brothers of the Serpent, Colin Russ, and the
And
guys, as well as David Matheson, Brandon
like
Goodell,
Amazon has the
in
money,
the channel
even
Scadlands, looking at
even
the
if you just ignore the
catastrophic
subscription
landscapes
stuff,
of the Ice Age megafloods
Amazon
with
has enough
Randall.
money from these
That trip is
ads
happening in late September.
that you
can
could
find all the
just
details for
distribute it
that
to
at contact
the
cabin.com. And I'll also
fucking-
be doing another trip to Egypt in October of this year. I think there's
what's
still
it
some
called?
spots available
Affiliates.
for that. If you're interested in that, there's a post on my website. You
We
can
need
check
a
out
union,
all the
man.
details there. And lastly here, I just wanted to give
But
a
it's not.
special
It's like
shout out and
it's
thank you to the
streaming is
producers
like a
of this
hobby for
episode.
me.
These credits are real credits. They work the same way
Making
as
a
credits do in
loss?
Hollywood.
Really?
You can put them on your LinkedIn or really anywhere else that
I
accepts producer
really?
credits.
I can't
Starting with
imagine
the
that.
executive producers for this episode, Mark
Really?
Rendina. Mark, thank you again for your support. Greatly appreciated. I'm looking forward to catching up with you.
All
again
my
in Egypt
VODs,
this
dude.
year.
I have
Cortez Studio,
every
also a
stream
long-term
I've
supporter,
ever done
of the channel.
saved
Thanks so much,
as like a
Cortez
5-hour
Studio, for, your
video
support of my work.
saved
It's
on my
much
channel
appreciated.
over the last
Daniel
3 years.
Sidoni is an
I have.
executive
I don't know how many
producer for this
gigabytes I
episode.
have. I must
Thanks so
have.
much for all the support, Daniel. It's much appreciated. I know you
I must
sent
have
me
like a terabyte of
contributions
information
over
on
PayPal.
fucking
Yeah,
just
greatly
myself
appreciated.
online.
Thanks so much. Now for the
At least.
associate executive
Probably
producers
more.
for this episode, Ralph
Which is
Robinson.
this.
Thank you so much, Ralph. Ellie Cahill. Thank you so much, Ellie, for the support. Martin Hess.
Why
Also,
they're so
Martin,
heavily
thank you so
pushing
much
ads?
for the
Wild.
support. And I also want to give a special shout out to
Really?
JR, who runs the Ancient Sanctum YouTube channel, as well as Dan from Queensland in Australia, big supporters
sounds like
over in my
some
Twitch channel, which I do stream ads
5D
several times a
chess
week if you're
by
interested.
the ad by
All right,
Twitch
guys, I hope you
to
enjoyed
be like,
the video,
no, it's
and
not
I'll
our
see you
fault.
in the next one. Cheers.
We're the poor guys. That's why we need to push all these ads and you make no money. But I'm very skeptical person. But I mean, like, everyone would just be happier if they distributed that money better to the affiliates. Like, it's crazy. She's trying to get money from ads from barely streaming. How did you make money from the ads? How much money did you make? And how? Show me the way. I think I make like 50 cents. I think I made 50 cents total. All time. 10 minutes of ads per hour. Wow. Wild. I use an ad blocker anyways. On mobile, it's a rough experience. Oh wow, you made $10 off the ads? That's insane. Holy crap, man. I've only made like 50 cents total ever. Like, you know how absurd that is? It's just so absurd. It's just so representative of the disparity. Watching ads, it's crazy. Like why? Because I mean, the ads are being distributed to people. I mean, people are watching. It's like you're going to a channel on Twitch. You're going to see an ad. So why is it not standardized in union amongst everyone? And why would we not want to support that? What has the top streamers provided to us? Nothing. Not that their fault, but it's like we don't owe them anything in protecting that ad money. You know what I mean? You go to the website, you go to a channel, you watch an ad. The affiliate gets paid. I'm telling you, we need a union for that, man. Oh man, yeah, Bezos is a fucking asshole. Again, I don't know if it's not profitable, Moonraker. I mean, I might do that for my channel. I might try it out, but I don't think you make that much more. I mean, if Dick says make $10. It's crazy. I mean, I hope everyone uses an ad blocker. I watch 0 ads. I haven't watched an ad in like years. Only when I was on mobile during a brief transition. Oh, yeah, I bounce between browsers. I jump between browsers because they always find a fix for my ad blocks. I jump between Google Chrome, well, mainly Firefox now. I was on Opera before, but now I'm on Firefox. And rarely Chrome. But on mobile, you're at the mercy of the ads. But you know what? It's not a bad idea because I want people, for someone me, who's, if you don't know who I am, you're going to click on my name, my face. You're going to want to see the stream right away, in my opinion. Because I think I have good content. No, but I mean, what I mean is, it's better than them having to wait through an ad before watching my stream for the first time. It's maybe, that's why I was thinking of changing it. That was the only reason. So I might do that. And I'm sorry if you guys have like a million more ads in the future. You see the streamer first. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what they do. But if you stay there, they'll show an ad pretty quickly, but not right away. But that's what I need, especially with my followers only requirement in my chat, which I have. Which might explain why I'm not growing, which is fine. We need a union, man. I'm telling you, we need a union. We even need like fucking streamers' rights, like Goose. You know what I mean? They fucking took his affiliate away, motherfuckers. Shadow banned. Pieces of shit. We need a union, man. How do you get turbo? What's turbo? Too much like YouTube. What's turbo? Is that a browser? Is that like a subscription payment? No ads. Oh, okay, cool. On Twitch. 70% cut of ad revenue. $10 a month on Twitch. Oh wow, cool, man. Wow, insane. Wow, insane. Yeah, I do that with music. I do that with trance music. di.fm. All day at home, nice. Like, fuck you. Missed a lot because of ads. Wow. Yeah, you know what I mean? So, if everyone, for example, so this is why we also need a union. So if, okay, in theory, if every single viewer has turbo, then no one will watch ads and no streamer will get paid. You know what I mean? That's why we need a union, man. It's like Twitch is fucking dipping, what's the word? Dipping 2 sticks in the honey pot? Both hands in the honey jar? Yep. Fuck. And I mean, can you imagine just the happiness that you can provide to just affiliates to say, give them, you know, like $100 or $200 a month or something? You need like $100, $50 a month or something, man. That'd be big. Or fucking 50 cents a year. God damn it. So yeah, fuck Bezos. Fucking asshole. Too real. Australia was very expensive when I went. Or what? Yo, can't use Primal Mobile. Yeah, it's so crazy. I was in Perth in 2014. Yeah, 2014. You fucking 9 years ago. I sound like I sound like so old. Graduated high school 20 years ago. 2 decades ago. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that was my peak. That was probably my peak of my life. I'm just kidding. I think Miami was the peak of my life. I'm just kidding again. I'm just going up and up. Yeah, Miami was amazing. Perth was really nice, but it was really expensive. A lot of disparity there. California. So far. Yeah, what you've told me about it. Sour Stash. Seems pretty cool. And all the dispensaries. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I remember the photos you sent me. I remember. It's dope. It's so dope. Nice, man. Yeah, that's me. That's me, Dick. Pretty much describe my future. If I'm lucky, I hope I live that long. Oh man, I can put another video on. Oh. That's spooky shit, man. Oh man. Oh my god.
In the year 401 BC, at the height of the period known as the Greek Golden Age, a Persian prince named Cyrus the Younger was fighting a bitter civil war against his brother and was trying to seize the throne of Persia. To help him in this fight, he hired a mercenary army of mostly Greek soldiers, 10,000 men who traveled the long road to Persia to fight on his behalf. Among them was the Greek writer and adventurer named Xenophon, and he later wrote about this expedition in his work entitled Anabasis. Xenophon and his companions met the enemy Persian army at the Battle of Cunaxa, on the banks of the Euphrates River, and they gave the Persian prince Cyrus value for his money. The Greek heavy troops beat the Persians back and delivered a victory for the man who had hired them. But when the dust of battle had cleared, they heard the bad news. Cyrus the Younger had been killed, apparently knocked from his horse by a young common soldier. His claim to the throne of Persia had died with him, and the war was over. For the Greeks, this must have been heartbreaking. Their long journey, the victorious battle, and all their sacrifices had been for nothing. Their general had also been killed, and all of their senior commanders captured, leaving them without a leader and stranded in the middle of a foreign land. Now Xenophon and what remained of his 10,000 men had to find their way home to Greece. They knew that their only route was to reach the Black Sea, which lay across the wide deserts of what is today Iraq. They were terrified. They had few supplies, and the enemy army was already pursuing them close behind. They hastily elected some leaders from among them, and Xenophon was one of them. People he encountered who had built such enormous construction. The earliest settlements in this region, like the ones found at Göbekli Tepe and Çatalhöyük, are truly ancient, each between 12 and 9,000 years old. They are some of the first evidence we have of humans living in large societies after the end of the Ice Age. But the Assyrians also had an incredibly rich awareness of their own ancient history and the cultural roots of their society. Since the invention of writing by the Sumerians around the year 3200 BC, humans had been passing their knowledge down from generation to generation, and it's hard to overstate just how powerful this was. The Assyrians held on to the memory of several of the great kings of the Sumerian age, revering them as semi-mythical heroes. Among these was the legendary hero Gilgamesh, who slayed monsters and went on a quest to find the secret of eternal life. And they still told stories about the Akkadian king Sargon the Great, who, for the later Assyrians, had lived nearly 2 millennia in the past. For them, Sargon was about as distant in the past as Julius Caesar is for us. But his name was still on their lips. They still told stories about him, wrote about him, and drew inspiration from him, as this Middle Assyrian text called Sargon the King of Battle demonstrates.
While Sargon dwelt in the land, his heroes with him, 12 he chose. He brought his army across the fir tree land. He conquered the cedar mountain. He took for his weapon the lightning bolt of his god.
Like the Sumerians before them, the Assyrians saw the ruins of ancient cities scattering their landscape and developed stories to explain how they got there. They believed that a great flood had once washed over the world, and that these ruined heaps of stone and brick were a remnant of this destructive ancient event. So I think it's worth reminding ourselves, right at the outset, that the Assyrians did not think of themselves as we might think of them, as an early culture at the dawn of human history, but as a people on the cutting edge of human progress, the product of a long and ancient line, and the culmination of all that humanity was capable of. Since the fall of the Sumerian Empire, the language of Akkadian had become the region's most common tongue, replacing the old Sumerian language. And the cities that had once formed part of the Sumerian empires had broken away. They were now a loose constellation of independent city-states, dotted up and down the rivers Tigris and Euphrates. Each city had their own king, their own army, and their own god. As we saw in episode 8, for much of the region's early history, the Akkadians had been something of a junior partner to their Sumerian cousins. But now, with the collapse of Sumer, the Akkadian cities of the north were finally free, and they set out on their own journeys. One of these cities was the city of Ashur. Ashur was occupied from at least the year 2500 BC. It was founded at the height of Sumerian rule, on a bank of the river Tigris in northern Iraq, about halfway between the modern cities of Tikrit and Mosul. Ashur was probably an early trading city. It would have been a town of tents and houses built from river clay, thatched with reeds. The smells of cattle and wood smoke would have drifted through its muddy streets, the sounds of people and the fluttering of the leaves of date palms, perhaps already the first canals being dug to water its fields. In its early days, it would have been a very humble place, and it would be hard to imagine the glorious legacy that its people would one day construct. Throughout the Sumerian period, the town of Ashur did well, and some of this was down to its natural advantages. It was nestled on a bend of the river Tigris that sheltered it on its north and east side, and its builders improved its natural defenses with a system of strong buttressed walls that made it a strong fortress. The rivers of Mesopotamia were the land's lifeblood. They brought water for drinking and to irrigate the fields, but in the rough landscape, they also acted as the highways along which trade could move on barges and ships. Carvings of the time show long boats powered with oars, forging over the brown waters of the rivers, carrying wheat and barley, copper and tin, as well as fine woods and stone from the north. As a crucial stop along one of these rivers, Ashur soon grew to be a wealthy place. Excavations of its houses show that by the second millennium, many of them were spacious mansions. It became common for wealthy families to keep vaults beneath their floors to hide their many valuables, jewelry made of gold and polished brass, inlaid with semi-precious stones like carnelian, agate, and the brilliant blue lapis lazuli. Excavations have even uncovered dozens of libraries and archives in the city, where texts written in cuneiform on clay tablets were stored, a clear indicator of a city overflowing with wealth. The wealthy families of Ashur were also able to donate handsomely to religious organizations, and the city would become home to no fewer than 34 temples to the various gods worshipped by all the people of Mesopotamia. Gods like the sun god Shamash and the moon god Sin, the storm god Adad, Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, and of course, the king of the gods, Enlil. We can imagine walking through the city streets at this time and hearing the incantations washing out of the temple doors and overlapping in the hot air, the priests of the different gods competing for attention in the crowded city, the ringing of bells and the banging of drums, the singing of hymns. Funeral processions may have floated past, chanting poetry such as this surviving devotional hymn to the Babylonian god Marduk.
The man who is departing in glory, may his soul shine radiant as brass. To that man may the sun give life, and Marduk, eldest son of heaven, grant him an abode of happiness.
The temples also performed services for the sick. If you visited the temple of Ishtar with an ailment, it's likely you would have heard something like this prayer being said over you by one of its priests.
Bind the sick man to heaven, for from the earth he is being torn away. Of the brave man who was so strong, his strength has departed. In his bodily frame he lies dangerously ill. But Ishtar, who in her dwelling is grieved for him, descends from her mountain, unvisited of men. To the door of the sick man she comes.
And soon, like most cities of this time, the city of Ashur developed a god of its own. In fact, the city virtually became a god. In the religious systems of Mesopotamia, gods and cities had an intimate and interwoven relationship. The gods of this time performed many of the duties that they do for us today. They could be called for in times of need or given sacrifices to ward off evil. But at this time, each city also had a god in the same way that every sports team has a mascot. The god was believed to quite literally live in the highest chamber of the city's temple, often in a statue dedicated to them. If you visited another city on business, it was considered sensible to give an offering to the city's god while you were there. And if two cities went to war, it was thought that their gods were battling it out in the heavens, just as their armies were fighting down on earth. And the more a city succeeded, the more power its god was presumed to have. As the city of Ashur grew in importance, its people named the city's god after the city itself, and so the god Ashur was born. Grand temples were thrown up to this new deity, and as the city went from strength to strength, worship of Ashur rose to become the highest form of religion for its people. This god rapidly took on new symbols and iconography. He became thought of as a robed man wearing a crown and holding a bow, often appearing in carvings at the center of a winged disc, looking down on the world and the golden city over which he presided. As the confidence of the cult of Ashur grew, eventually the position of Enlil as the king of the gods, a position he had held for 1,000 years, was in jeopardy. Over the next centuries, the god Ashur even took over Enlil's wife, the goddess Ninlil, and his sons Ninurta and Zababa. Ashur, and not Enlil, was now the supreme god for this city's people. The people of the city of Ashur would soon become known as Ashuraye, but today we call them Assyrians. Like many of the powerful cities of this region, for the next millennium or so, the Assyrians of the city of Ashur would make several attempts to found their own kingdom, and a number of times they succeeded. One great king named Shamshi-Adad ruled at the end of the 19th century BC, and he conquered large areas outside of Ashur, bringing back great wealth to the city. Under his reign, the people of Ashur built a grand royal palace, and the temple to the god Ashur was furnished with a ziggurat, an enormous stepped tower that in the Bronze Age was a statement of a city's membership to an elite and powerful club. But this early flourishing of Assyrian power was stamped out by the rival power of Babylon, a powerful city in the south that established its own empire under the famous king Hammurabi. This was the fate of the people of Ashur for much of the second millennium BC. They were able to rise a little bit before being swallowed up by a bigger fish. They were folded into the empires of Babylon, the Mitanni, and the Hittites, and would usually spend a century or so as a possession before throwing off their rulers and once more going it alone. But throughout this time, there was also a flourishing of Assyrian culture. One epic poem, known today as the Tukulti Ninurta epic, has survived from this time. It glorifies Assyrian military conquests in the south and sets out a model for how the ideal Assyrian king should behave. And it also contains a vision of the fierce, warlike spirit of the Assyrian people.
They charged forward furiously to the fray, without any armor. They had stripped off their breastplates, discarded their clothing. They tied up their hair and polished their weapons. The fierce, heroic men danced with sharpened weapons. They blasted at one another like struggling lions, with eyes flashing. Particles drawn in a whirlwind swirled around in combat. Death, as if on a day of thirsting, slakes itself at the sight of the warrior.
But as the second millennium BC drew to a close, around the years 1200 to 1150 BC, the Assyrians would face a challenge of astonishing magnitude.
The period that followed has gone down in history with the name the Bronze Age Collapse. As we saw in our second episode, for reasons we still don't entirely understand, a wave of destruction would soon wash over this region. Hordes of a mysterious force known as the Sea Peoples would land on its shores. Famine would spread from city to city. This destruction would sweep whole civilizations off the map and leave virtually no inhabited cities left in the eastern Mediterranean region. Only two great societies emerged on the other side of this destruction. One was Egypt. As we saw in our second episode, the Egyptians managed to stop the Sea Peoples in a daring ambush on the waters of the Nile Delta, and just about held their society together. And the other was Assyria. It survived by withdrawing from its recent conquests, and holding on to only those territories that were essential to keeping its trade routes open. It withdrew back to its heartland and survived in a diminished form. But as the wave of destruction ended, the challenges that Assyria faced were enormous, as the historian Georges Roux recounts.
Towards the end of the 10th century BC, Assyria was at her lowest ebb. Economic collapse was impending. She had lost all her possessions west of the Tigris, and her vital arteries, the great trade routes that ran through the mountain passes, were in foreign lands. hostile Highlanders occupied not only the heights of the Zagros, but the foothills down to the edge of the Tigris Valley, while Aramaean tribes pitched their tents almost at the gates of Ashur.
At this time, Assyria's territory consisted of little more than a strip of land along the river Tigris, surrounded on all sides by determined enemies. But there were also things to be thankful for. For one thing, Assyria's enemies seemed incapable of uniting. For much of this history, they hated each other as much as they hated the Assyrians, and this would prove crucial for Assyrian survival. In the flat plains of Iraq, Assyria had no natural boundaries or defenses. For its survival, it relied on the fact that its enemies could be dealt with one by one. The powerful Assyrian army could march one way, then the other, smashing each enemy in turn, and subsequent kings would do everything they could to ensure that this continued to be the case. The main cities of Assyria were also virtually untouched by the disaster of the Bronze Age collapse, and they continued their economic output throughout the crisis. Assyria still had chariots and horses and weapons. It had access to iron, the new metal that had been used for ceremonial and decorative objects for centuries, but was only just beginning to be used to forge weapons and armor. The introduction of iron meant that Assyria was no longer dependent on the fragile supply of copper that came to them from across the mountains in the faraway mines of Afghanistan. Iron occurs 10 times more commonly in the Earth's crust than copper, and could be found just about anywhere. The warriors of Assyria had been trained by years of constant fighting, and were now among the best in the world. And perhaps most importantly, the line of royal succession had supposedly not been broken for more than 200 years, meaning that the kings of Assyria claimed to draw on an ancient and unchallenged legitimacy among their people. In this region at the time, no other state could say the same. And to at least one Assyrian king, it must have seemed clear that if Assyria could only seize its opportunity, it could become a power unlike any that had been seen before. That man's name was Tiglath-Pileser I. Tiglath-Pileser ascended to the throne in the year 1114 BC. He was the son of a harsh ruler named Ashur-Resha-Ishi I. His father had been remorseless in his campaigns, giving himself the title the Avenger of Assyria and merciless hero of battle. One surviving edict by his father declares that the penalty for fraternizing with palace women was to be thrown into an oven, and it's clear that Tiglath-Pileser inherited at least some of his father's harsh reputation. A series of laws was written during his reign, called the Middle Assyrian Law Code, and they included incredibly harsh punishments against women. In one, a married woman who has an affair is decreed to be killed. But he was an energetic ruler and a skillful campaigner. One of his royal inscriptions describes him in the following manner.
Unrivaled king of the universe, king of the four kingdoms, king of all princes, lord of lords, whose weapons the god Ashur has sharpened, and whose name he has pronounced eternally for control of the four quarters. Splendid flame which covers the hostile land like a rainstorm.
This kind of overflowing praise is quite typical of how all Assyrian kings described themselves. But in the case of Tiglath-Pileser, it's clear that the challenges he faced were indeed formidable. He had inherited an Assyria that was threatened on multiple fronts. In the north, climate shifts had been driving nomadic horsemen into the northern plains. The Mushku people of Syria had occupied certain Assyrian districts in the upper Euphrates Valley, but the Hittite people had also snatched some of its territory, and the powerful rival of Babylon still lay to the south. But Tiglath-Pileser didn't waste any time. He attacked the Mushku first and conquered them, and then drove out the Hittites and Aramaeans. And everywhere he went, he placed a record of his victories. In one of the strong fortresses he built along his border, he engraved the following message on a series of copper plates in the base of the walls.
Altogether, I conquered 42 lands and their rulers. From the other side of the lower Zab in distant mountainous regions to the other side of the Euphrates, people of Hatti, and the upper sea in the west.
The king Tiglath-Pileser also loved to hunt, and he delighted in bringing back live specimens of animals from the faraway lands that he campaigned in.
I killed 10 strong bull elephants in the land Haran, and the region of the river Habor, and 4 live elephants I captured. I brought the hides and tusks of the dead elephants, along with the live elephants, back to my city of Ashur.
It's hard to know how the average Assyrian citizen of the time would have felt about all of this, since their accounts were not recorded. We can imagine that, at the very least, a great deal of wealth would now be flowing into the city of Ashur. Teams of construction workers would have been working day and night to build new palaces and gardens in the city. Exotic, never-before-seen animals might now be seen on the streets, while access to new trade routes may have meant that new spices and fabrics would have begun to appear in the city markets. Tiglath-Pileser swept his Assyrian armies west, and when he conquered the Hittite town of Pitru, he gained control of the highway to the Mediterranean Sea, a distant body of water that, for the Assyrians, constituted one edge of the entire world. Assyria at this time was the only great power in this region with no access to a coastline, and we can see something of the wonder in the King Tiglath-Pileser's words when he boasts about going on board a ship for the first time. The Assyrian chronicles even record that he hunted and killed some kind of sea creature known as a Nahiru.
I killed a Nahu, which is called Horse of the Sea, in the great sea of the land of Amul.
We don't know what this animal was. Many believe it may have been a dolphin or a whale, while others say it was likely a hippopotamus. But it shows what a novelty it was for the king of the landlocked kingdom of Assyria to finally reach the water. Tiglath-Pileser died in the year 1076 BC, and on his deathbed he must have looked back on a life of staggering success. During his violent rule, Assyria recovered much of the territory that it had lost over the period of the Bronze Age collapse. He had grown his kingdom into an empire that was all but unmatched in the region, and he must have looked ahead to the dawning of a golden age for Assyria. But the fortunes of Assyria would soon change for good, with the reign of a king named Adad-nirari II. Adad-nirari was crowned in the year 910 BC, nearly 3,000 years ago, and it's worth mentioning that his reign is perhaps the first event in the entirety of Near Eastern history that can be dated to an exact year with 100% confidence. The Assyrians, like the peoples before them, didn't keep track of years with numbers like we do. Instead, they gave each year a name, sometimes named after a particular person as a kind of honor, or named after a significant event that had taken place, like a great battle or an eclipse of the sun. Assyrian scribes kept long, meticulous lists of these year names, along with brief notes about important events that had taken place, as the following example shows, corresponding to 3 years at the end of the 8th century BC.
The year of Chamberlain Tab-Shar-Assur, the city of Dua-Sharukin was founded. The year of Shamash-Upahir, governor of Habruri, Kumuhi was conquered and a governor was appointed. The year of Shah-Assur-Dabu, governor of Tushan. The king returned from Babylon, the vizier and nobles. The loot of Dua-Jakin was destroyed on the 22nd of Teshrit. The gods of Dua-Sharukin entered the temples.
This system worked well enough for people of the time, but it means that if a modern historian wants to work out the date of a particular event, they need to have an unbroken list of year names, and for that list to include a known historical event, or an astronomical event that can be clearly dated, like a solar eclipse. Luckily for us, the Assyrians were obsessed with eclipses, believing them to be important omens from the gods, and they kept incredibly careful note of any that occurred. And the reign of Adad-nirari is the beginning of the earliest one of these lists. He was an ambitious king, and he soon began to expand in all directions, into what is today Turkey, Iran, and the Mediterranean coast, drawing on the strength of the formidable Assyrian army. The life of an Assyrian soldier was a tough one. Adad-nirari's armies were made up primarily of men drawn from the fields. They would spend much of their year working on farmsteads with their families, digging canals and turning the dusty earth with plows and hand tools, growing beans and pulses, wheat and barley, raising livestock like sheep, pigs and cattle. And then when the spring came, the rains stopped and the winter mud hardened across the land, they would be gathered up, given a spear and a shield made of woven reeds, and marched up into the rocky hills or out into the barren desert to fight for the empire. Sometimes they would fight other settled societies who lived in walled towns. Other times, their opponents would be nomadic tribesmen, or even other Assyrians who had rebelled. It must have been a confusing and frightening experience for these men, and no doubt many despised being forced into this service. But perhaps there were also those who enjoyed it. Without these annual excursions, many of them may never have seen a mountain or an ocean, or anything of the world outside their town or village. And since the Assyrian army tended to win more than it lost, there must have been a certain sense of pride in their shared accomplishments. This rhythm of a season of harvest in the autumn and a season of war in the spring formed the heartbeat of the Assyrian Empire. It was a drumbeat of expansion and conquest that was continued by the king who came to the throne in the year 883 BC, and who would carry the Assyrian Empire to new and unprecedented heights. His name was Ashurnasirpal II. Ashurnasirpal was a remorseless and ruthless warrior. And many of the things we associate today with the kings of Assyria, their cruelty and harsh treatment of enemies, reached a climax under his rule. Much like many rulers of this time around the world, it's clear that he used terror tactics and tortuous methods of execution to drive fear into the hearts of his enemies. But his inscriptions, out of all those of the kings of Assyria, do stand out for the delight they seem to take in the details of these terror tactics. After crushing one rebellion to his rule, Ashurnazirpal commissioned this inscription describing what happened next.
I burnt many captives from. I captured many troops alive. From some I cut off their arms and hands. From others I cut off their noses, ears and extremities. I gouged out the eyes of many troops. I made one pile of the living and one of heads. I hung their heads on trees around the city. I burnt their adolescent boys and girls. I razed, destroyed, burnt, and
Hey,
consumed
Nenroy
the
Dust. How you
city.
doing, man? Hope you're doing good.
Whether because of these tactics or despite them, in the short term, Ashurnazirpal was an effective conqueror. New conquests were turned into client states and ordered to pay tribute to the Assyrian Empire. Enormous wealth began to flow once again into the imperial center, and Ashurnazirpal celebrated his victories with the construction of even more grand palaces.
I founded a palace of cedar, cypress, juniper, boxwood, terebinth, and tamarisk as my royal residence, and for my lordly leisure, for eternity. I made sculptures of beasts of the mountains and the seas, in white limestone and alabaster, and placed them at its doors. I decorated it in a splendid fashion. I hung doors of cedar and cypress in its doorways, and put therein silver, gold, tin, bronze, and iron, treasure from the lands I conquered. I took people which I had conquered from the lands over which I had gained domination, and settled them there.
This policy of resettling conquered people in Assyria wasn't new, but Ashurnazirpal seems to have employed it far more frequently than his predecessors. The Assyrians understood a very simple calculation in the ancient world, that population size meant power, and they quite happily filled their cities with people from all corners of their empire. They created what must have been some of the most cosmopolitan urban environments before the modern age, and we can only imagine what it must have been like for these conquered peoples to be uprooted from their villages and deposited unceremoniously in the vast metropolitan cities of the Assyrian heartland, larger than any town they had ever seen, and where hundreds of languages would have been heard on the streets. But the Assyrians also used deportations and relocations in a much more punitive way, and this policy also reached its height under Ashurnazirpal. Deportation may sound like something of a light punishment when compared to the fates of some of those who stood in the way of the kings of Assyria, but it was a brutally effective tactic for crushing resistance to the empire. Human beings during this time, and throughout history, are so connected to our landscape that this kind of uprooting had a devastating psychological impact on the peoples it was done to. This technique of mass deportations was so effective that it has been employed by modern dictators. Joseph Stalin famously deported at least 6 million people in the 20th century from more than 20 ethnic minority groups considered to be troublemakers. And in the early days of the American colonies, when indigenous people were taken as slaves, they were always transported to another region to break their relationship with the land and reduced their chance of escaping. Whether despite this cruelty or because of it, King Ashurnazirpal did manage to keep the empire together and dramatically expanded it. But he was followed by his son, a man named Shalmaneser III, who would not be so capable. Shalmaneser enthusiastically continued his father's policies of aggressive expansion and mass deportation. But in the final years of his reign, the people of Assyria had had enough. An enormous rebellion led by his son broke out across the entire empire. 27 cities, including the city of Ashur, rose up in rebellion. And this long and bitter civil war allowed virtually all of the people that Ashurnazirpal had conquered to shake off Assyrian rule. Assyria's heavy-handed military domination of the region had made them hated, and it was clear that if they hoped to ever build a lasting empire, something would have to change. One king named Tiglath-Pileser III thought he knew what that thing was, and it was not a softer and more diplomatic approach. He decided, in characteristic Assyrian fashion, that what the empire needed was a much more powerful army. Up until the middle of the 8th century BC, the Assyrian army was much the same as any other force in the region, only a good deal larger, and the numbers really are staggering for the time. Shalmaneser III, the son of Ashurnazirpal, once boasted a force of 120,000 men at a time when the world population has been estimated at only 50 million. If his inscriptions are to be believed, then at that time around 0.25%, or 1 in every 400 of the world's entire population, was at that time serving in the Assyrian army. But it was still a force made up of virtually untrained peasants. The only professional soldiers were bodyguards that protected the king and other nobles, but these were mostly deployed in the cities and palaces, and rarely saw battle. The vast bulk of the Assyrian army was made up of farmers, who, as we've seen, were plucked from their lands whenever the need arose, following the heartbeat of the seasons. Although the empire could summon a vast horde of soldiers, it was an ineffective force. When the autumn came around and the barley grew golden in the fields, these armies of farmers had to march right back home and bring in the crops. Otherwise, the people of the empire would go hungry. Gathering this huge army from the fields was an immensely time-consuming and difficult task. Rebellions could break out at any time of year, but if one occurred in some far corner of the empire, the Assyrians had to wait until summer for their campaign to begin. It would take months to gather all the soldiers required, and then another month or two to march across the region to face it. By the time they arrived, it would be nearly time for the annual harvest, and the men would have to march all the way back home. If they were clever, a rebellious city could simply lock its gates and wait behind their walls for the armies of Assyria to go away, and in many cases this is exactly what they did. But in the year 745 BC, the king Tiglath-Pileser came to the throne. He chose his royal name after the king who had brought Assyria to such greatness more than 3 centuries before, who had forged a path to the Mediterranean and killed that sea creature known as a Nahuru. And this new king, Tiglath-Pileser, engaged in a radical program of reforming the Assyrian military into perhaps the first truly modern army. He reformed the core of the military into a body of elite armored troops, cavalry and chariots, and he demanded that conquered territories on the edges of the empire supplied all of the army's light infantry, who were considered expendable and often bore the brunt of the casualties. The Assyrian army also pioneered the use of a large engineering component to its fighting force. Assyrian soldiers could build bridges and dig tunnels, construct fortifications and siege engines, as well as maintain the supply lines needed to keep an army going. This combined fighting force of soldiers and engineers was similar to the formula that would make the Roman military so formidable 7 centuries in the future. Assyrian carvings show remarkably detailed scenes of the army crossing one of the land's great rivers, something they must have had to do multiple times a year. We see Assyrian men blowing into tied-up sheepskins to inflate them and use as buoyancy aids. Chariots dismantled and turned into boats, rafts constructed to transport supplies and equipment. Army engineers could even cut paths through the treacherous mountains, as this inscription, written by the late Assyrian king Sargon II, seems particularly proud of.
Mount Cimmeria is a great mountain peak that points upward like the blade of a spear. Its summit touches the sky above, and its roots are made to reach down below into the netherworld. It is not fit for the ascent of chariotry or for allowing horses, and its access is very difficult for even the passage of foot soldiers. I had my vanguard carry strong copper axes. They cut through the high mountain crags as if they were limestone, and thereby improved the path. I took the lead of my army and made the chariotry, cavalry, and battle troops fly over the mountain as if they were brave eagles. I had the common soldiers and light infantry follow behind them. The camels and donkeys bearing the baggage leapt up its peaks like the ibexes native to the mountains. I had the numerous troops of the god Asher ascend its difficult slopes in a good order, and then I set up camp on top of that mountain.
Tiglath-Pileser also increased production of iron in the empire. It was a small-scale industrial revolution. Assyrian cities of this time must have become increasingly smoke-filled, the furnaces belching charcoal smoke, the sound of billows and clanging hammers echoing off the buildings. The use of iron allowed the Assyrians to enter the era of true mass production. Assyrians could now use iron to make arrowheads, knives, pins, and chains, while Assyrian soldiers now marched with iron swords, iron spear blades, iron helmets, and iron scales sewn into their tunics. The effect was immediate. In the year 743 BC, only 2 years after coming to the throne, King Tiglath-Pileser marched north against the kingdom of Urartu and conquered it easily. 2 years later, he marched west into Syria against the kingdom of Arpad. The people of the city of Arpad had fought the Assyrians before, and they knew what to do. They would simply close their gates and hold tight. The Assyrian army may have looked fearsome, but they knew that when the summer came to an end, they would have to go home and harvest their fields, just as they always had. But as autumn came, the people of Arpad must have realized that something was wrong. The Assyrians showed no sign of going home. In fact, it looked like they were settling in for a long stay. Tiglath-Pileser lay siege to the city of Arpad for 3 years, something that would have been impossible with the old seasonal armies. When the city finally fell, the Assyrian king ordered Arpad to be destroyed and its inhabitants slaughtered. It was a clear message to all those who stood in the empire's way that a new age was dawning. Much like superpowers today, the Assyrian Empire treated the areas outside its boundaries as zones of extraction, where life was cheap, and all that mattered was the empire's continued access to their resources. And Assyria would grow rich from the vast wealth it extracted from these areas. One text written during the reign of that cruel king Ashurnasirpal II lists all the wealth drawn from a single campaign of terror against the region of Bitsamani.
I received harnessed chariots, equipment for troops and horses, 460 harness-trained horses, 2 talents of silver, 2 talents of gold, 100 talents of tin, 100 talents of bronze, 300 talents of iron, 3,000 bronze receptacles, bronze bowls, bronze containers, 1,000 linen garments with multicolored trim, dishes, chests, couches of ivory and decorated with gold, the treasure of his palace. Also 2,000 oxen, 5,000 sheep, his sister with her rich dowry, and the daughters of his nobles.
On top of this, 15,000 slaves were rounded up and brought back to Assyria to labor in manual jobs and provide a workforce for the empire. In campaign after campaign, Tiglath-Pileser conquered lands in Syria and marched all the way down the Mediterranean coast, taking coastal cities all the way to Egypt. He invaded the northern kingdom of Israel, destroyed their army, installed a puppet king, and deported large numbers of Hebrew tribes back to lands in Assyria. And Tiglath-Pileser also added one more remarkable new possession to the list of Assyrian conquests. That was the mighty and ancient capital of the south, the great city of Babylon. The city of Babylon had been the political and religious heart of southern Mesopotamia for more than 1,000 years. It was perhaps the most ancient and revered great city in the region, and at this time it ruled over an area known today as Babylonia. This is a landscape of marshes, covering much of the south of what is today Iraq, on the coast of the Persian Gulf. This was once the largest wetland in the Middle East, home to countless rare species of bird, and the reeds often grow so high that you can't see over them. Mesopotamia had once been divided between the Sumerians in the south and the Akkadians in the north, but this had now evolved to become Babylonians in the south and Assyrians in the north. And it's a cultural division that still exists today. In modern times, the distribution of the Sunni and Shia regions of modern Iraq roughly follow this same geographical divide. Babylon was the largest city in the world at several points in history, and it was perhaps the first city to ever reach a population above 200,000. Today, its awe-inspiring ruins sit about 85 kilometers south of Baghdad, a sprawling mass of crumbling walls. Its famous Ishtar Gate, with its ornate blue glazed tiles, its depictions of oxen, lions, and dragons, were at this time still several centuries in the future. But Babylon would have still been a resplendent city, glittering in the sun. And Tiglath-Pileser's conquest of Babylon shifted the balance of power in Mesopotamia. By the year 736 BC, the empire encompassed almost the whole of the region known as the Fertile Crescent. It now formed an unbroken corridor from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean, linking up the trade routes of the Indian Ocean with those of North Africa and Europe. Its roads would have been thick with caravans of donkeys and camels, its rivers full of barges, carrying spices and precious stones, wheat, barley and fruit, gold and silver and brass. It was this empire, and the formidable army it now commanded, that the king Tiglath-Pileser III would pass down to his younger son, who would found the greatest dynasty of the Assyrian age. His name was Sargon II, named after that great ancient Sumerian hero. His dynasty would be known as the Sargonid Kings. They would rule for 3 generations that would form the highest point of the empire's achievements in war, art, and literature. But they would also be the twilight of its age. And when these 3 generations ended, the empire would finally collapse in ash and flame. At this point, I think it's worth pausing and asking, what was life like for the average citizen of the Assyrian Empire? Due to their officious record-keeping, we actually have a great deal of detail about how the people of ancient Mesopotamia lived. Like the Sumerians, the Assyrians wrote on clay tablets, which is lucky for us since it has made their texts incredibly durable. An enormous number of these pieces of writing have been recovered, so many that an estimated 90% have still never been looked at by a trained expert, and far less translated. The experience of reading these tablets is like hearing the babbling of countless voices speaking up to us from the impossibly distant past about a remarkable array of everyday matters. Just one out of countless examples is this letter from a child away at school, complaining to his mother that the other children have nicer clothes than he does.
Tell the Lady Zinu, her son, Idinsin, sends the following message. From year to year, the clothes of the young gentlemen here become better, but you let my clothes get worse from year to year. The son of Adad Idinam, whose father is only an assistant of my father, has 2 new sets of clothes, while you fuss even about a single set for me. In spite of the fact that you gave birth to me, and his mother only adopted him, his mother loves him, while you do not love me.
As a result of this rich collection of texts, we can paint a remarkably clear picture of what life was like for these very ancient people. Walking the streets of a great Assyrian city during this time would have engaged every one of your senses. One such city was Nineveh, which would soon become the capital of the empire, the same city that the Greek writer Xenophon would one day pass by while fleeing from the Persian army pursuing him. Nineveh was an enormous city for the time. Its city walls were 12 kilometers long, built of a stone foundation surmounted by mud bricks, and enclosing an area of 7.5 square kilometers. The wall was broken by 15 gates, many of them named after gods, such as the Adad Gate, named after the god of storms, or the Shamash Gate, after the god of the sun, while others carried more descriptive names, like the Desert Gate, or the Gate of the Water Carriers. The city was surrounded by a moat, filled with water from the river Tigris. The city would have been a kaleidoscope of rooftops, built in a largely unplanned manner, and its alleyways would have been covered with mats and reed awnings to keep off the heat, much as they still are in Iraq today. In the courtyards of houses, skins of wine and jars of water hang from the rafters to cool. We can imagine a joint of meat boiling in a clay pot on a fireplace, the smells of baking bread wafting from a clay charcoal oven nearby. The following recipe for lamb stew, translated from a clay tablet, shows the kinds of smells that would have been wafting through the city streets in the afternoon.
Stew of lamb. Meat is used. You prepare water. You add fat. You add fine grained salt, dried barley cakes, onion, shallot, and milk. You crush together and add leek and garlic.
Like the Sumerians before them, the Assyrians loved to drink beer. They drank it in groups, sipping it from large urns through hollow reed straws. Beer held a prominent place in Assyrian culture, and this inscription by the late king Ashurbanipal shows that even in the highest royal circles, it was considered among life's greatest pleasures.
In my reign there is prosperity. In my years there is abundance. My kingship is good as the choicest oil. Good beer I have placed in my palace.
Nineveh sat on the river Tigris and had a bustling dock and waterfront beside the gate known as the Dock Gate. This would have been a vibrant place, full of the smells of dried and fresh fish, stagnant water and mud, the babbling of the crowd, people arguing over prices and shouting greetings in dozens of languages. Merchants would sail downstream on barges or ships woven from reeds, perhaps travelling south to Ashur or Babylon, with clay urns full of beer or wine. The following letter contains instructions from a wine merchant to a friend.
Tell Ahuni, Balaam sends the following message. May the god Shamash keep you in good health. Make ready for me the myrtle and the sweet-smelling reeds I spoke to you about, as well as a boat for transporting wine. Buy and bring along with you 10 silver shekels worth of wine, and join me here in Babylon sometime tomorrow.
But the Tigris was a fast-flowing river, much faster than the Euphrates, and sailing back upstream was very difficult. So traders would often make the journey back by road, accompanied by caravans of donkeys. The road system was now much improved since the time of the Sumerians, and a sophisticated highway network now joined all of Assyria's major cities, with milestones at regular intervals, telling travellers how much further they had to go. But the roads were often dangerous, and although soldiers would patrol them, banditry was extremely common. One letter from a local governor shows his frustration with the lack of response to the bandit problem.
Tell Sin Idinam, Silly sends the following message. I have written to you repeatedly to bring here the criminal and all the robbers, but you have not brought them. And so fires started by the robbers are still raging and ravaging the countryside. I am holding you responsible for the crimes which are committed in the country.
In the cities, a great deal of life took place on the roofs of houses. During the day, women would gather on these roofs to perform the duties of maintaining their homes. They would pound grains into flour and knead the dough to make bread, prepare food, wash linen and hang it out to dry. We can imagine them talking with their neighbours from roof to roof as they worked, and the sounds of their laughter drifting overhead. During the hottest hours of the day, with the Iraqi sun often reaching more than 40 degrees Celsius, or 104 degrees Fahrenheit, the heat would drive everyone indoors. The finer houses of the city often had a kind of cool room, with a floor made of polished alabaster or marble, and the walls painted with plaster. During the hottest parts of the day, the floor and walls would be splashed with water to cool the air inside. The city's poor would sleep on reed mats, while the rich had wooden bed frames with mattresses and coverings. The richest of the citizens had beds made of ivory and fine carved woods. And it's not just people that were thought to live in this city. The Assyrians believed that the world was populated by countless demons and spirits, who could not be seen or heard, but whose influence could constantly be felt, and who often manifested as bad smells. These demons were responsible for illnesses and disease, and they required the constant attention of exorcists to expel them. The following letter recounts the procedure for one exorcism for a person suffering from epilepsy.
As soon as something has afflicted him, the exorcist rises and hangs a mouse and a shoot of thorn bush on the vault of the patient's door. The exorcist dresses in a red garment and puts on a red cloak. He holds a raven on his right arm, a falcon on his left, and recites the incantation, "Truly, you are evil." After he has finished, he makes another exorcist go around the bed of the patient, followed by incense and a torch, and recites the incantation, "Begone, evil Hutupu," until the demon is driven out. He does this every morning and evening.
Talismans were often used to ward off these evil spirits, often small statues in bronze or clay, sometimes precious stones like jasper. They were often frightening images of demons, with the wings and heads of goats and dogs, and the tails of scorpions. And these would be kept in every corner of the house to ward off evil. As you walked the city, you would see these small talismans hanging from the rooftops. For many Assyrians, one crucial everyday object was what's called a cylinder seal. These were a small cylinder of stone, some no larger than a battery, which had complicated designs and symbols carved into them. The idea was that someone could prove their identity using this seal, and they could be used to sign contracts, just like a signature. People would wear them around their necks on a string, and when a contract was written on clay, they would roll the cylinder over it, so that their unique image was left printed on it. You could even seal a chest, an urn, or a door using clay or wax, and then print it with an official seal, so that everyone knew the last person to open it. The following letter of instruction to a member of the king's household shows the importance that these seals held in all manners of official business.
Tell Manaya that Siki Alani will be coming to you carrying the cylinder seals to reseal the entrance of the warehouse, and also the cylinder showing a Lamu monster for resealing the chests. Get everyone together, open the storehouse, and take as many as you can carry of the garments which are in the chests under my seal. Put your cylinder seal on whatever has been returned, and send me back the seal cylinders.
But these cylinders were expensive, and they signified that their holder was an important person of high class. Regular people had to get by without one, and to sign a contract, they would simply press their fingernails into the clay, meaning that the marks of these ancient people's hands are still left on some of these documents. The people who lived these countless lives in the streets of the great Assyrian cities were probably largely unaware of what was going on in the vast grand palaces that loomed over their cities. They would have likely followed the comings and goings of kings with some interest, the way we might pay attention to celebrity gossip. But to them, the inner workings of the royal palace would have been as inaccessible and mysterious as the center of the earth. But what happened in those inner chambers would have an enormous effect on their lives. And as that final great dynasty of Assyria, the Sargonid kings, took to the throne, the dramas of the royal court would soon have deadly consequences for all those who called Assyria their home. The drama of the Sargonid kings truly begins with the son of Sargon, a man named Sennacherib. He came to the throne in the year 705 BC, and he would begin one of the most remarkable family dramas to come down to us from the ancient world. And he would be the father and the grandfather of the last two great kings of Assyria, Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal. This great drama got off to a remarkably rocky start. Sennacherib's father, Sargon, had been a respected and feared king, but it's clear that something about Sennacherib meant that he didn't quite hold the same level of command. After only 2 years of his rule, several Assyrian vassals in the foothills to the east, in Syria and along the Mediterranean coast, all suddenly stopped paying their tribute to the empire. The Egyptians, always happy to throw sand in the eyes of the Assyrians, moved to back the rebels' fight for independence, and the young Sennacherib quickly found himself plunged into a fight for the empire's survival. The young king quickly gathered the full force of the imperial army and dealt with the rebel kings in the usual Assyrian fashion, taking them on one by one. He first marched east and crushed the peoples of the Iranian lowlands. Then he marched north and around the Fertile Crescent to the Mediterranean coast and reconquered the rebellious kingdoms there, as he recalls in the following inscription.
With the weapons of the god Asher, my lord, and my fierce battle array, I turned them back and made them retreat. I quickly slaughtered and defeated the king of the land of Elam, together with his magnates who wore gold jewelry like fattened bulls, restrained with chains. I slit their throats like sheep and cut off their precious lives like thread. Like a flood after a rainstorm, I made their blood flow over the broad earth. The swift horses, harnessed to my chariot, pulled into floods of their blood. The wheels of my war chariot, which lays criminals and villains low, were bathed in blood and gore. I filled the plain with the corpses of their warriors like grass. I cut off their lips, I cut off their hands, like the stems of cucumbers in season.
One of these campaigns is remarkable because we have accounts of it written by both the winners and the losers in a level of detail almost unprecedented anywhere else in the 8th century BC. This is because its records have survived not just in the chronicles of Assyria, but also in the Bible. This was Sennacherib's campaign against the kingdom of Judah. The kingdom of Judah was one of the region's 2 major Hebrew kingdoms, and it centered on the powerful city of Jerusalem. It had once been part of a united kingdom of Israel, but in the face of Assyrian aggression, the kingdom had been broken up. It was now divided into the kingdom of Israel in the north, ruled by a puppet king, and Judah in the south. The Judean king at the time was a man named Hezekiah. He was an energetic ruler and seems to have been driven by religious fervor. The religion of the ancient Israelites was something of an oddity in this region at the time because it disallowed the worship of any god but the Hebrew god Yahweh. As we've seen, worship in places like Assyria was a much more eclectic affair. You might make offerings to Marduk while you were visiting Babylon on business, and make an offering to Ashur when you got home. You might make an offering to Ea if your son was going on a long voyage by boat, or to Gula if someone you knew was sick. In the Assyrian worldview, the gods of other cities were often seen as hostile, and were thought to be subordinate to the great god Ashur, but they were still thought to very much exist. In fact, the Assyrians had a habit of kidnapping the gods of their conquered enemies. Sometimes when they captured a new city, they would take the statues of its gods back to the Assyrian capital as a way of harnessing their power for themselves. But the religion of the Hebrews was different. It held that there was only one God. If you worshipped any other deity, it was believed that you were at best talking to the air, and at worst, communing with evil spirits. And King Hezekiah was one of the most strident religious rulers of ancient Judah. He enacted sweeping religious reforms, including strict instructions to worship only the Jewish god Yahweh. He removed all other statues and icons from the Temple of Jerusalem, as the Book of Kings, chapter 2:18 in the Hebrew Bible recalls.
ויהי בשנת 3 להושע בן אלה, מלך ישראל, מלך חזקיה בן אחaz.
Now it came to pass in the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. He removed the high places and broke the pillars, and he broke in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made. For unto those days the children of Israel did offer to it.
היו בני ישראל מקטרים לו, ויקרא לו נחושתן.
Perhaps it was Hezekiah's religious devotion that led him to make the enormous gamble of defying the Assyrian Empire. Or perhaps the recent rebellions in Assyria had emboldened him, and he believed that it might be on the brink of collapse. Whatever his calculation, it backfired completely. He soon heard news that the Assyrian king Sennacherib was marching out to punish the kingdom of Judah with the full might of the Assyrian army. The news coming from the north would have been terrifying. Sennacherib first conquered the rebels of Ekron, and then swung his armies south to march on Jerusalem. On the road, he came across the fortified Judean city of Lachish. Lachish was the second most important of the cities of Judah. It was built on a hill about 40 kilometers to the southwest of Jerusalem, and had a strong wall running all the way around it. The hill was steeper on the north side, and for defensive purposes, this is where its gate had been built. We can imagine the sight that the citizens of Lachish would have seen one day in the year 701 BC. From the north, a great cloud of dust would have begun to gather on the horizon, looking like some great natural disaster on its way. As the dust grew closer and thicker, you would have been able to hear the vibrations through the earth. If you've ever been inside a large sports stadium at full capacity, try to imagine what 3 or 4 times as many people would sound like, all marching together in their heavy armor, along with their horses and the clattering of chariot wheels and harnesses. Finally, the enormous force would have come into view, like a shadow on the land. In the center of their formations, the main body of infantry would have massed, organized into tight, compact units, their spear points glittering in the sun. Even more terrifying would be the trundling wheels of enormous siege engines, come to tear down the walls of the city. The Judean military was insignificant in comparison. They were made up of militias and mercenaries, huddled behind the walls of Lachish that must have suddenly seemed like a pitiful defense. What happened next is depicted on a remarkable series of carvings, etched in meticulous detail in gypsum, designed to decorate the walls of Sennacherib's southwest palace in Nineveh. In their day, these carvings would have been coloured, their details picked out with dyes of green, blue, red and yellow. The Lakish relief is an incredible piece of art, although the events it depicts are horrific. It's a perfect snapshot of a moment in history that would otherwise be completely lost, capturing the clothes and the faces of the soldiers and the frenzied action of the battle. The Assyrians first built a camp and began to settle in for a long siege of the city, and it's here that their expertise at engineering came into play. As the weeks dragged by, they slowly built a ramp of stone and earth leading up to the city's walls. It would have been a round-the-clock effort. Assyrian workers toiled to form the mud bricks that made up the ramp, baking them in the sun, while soldiers shielded the workers as they built it, the occasional arrow or sling stone whistling down from the defenders on the walls. The desperation of the city's defenders can be clearly seen in the archaeological record at the site of Lakish. At some point, we can see that they ran out of iron, and in desperation began to carve new arrowheads out of bone. Finally, when the ramp was completed, the vast Assyrian siege engines would have rumbled into life. These siege engines were something like an Iron Age tank. They were made up of a large wooden frame, like a mobile fortress, on enormous wheels. They had a tower on top, from which archers could rain fire on the defenders. At the front of the engine was a large, heavy instrument, somewhere between a battering ram, a spear and a hammer. This was used to break the mud brick walls of enemy cities, jimmying between the gaps in the bricks and stones, and slowly wearing them down. Defenders would constantly try to set these engines on fire, and so they were covered in thick layers of wet animal hides. A constant stream of Assyrian workers would hurry up to the front lines carrying jars and skins of water, dousing the engine and putting out the fires. As well as these engines, the Assyrians would have laid countless ladders against the walls. The defenders rained down arrows and stones, but the result was inevitable. The defense collapsed. People fled the city in all directions, and the Assyrian army finally marched into Lakish. From here on, the carvings begin to look like a depiction of hell. As a punishment for resisting, the city of Lakish was utterly destroyed. The inhabitants of the city were rounded up and deported to faraway lands on the other side of the river Tigris. The carvings show them leaving the city in long columns, men and women riding bullock carts piled high with all their possessions, children sitting on the carts or cradled in their mother's arms. The carvings even show some prisoners being forced to play musical instruments as they march away from their home, an episode perhaps also recorded in the ancient lament of Psalm 137.
Al Naharot Bavel, Sham Yashavnu Gam Bachinu, V'Zochrenu Et Zion.
By the rivers of Babylon we sat and wept when we remembered Zion. There on the poplars we hung our harps, for there our captors asked us for songs. Tormentors demanded songs of joy. They said, "Sing us one of the songs of Zion." How can we sing the songs of the Lord while in a foreign land?
Ech nashir et shir Adonai, Al Admat Nechar.
And it's in this psalm too that we get one of the first recorded warnings delivered to the Empire of Assyria about the fate that might befall it in the future. A fate that its various enemies were increasingly beginning to long for.
Bat Bavel Hashkuda,
Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction, happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks.
Next, the Assyrian army marched on Jerusalem, and Hezekiah was ready for them. He'd built a new wall around the great city and dug an underground tunnel through solid stone that would bring fresh water directly into the city. But even so, the situation must have looked bleak. The Judean king decided that he would have to negotiate.
Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah did Sennacherib, king of Assyria, come up against all the fortified cities of Judah and took them. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria, to Lachish, saying, I have offended. Return from me that which thou puttest on me will I bear. And the king of Assyria appointed Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold.
In order to pay the bounty, he even stripped the gold from the great temple, something that must have been a heart-rending decision for this devout king. But this seems to have hardly appeased the Assyrian king Sennacherib, who continued his siege. At one point, he sent his general, a man named Rabshakeh, to approach the walls of Jerusalem and demand the surrender of its defenders. The Assyrian general Rabshakeh reminded the Jewish holdouts of all the other lands that had fallen to the military might of the Assyrians.
Hath any of the gods of the nations ever delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and of Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Ivah? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hand?
It looked as though all was lost, but it's at this point that luck began to turn in Hezekiah's favor. The Hebrew Bible recalls him praying to his God, Yahweh, to deliver him from the Assyrian siege. And the Hebrew poet-historians who wrote the Book of Kings record this reply coming down to him from the heavens.
Now have I brought it to pass, yea, it is done, that fortified cities should be laid waste into ruinous heaps. Their inhabitants were as the grass of the field, and as the green herb, and as the grass on the housetops, and as corn blasted before it is grown up. Thus saith the Lord concerning the king of Assyria, he shall not come unto this city, nor shoot an arrow there, neither shall he come before it with shield, nor cast a mound against it. And it came to pass that night that the angel of the Lord went forth, and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000. And when men arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses.
We may never know the truth of what happened to bring an end to the siege of Jerusalem. The most likely explanation is probably an outbreak of plague among the army of Assyria. Plague was a constant threat to any campaigning army, and it wouldn't have been the first campaign to end in this way. One Egyptian account, repeated by the later historian Herodotus, recounts how the Assyrian army was turned back after an infestation of field mice swarmed their camp. The mice are said to have gnawed away at the Assyrian bowstrings and shield handles, making them unable to fight. And this is possibly another slightly fanciful description of a plague decimating an army. The Assyrian sources are understandably quiet about what must have been an embarrassing failure. The only source to mention this campaign focuses on the early victories won by the Assyrians and on the tribute that Hezekiah handed over. This campaign gives just one brief snapshot of what the Assyrian war machine was like and how it felt to be on the receiving end of its fury. Still, the campaign had ended in an embarrassment, and it was perhaps this defeat that led the city of Babylon in the south to desire its freedom. The question of what to do with Babylon was one of the constant pressing concerns of the Assyrian kings, and it had been a thorn in their side for centuries. Babylon was a proud and ancient city with a distinct culture, and it was so powerful that it was exceptionally difficult to keep it in the empire. Various Assyrian kings tried different approaches to this problem. Some simply allowed a native Babylonian to rule the city and its surrounding territories, which kept the Babylonian people happy. But this often led to the Babylonian king declaring independence whenever the central power of Assyria was distracted or deployed elsewhere. Others tried imposing an Assyrian governor on the Babylonians. This naturally enraged them, and these Assyrian kings of Babylon would often face plots and rebellions, and would quite often be toppled in favor of some Babylonian noble, who would then immediately declare independence. The third option was to keep the throne of Babylon in the family. This usually involved the king of Assyria crowning his brother or uncle as the king of Babylon. But this held another danger. If this brother was a little too ambitious, he might consider using the might of Babylon as a springboard to try and take the whole empire for himself. By the year 694 BC, this repeated cycle and seemingly impossible problem had become too much for King Sennacherib, and for him the conflict had become personal. Babylonian rebels were partly responsible for the death of one of his sons, and after crushing his enemies in the north, in the kingdom of Judah and along the Mediterranean coast, he swung around and set out on campaign to decisively beat the city of Babylon and solve the Babylonian problem for good. In the year 689 BC, the Assyrians laid siege to Babylon. The siege lasted for 15 months, and when the city finally fell, Sennacherib wrote this description of what happened next.
I destroyed the city and its houses, from foundation to parapet. I devastated and burned them. I razed the brick and earthenwork of the outer and inner wall of the city, of the temples, and of the ziggurat, and I dumped these into the Aratu Canal. I dug canals through the midst of that city. I overwhelmed it with water. I made its very foundations disappear, and I destroyed it more completely than a devastating flood, so that it might be impossible in future days to recognize the site of that city and its temples. I utterly dissolved it with water, and made it like an inundated land.
Even by the standards of the time, this action was considered excessive. Burning a Judean or Elamite city to the ground was one thing, but to do the same to the cultured, ancient, and holy city of Babylon was too much. There was a great outcry in Assyria, and Sennacherib responded by kidnapping the Babylonian god Marduk, carrying him back to Nineveh, and placing him on trial. We can imagine the scenes as a group of Assyrian legal officials gathered in court to condemn the silent stone statue of the god. Marduk was eventually found guilty, but the broken text recounting this episode gives no clue about what punishment was handed down. Sennacherib's goal had been to utterly destroy Babylon, and he had succeeded. Its northern provinces were folded into the Assyrian Empire, and the city itself was left in ruins. The war in Babylon seems to have drained something from King Sennacherib. After destroying the ancient city, he no longer seems to have had any appetite for war. Instead of destruction, he dedicated the later years of his reign to building. He settled down in the city of Nineveh and named it his new capital. Nineveh had been an important city for millennia, but when Sennacherib moved there, it was in a sorely neglected state. He renovated its palaces and built new ones, decorating them with carvings of his early victories, like the one at the siege of Lachish, as the following inscription recounts.
I had a palace built of elephant ivory, ebony, boxwood, cedar, cypress, juniper, and terebinth. A palace that I named the Palace Without a Rival. I roofed its rooms with beams of cedar grown on Mount Amanus. I fastened bands of shining bronze on magnificent doors of cypress, whose scent is sweet on opening and closing. I installed 8 striding lions, standing opposite one another, which were made from 11,400 talents of shining copper, cast by the god Ninagar, and were filled with radiance.
One inscription on a stone lion in the quarter associated with Sennacherib's queen, named Tashmetu Sharat, contains hopes that the royal couple would both live long and healthy lives within the new palace. Sennacherib constructed beautiful gardens at his new palace, importing various plants and herbs from across his empire and beyond. Cotton trees may have been imported from as far away as India, and it's been suggested that the famous Hanging Gardens of Babylon, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, may actually have been these gardens in Nineveh, which were designed to represent the empire in miniature form. Sennacherib recounts these efforts in the following inscription.
I planted alongside the palace a botanical garden, a replica of Mount Amanus, which has all kinds of aromatic plants and fruit trees, trees that are the mainstay of the mountains and Chaldea collected inside it.
By the end of Sennacherib's reign, Nineveh must have shone, a resplendent city fit for the world's mightiest empire. I think in this change we see in Sennacherib, we see a possible different path that history might have taken. The warlike king who had torn down the walls of Lachish and burned Babylon to the ground now seemed to turn away from battle. He settled down and began building instead. If this really indicates a change of personality in this Assyrian king, the tragedy is that he would not live to pass on this spirit to his sons. Sennacherib had at least 7 sons, but when the crown prince, the oldest of them all, died in battle against the Elamites, Sennacherib was left to choose between the remaining younger sons, who would be the next king. In the end, he had to decide between only 2 candidates. These 2 sons were named Urdu-Mulisu and Esarhaddon. For Sennacherib, this seems to have been a difficult decision. At first, the older son, Urdu-Mulisu, was named the crown prince, but after a few years, he seems to have fallen out of favor with his father. We can only guess what it was that made the king change his mind, But considering what would go on to happen, we might offer a guess. It may be that Sennacherib detected something cold and hard in the character of Urdu-Mulisu, a hunger for power that frightened him. Whatever it was, Sennacherib decided to name the youngest of his sons as crown prince instead, the man named Esarhaddon. Esarhaddon's brothers were enraged. In a later inscription, he recalls the effect this announcement had on them.
I am my older brother's youngest brother, but by the command of the gods, my father elevated me firmly in the assembly of my brothers, saying, "This is the son who will succeed me." He questioned the gods Samash and Adad by divination, and they answered him with a firm yes, saying, "He is your replacement." He heeded their important words and gathered together the people of Assyria, young and old, and my brothers, and told them. Afterwards, my brothers went out of their minds and did everything that is displeasing to the gods and mankind, and they plotted evil. They butted each other like goats for the right to exercise kingship. And then, my brothers went mad. They drew their swords godlessly in the middle of Nineveh.
The other brothers begged their father to reconsider, but King Sennacherib's mind was made up. Urdu-Mulisu was forced to swear an oath of allegiance to his brother. We know the kind of thing this oath would have contained because we have surviving copies of this kind of treaty that Assyrian kings always sent out to their vassals. These were long legal documents running over many pages, containing an oath in which they swore their loyalty to the new crown prince, complete with terrifying heavenly punishments if they broke their word.
This is the treaty which the king of Assyria has concluded with you, in the presence of the great gods of heaven and earth. If you should remove it, consign it to the fire, throw it into the water, bury it in the earth, or destroy it by any cunning device, annihilate or deface it, may Anu, king of the gods, let disease, exhaustion, malaria, sleeplessness, worries, and ill health reign upon all your houses, clothe you with leprosy, and forbid your entering into the presence of the gods or king. Roam the desert like the wild ass and the gazelle. May Shamash, the light of heaven and earth, remove your eyesight. Walk about in darkness. May Ishtar, lady of battle and war, smash your bow in the thick of battle. May Nabu, bearer of the tablet of fates of the gods, erase your name and destroy your seed from the land.
But still, the bitter former crown prince, Urdu-Mulisu, refused to accept it. Esarhaddon's brothers began plotting to have him